Hello, everybody. Welcome to Cooper Smith Career Consulting's crash course on NUT 103, which is sports nutrition. I am going to be focusing on the end of course review and hopefully to explain some concepts that may be a little complex, you may not be familiar with them, maybe use a couple of examples here and there as a way to help you prepare for the final exam. First of all, what is sports nutrition? Now, this is a specialization within the nutrition field. We offer lots of other nutrition courses, and this is focusing on things that have to do with not necessarily just athletes, but athletics and things that, in terms of staying in shape, in terms of making sure that people have the correct vitamins and proteins and other materials that they need in order to do well in a sports setting. Again, sports not necessarily being professional sports, but sports meaning in any sort of athletic sense that you're talking about of everyday people. And of course, most everyday people should at least get some level of physical activity in, even if they're not training to be athletes. It involves providing energy, providing nutrients for repair, recovery, and adaptation of physical training. In other words, the ability to eat in a manner that helps to heal from injuries and make sure that people don't get hurt and do everything that's necessary and possible in that way. And of course, practical dietary strategies to achieve these goals. First of all, the basic nutrients, and there's really six categories of nutrients. You've got carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. This is where people draw their energy from. These things can be broken down by the body and put in a manner that you need these things in order to survive because you need these things in order to draw energy. Now they provide different functions. Proteins, for example, allow the construction of amino acids. Well, really, they're made from amino acids, but they allow certain functionalities of the body that something like fats cannot do. You can get enough calories from fat, but you can't do well. You can't succeed. You can't really survive in the long term just based on fats because there are proteins that the body needs. Proteins are a little different. You probably could survive with just proteins and no fats, but certainly, and carbohydrates is where generally speaking, people get most of their energy. Maybe not people who are on Atkins diets, but especially in the Western world, most of the calories that we consume come from carbohydrates. Things like cake and bread and pasta and rice. All those things are primarily functions of carbohydrates. They may have a little bit of protein in it. They may have a little bit of fat in it. But you eat a piece of bread. Most of the calories that are coming through that bread are carbohydrates. Then there are vitamins and minerals, things that cannot directly be broken down for energy, but are necessary for the body to carry out its functions. Vitamins very often are based on or named based on letters: vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, vitamin D, etc., etc., etc. Some of them are important for various other functions, as we will discuss. I am recording this in the middle of the COVID epidemic. Hopefully, by the time you're listening to this, COVID won't be a problem anymore. Hopefully, maybe we'll have a vaccine. There are very promising vaccine hopes, so we're going to hope that this is no longer relevant. But for example, vitamin D has been associated with better COVID outcomes, or vitamin D deficiencies have been associated with negative COVID outcomes. So that's just one example of a vitamin that's very important. Other vitamins are considered also good for the immune system and for other ancillary benefits. Vitamins like vitamin C, vitamin A, even vitamin K have been discussed as helping your immune system, and the immune functionality is certainly something that is foremost on people's minds in today's day and age. Then there's minerals like zinc and copper and various other metals that your body needs. Your body needs these things in very small quantities. You don't need to, eat a penny. That wouldn't help to eat a penny to get your copper, but certainly having very small amounts of these various minerals in your body are necessary. And you look at labels to see how much of each of these vitamins and minerals your food has. Things like breakfast cereals. Very often, if you look on the side, they even though they're primarily carbohydrates, they also have small amounts of vitamins and minerals that you need. Things like oranges and lemons have a lot of vitamin C. Carrots, I believe, have a lot of vitamin A. Liver, I think, has a lot of vitamin D, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, so these are some of the basic categories. And then, of course, you have water. Water is necessary not to break down specifically for energy, but most of your body is water. Most of your blood is water. Most of the inside of your cell is made of water, or of each cell is made of water, and so water is, of course, necessary. A person can survive without food for several days, but without water, it's much tougher. A person will die of thirst a lot faster than dying of malnutrition. Dying of malnutrition might take weeks, whereas without water, a person can only survive maybe for a couple of days. Okay. The body produces energy with the top three of those nutrients. Carbohydrates, fats, and proteins are metabolized, which means that they are broken down into energy, into a form that can be used by the body as energy. The energy is then released from the food and used by the cell. Uh, this is something that's covered more in a biology course, but the way the cell does this is by formation of something called an ATP, or an adenosine triphosphate. ATPs are broken down on the cellular level from food, from carbohydrates, from fats, from proteins, and the body is able to take the energy from those fats or from those carbohydrates and store them, really store the energy as potential energy in something called an ATP, an adenosine triphosphate. Long story short, these molecules normally exist in something called the ADP, adenosine diphosphate, which is the same basic molecule with only two phosphates instead of three, and then the body uses energy to graft on a third phosphate, making it an ATP, an adenosine triphosphate, and then that energy or those ATPs can be sent around to the rest of the cell, and then the rest of the cell can use essentially releasing that third phosphate, making it back into an ADP, but use the energy released from that. So in other words, storing ATPs is a mechanism of using potential energy. Think of it like storing a battery. You have a rechargeable battery. The rechargeable battery that's charged is an ATP. Then it gets used in your whatever appliance you're using it, and then it has no energy left, and now it's an ADP. Then it gets sent back to the cell, to the mitochondria, which is the part of the cell that generates these ATPs, and the mitochondria graft on another phosphate and use energy from food to store now it's back to being a charged battery, and now it can be sent to the rest of the cell and generated that. Again, it's a little bit more complicated than that, obviously, but for our purposes, that's really all we need. So you may hear in terms of respiration, which is the process by which you take the food and use oxygen to store energy on these ATPs, in terms of how many ATPs can be produced. Just for example, anaerobic respiration, which means respiration without oxygen, can only form 2 ATPs per sugar molecule. Whereas aerobic respiration, which is respiration with oxygen, can form 36 ATPs per sugar molecule, which means it's 18 times as efficient to do to respirate with oxygen than without oxygen. Can you generate a little energy without oxygen? The answer, of course, is yes, but not enough to survive. The anaerobic respiration that you're doing doesn't give you enough energy to carry on the normal metabolic processes. So you can survive without oxygen for a few minutes, but nothing more than that. Once you get past the 3, 4, 5 minute range, you're talking about brain damage or death if the person is not able to start getting some oxygen pronto. But the point is that's really because the reason why you need oxygen is because without oxygen, your body cannot generate enough ATPs to do the work that is necessary to sustain the life of the person. Again, for a few minutes, it's okay, but longer than that, you're gonna run into trouble. And one quick thing before we go on to intake values. I just mentioned a few minutes ago the idea of the respiratory system. When we think of respiratory, we think of breathing. When you say, what is the respiratory system? The respiratory system usually means the lungs and the mechanisms by which the oxygen gets to the lungs, your bronchial tubes, your trachea, which is your windpipe, and eventually your alveoli, which are the tiny little air sacs in the lungs that accomplish the oxygen transfer. Even though I said before that respiration actually means the generation of food from cells, which doesn't seem like it has to do with the respiratory, from sugar molecules or starch molecules, it doesn't seem like it has to do with the respiratory system. The reason why we call it the respiratory system is because the oxygen is such a big part of respiration affliction that we call the system that gets the oxygen into the body the respiratory system. Somebody has a cough, we call that a respiratory affliction. Again, because it has to do with the system that's getting the oxygen that is necessary for us to respirate. But the actual process of respiration means releasing energy from food so that we can carry out life processes. All living things have to accomplish respiration because they need energy, with the exception of viruses. Viruses don't actually respirate. They basically borrow the host's energy. They infect a host, and the host basically does the work for them. Kind of a weird thing, viruses. They're kind of like on the border between life and non-life. Although, unfortunately, as we know during the COVID epidemic, they can cause quite a bit of trouble. Anyway, let us move on to intake values. This is where government agencies and private agencies recommend how much of everything a person should have, whether it be calories, which is the unit of measurements that we can assess how much energy can be produced. We usually think of calories in terms of not wanting them or not having too many, because thankfully we live in a society where hunger is not really that prevalent, and so what we're worried about more is overeating than undereating. But certainly things like that, there is a recommended amount. Again, 2,000, 2,500, depending on who you're looking at. The people that are taller and older and or as opposed to children, I mean, are recommended to have more calories. People who are children, people who are shorter, people who are lighter, generally speaking, need fewer calories. But there are also recommended amounts that a person should have regarding all other types of things, the amount of protein, the amount of fiber, vary all types of minerals, all types of vitamins, etc. Originally, we had the USRDA, or the Recommended Daily Allowance, which was recommended a long time ago, about 80 years ago. It was originally started. Now we have something very similar called the Dietary Reference Intakes, or DRIs, which includes not only the amount that is recommended, but also some other parameters. In other words, we could say, for example, you should have 2,000 international units of vitamin D a day. Well, okay, is that for everybody? Is that average? Is that the most you should have? Is that the least you should have? So instead, they kind of broke it down a little bit with the EAR, the estimated average requirement. In other words, kind of what's in the middle, what we recommend you get. Then there's the adequate intake, what is the minimum that you should have. And then there's also the upper level. What is the maximum you should have? You know, some things, if you have too much, they can be dangerous. Vitamin D, for example, too much vitamin D can actually be dangerous. Too much vitamin C, not as dangerous. So the point is that it's more efficient. It's better when you have a minimum, average, and maximum than when you just have an average. Whereas the RDA was just simply, okay, this is what you should have. Whereas now they make it a little bit more complicated, but a little bit more helpful, to the point where they recommend the minimum, they recommend what the average person should have, and then they recommend the overall maximum that you should have. Dietary guidelines. Again, these are just general rules for healthy eating patterns. Focus on variety, nutrient density, and amount. Portion control is key. You know, some people think that in order to be healthy, you can't eat this food, and you have to eat that food. Not necessarily. Portion control is everything. It doesn't mean you can't have a little chocolate, for example. You know, chocolate can be fine in terms of nutrients. Cocoa plants certainly do have some nutrients and everything, and you do need a little bit of sugar and a little bit of fat. But the question is how much? A little bit of chocolate is probably fine. A lot of chocolate may cause health problems in the long run. Limit calories from added sugars and saturated fats, and reduce sodium intake as some other helpful things in general for life. Calories, of course, are necessary, but they can be gotten from things that are high in fiber and high in protein, and not otherwise harmful. Whereas simple sugars, are not really necessary, and people have too many of them. And saturated fats, of course, are things that could cause circulatory system problems, could cause high cholesterol, which could cause problems with the heart. Sodium intake also could cause high blood pressure and various other maladies. Shift to healthier foods and beverage choices, and of course, healthy eating practices. To help that and to help educate the public, the government has established a website called myplate.gov, which I'm going to put over here for you. This is the USDA, which is the U.S. Department of Agriculture. You can see over here, this is the coronavirus pandemic. Again, we certainly hope that by the time you're watching this, the coronavirus pandemic is not a major problem. But the point is, they give you all sorts of information over here. This is a government-sponsored website. So they tell you, for example, about dairy. If you go into dairy, so they explain all sorts of things regarding the dairy group, what foods are included, what counts as a cup, as a healthy serving size for a particular amount of dairy, and they give you all sorts of information over here. How to get, for example, how to get calcium. Calcium is a very important thing that milk gives you. Well, what if you can't drink milk? What if you're lactose intolerant? How else can you get calcium? Well, here are some examples: almond milk, rice milk, bread, cereals, calcium fortified juices. Sometimes you go to the store, and on the orange juice it says calcium fortified. That means even though regular plain old orange juice may not have that much calcium, this orange juice was prepared in a way that gives it more calcium. Canned fish, beans. Again, these are just one example of what they tell you. So they tell you, in this case, what does dairy give you? But if you don't have dairy, what else can you get in order to make up for that? Again, this is myplate.gov, and it gives you a lot of stuff over here in terms of information. Uh, you can, like the protein group, for example, over here, they give you all sorts of things. What are considered proteins? They give you kind of the vegan proteins over here, beans and many types of vegetables. Whereas, of course, there's meat, fish, other things that have to do with proteins. So that's a website again that can be an excellent resource just for people to learn a lot about what things are important and what nutrients lead to a healthy lifestyle. The nutrition labeling of food, which was revised a few years ago back in 2018, it gives you the calories of whatever it is you're looking for, the serving size. Obviously, the serving size is very important. If you have a cereal, well, if you have a huge bowl of cereal that has 2 cups of cereal, it's going to have a lot more of everything than 1 cup of cereal. So just because you see on the side of the box it has 200 calories, well, but sometimes I remember when you used to eat cereal, they'd put like a small amount of the cereal as the serving size and say, oh, this only has 110 calories. But if you're taking twice that in your bowl, then you're having double the number of calories, obviously. So you do have to look at serving sizes. Those are very important. Then they give you the number of calories, which is nice and big, and they break that down. They break that down into fats, from saturated fats, which are considered less healthy, and then, of course, trans fats, which are considered the least healthy. And then the rest of the fats, whatever they are, would be unsaturated fats, which are considered more healthy. So, for example, this food, whatever it is, I don't know what food this has 8 grams altogether of fat, one of them saturated, 0 trans, which means 7 of them would be unsaturated fats, which are, relatively good for you. Cholesterol, obviously, generally speaking, in food is something that you want to limit. Sodium, this has, moderate amount of sodium, not particularly high, but whatever this food is, um, it has a very high amount of carbohydrates, 37 grams, which is 13% of your recommended daily value based on a 2,000 calorie a day diet. And most people eat a little more than that, but that's okay. It also gives you some vitamins and minerals down here in terms of how much. Whatever this food is, it happens to be very high in iron. One serving of this food gives you 45% of your recommended daily value of iron. It also has a little bit of potassium, some calcium, pretty significant amount, some vitamin D, etc. So these are some of the things that you'll see on a label. These are standardized so that everybody should have a fairly consistent track record in terms of what you see over here. In some countries, by the way, they actually standardize the serving size. They say the serving size is 500 milliliters or whatever, and then that really standardizes everything and says how many calories per 500 milliliters. Of course, the problem with that is that some things are not meant to be eaten, and things are meant to be eaten in different quantities. To say that the same size of a bowl of pasta as a chocolate bar makes no sense, because you're going to eat a lot more pasta than you are of chocolate. But still, at least that makes sure that what you're looking at is an apples to apples comparison. What you're looking at is a good comparison to other foods. In the United States, we still allow manufacturers to to set their serving size based on whatever they think their serving size is. So that's why it's important to look at that. I think they made a rule saying that you can't make unreasonable. Like when I was a kid, I remember they used to have these like bags of super snacks or whatever, and they'd say 1.3 servings per bag. This has a little bit more than one serving, which is completely ridiculous because who's going to be sitting there eating a bag of chips and say, okay, well, I finished 75% of the bag. I'm not going to finish it because that's the serving size. I'm going to leave 1/4 of the bag left over. They did that specifically so that they could write fewer calories than the entire bag. The entire bag would have 200 calories, but since they would say 1.3 serving sizes per bag, so a serving size only has 150 calories or whatever it is, and that would be kind of misleading because so now I don't know whether it's based on a specific federal regulation, but now, when you see bags, typically they'll say 1 serving per bag or 2 servings per bag. Uh, they don't have kind of like these weird numbers like 1 7/8 bag is a serving or something like that. But you still have to be careful, especially when you have a big box of food that's meant for many servings. You have to be careful to look at the serving sizes to figure out whether you're actually having 2 servings or 1 serving or 4 servings or whatever it is. You have a bag of chips, and the bag of chips has 200 calories per serving, but if you eat the whole bag, the bag has 5 servings or 10 servings, well, obviously then you've had a lot of calories. So now we're going to shift gears a little bit, move into the issue of what happens to nutrients once they are ingested. Before we do that, let's just look into some considerations that go into developing a nutrition plan. Again, this is an athlete specifically, but also applies to other healthy people in general. You have to look at things like health history. Does the person need to lose weight? Is the person's health history that the person's underweight? That the person has had problems in the past not having a sufficient amount of certain vitamins? Energy demands of whatever sport there is. Obviously, some sports don't require a lot of energy, like golf and maybe baseball, and some sports do require a lot of energy, like soccer, for example, or football, depending on where you live. Total weekly training and competition time. Some people need a lot of calories. Professional swimmers, for example, need mountains of calories in order to support their workout routines. Michael Phelps, the probably the greatest swimmer of all time as far as world championships and Olympics go. I once read that he ate like, I don't know, 12,000 calories a day or something like that, which is about 5 times what a regular person needs. But he was still thin because he worked out a tremendous amount, and he needed that number of calories in order to survive, or in order to maybe not survive, but in order to buttress to sustain the workout program that made him the greatest swimmer in the world. Living arrangements, access to food, travel schedules, all these things have to be considered when you're talking about what sort of diet to put a person on. If the person's going to be on the road all the time, well, then you might not be able to custom make meals for that person all the time. The person might need to kind of like look at things on the fly. Let us take a look as far as what happens to nutrients after they are ingested. Ingested means brought into the body. So first you have the process of digestion. Digestion means breaking down of food into a manner that is usable by the body. First, you've got the mastication, which is a fancy way of saying chewing. You break down the foods, and then you have what is called the enzymatic activity. Enzymatic meaning activity by enzymes. Enzymes are protein-based molecules that are not really molecules, but protein-based mechanisms that are present in your individual cells and throughout your body, and they are necessary in order to do all sorts of things in the body. Break things apart, put them back together. Those are all based on enzyme activity. Now, enzyme activity works best, human enzyme activity at least, works best when you're talking about approximately 37 degrees Celsius, about 98.5 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take. So that's why our body temperature stays at that. And if it gets much less than that or much more than that, you can have some problems. You can have some issues. Aside from the fact that it feels kind of yucky to have a fever, it also is not really ideal for the enzymes activity in the human body to be 101, 102, 103 degrees Fahrenheit. can a person survive for a few days? Yeah, I mean, that's not a particularly big deal, especially at 101 or 102. But it's not ideal. You wouldn't want a person to live at 101 degrees, 102 degrees Fahrenheit. That wouldn't be ideal in the long term. It also would mean, of course, that the body is not doing a good job self-regulating its temperature. That's not really what we're discussing right now, but the body is very good at self-regulating its temperature, at taking countermeasures if the body gets too cold, consuming more energy to generate heat. If the body gets too hot, the body can expand the blood cells, and the blood cells get closer to the surface of the skin, exposing it to cooler air. That's why you kind of get red sometimes when you're sweating a lot. Your face gets red because your body is expanding its capillaries to get the blood capillaries closer to the outside cool air. But again, that's something different. The point is that enzyme activity is necessary for digestion, and that starts happening immediately when you eat something, when it's in your mouth, because you've got the saliva. Your saliva, which is water with various enzymes in it that allow you to start breaking down food as soon as you start eating it. That happens much more with carbohydrates and starches than it does with proteins or fats, but certainly the saliva is where you start the digestion process. And also your teeth are a digestion mechanism. Your teeth break down food in a manner so that it can be broken down in the body. Then you have absorption. It gets absorbed into the bloodstream. That we'll discuss in a couple of minutes where that happens. Transport, it gets transported throughout the bloodstream, and it gets assimilated into individual cells, whether they be vitamins and minerals and used for purposes of cell building or construction of certain molecules that you need, or energy production. Things like carbohydrates and fats get broken down in order to produce energy, as we discussed before, as part of the respiration process in the individual cells. This is a very basic diagram of the digestive system. Let me make it a little bigger over here so we can see. Here are some of the main parts of the digestive system. First, you've got the mouth, and this is where you have the teeth that break down the food into kind of bite-sized chunks, as they say. So to the point where the body is able to break it down. If you swallowed your food, if you swallowed your cracker whole, or you swallowed your macaroni whole rather than chewing it, your body would be able to break it down, but it would take a little bit longer. It's not as efficient. Um, it's much more efficient if you chew each bite 32 times, as they say. So that then you have the salivary glands, where while you're chewing, your saliva actually goes to work on starting with the digestive process. Then the food goes down the esophagus. The esophagus is the food pipe. Then there's, as I discussed before, the trachea, which is the windpipe, which is the air supposed to go down. Now, if the air goes down the esophagus, that's fine, no big deal. If the food goes down the trachea, then you got a little bit of a problem. We've all experienced that, where you have a little bit of water or a little bit of food go down the trachea. If it's a little bit, you'll just cough a little bit until you cough it up. If it's too much, of course, it could cause choking, which obviously is something that you don't want. But the point is, the food goes down the esophagus, which is the food pipe, and then it goes into the stomach. In the stomach, you have heavily acidic juice called gastric juice, which contains hydrochloric acid, which is a very strong acid, and that helps break down the food. That helps break down whatever you ate and wasn't fully broken down by chewing and saliva. Your stomach acid is very strong, which is why your stomach has very strong, very intense lining to protect the walls. If there's a hole in that lining, and then the walls could hurt a lot, and that's what's sometimes referred to as an ulcer, which could be tremendously painful. Sometimes, of course, because what you're eating takes a lot of acid, or it takes a lot of gastric juice, the gastric juice can fill up the stomach and back up into the esophagus, and that hurts because the esophagus doesn't have the same kind of lining to protect itself as the stomach does, and that is what is sometimes referred to as heartburn. And so what you do for heartburn is you take an antacid. Antacid might be Pepcid or Zantac or Tums, and what those do is they neutralize the acid. They kind of settle down the acid and decrease the amount that's being produced, decrease the amount that's in the stomach, so that whatever is backing up into it won't back up essentially into the esophagus, and whatever does back up into the esophagus will have less acid in it. Now, the body, of course, needs some acid to break down the food, but maybe it's producing more than it needs, which is where the antacid comes in to try to relieve heartburn. So then, as the food leaves the stomach, remember at this point it's now being digested by the saliva that it got in the mouth and the acid that it gastric juice that it got in the stomach. And now there are more secretions that are being released here at the top of the small intestine as the food is going through. You've got more secretions, which means more types of digestive juices. The liver releases something called bile, which helps emulsify or break down fats. And then you've got the pancreas, which produces insulin, which breaks down sugars. And you've got various other types of secretions and digestive juices that are absorbed into the small intestine. And the food kind of makes its journey through the small intestine. This diagram doesn't really show it, but the small intestine is very long. It's called small because it's very thin, but it's very long. If you would take a human small intestine and stretch it out, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something like 25 feet that the small intestine would stretch out to. And during this time, the food is continuously being digested by the bile, by the insulin, by the stomach acid, by the saliva, by all the different juices that have been secreted into the small intestine. As it winds its way through the small intestine, the blood capillaries, which are interwoven with the small intestine, absorb whatever needs to be absorbed, whatever sugar molecules or fat molecules or proteins, minerals, vitamins, whatever the body needs and the body can absorb, the body will then absorb into the bloodstream. Now, at the end, not everything is going to be absorbed into the bloodstream. There are dietary fibers and things like that that the body just can't use. The body can't absorb into the bloodstream. And whatever's left over for after the long journey through this 25-foot small intestine, so winding round and round and round, goes into the large intestine, also sometimes known as the colon. This thing down here is sometimes called the appendix. Not 100% sure exactly what that does, but the point is it is at the end of the large intestine. The appendix is famous for rupturing and for giving people problems if they have appendicitis. But the point is the food is now, or the what once was the food, is now in the large intestine. As it moves through the large intestine, the water, or most of the water, gets reabsorbed back into the body in order to be recycled. And then, of course, it stays in the rectum and eventually gets released through the anus, which, of course, is known as feces. And that is, or sometimes referred to as number two, depending on how old you are, I guess. Whether you're more above 12 or below 12. So the point is that this is the part of the body in which the solid waste, gets released from the body. This diagram is a very similar diagram, but it just contains a couple of other little elements over here. Notice over here, the some things get absorbed early in the process into the bloodstream, and some things get absorbed late in the process into the bloodstream. The alcohol that people drink gets into the bloodstream very quickly. If anybody's ever drank anything, you notice it gets to your head pretty quickly. You take a drink and few minute later you're starting to feel it already, or even less, and it gets into your bloodstream very quickly. Whereas the feces might not come out. If you have a bowel movement and you release feces, that may be from food you ate a day ago or 2 days ago. It could have been a while ago, maybe a few hours only, but it could certainly be up to a few days. And so that if alcohol were like that, then you would take a drink and not get drunk for another day. That's fortunately or unfortunately not the way it works, because alcohol gets absorbed very early into the system. Then you've got the water, minerals, and carbohydrates get absorbed into the system pretty quickly. That's why sugar rushes also come pretty quickly. You have candy and you get that bang in your step, you get that zoom, you get that little bit of a sugar rush. That could happen, after a few minutes, and that gets absorbed pretty quickly. Other things take much longer to get absorbed into things like fats and proteins, all the way at the bottom over here, get absorbed very late in the process because it takes the longest to break them down and to reabsorb them into the bloodstream. They're the most complex types of minerals and vitamins and proteins, of course. Then at the very end, you've got the water and the vitamin K at the very end. This is absorbed when it's all the way at the end, when it's all the way in the large intestine. This is kind of absorbed at the last second before the body before these materials build up enough and eventually leave the body. Let's go a little deeper into some of these things. I kind of gave you a little bit of an overview of all these things, but let's look a little deeper into some of these things. Digestion and absorption is the whole point of eating, and aside from the fact that food tastes good and fills you up and makes you feel good, but aside from that, when you're talking about carbohydrates, there are also, of course, mechanisms by which the body breaks down this stuff, and we'll also look at the fats and proteins in turn. Let's take a look at carbohydrates first. And carbohydrates means what we colloquially think of as starches or sugars, really both. Spaghetti, rice, bread, crackers, potatoes, rice. These are all things that are carbohydrates. They're primarily carbohydrates. They may have some protein in it, they may have some fat in it. Other things may have some carbohydrates in it, but most of what we eat is fundamentally based on carbohydrates. I mean, you think of pizza, for example. Most of the calories when you eat pizza is from carbohydrates as well, even though of course it also contains cheese and tomato sauce and whatnot. The bread is the bulk of it. Okay, in the mouth, you start the carbohydrate digestion with mastication, which is of course chewing, amylase, uh, which is an enzyme that starts to break down sugars, and that is in the saliva. Then it gets down into the stomach. You've got acid in the stomach. Churning is actually sometimes people refer to it as uncomfortable sensation. People get stomach aches when you think of something like when your stomach. Think about when your stomach isn't feeling well and it starts to turn over and it feels like it's just turning over. That's sometimes referred to as churning. That could be caused because you have a virus, or it could be because you ate something that you don't that doesn't agree with your system. Your body's having trouble. All that means, by the way, when it doesn't agree with you, is that your body's having trouble digesting it for whatever reason, and your body's just producing more acid and it's just making everything uncomfortable. There's too much stuff in the stomach. It's not moving on because it's not being digested properly. Get indigestion. There could be a point. It could be a point at which the body just is unable to handle it and unable to handle digestion, and it contracts very forcefully to force it back up through the system, and that of course called vomiting, which is not also a pleasant situation. But it also helps because if the body, if it's either you don't want it to stay in your system forever. It's either going to move forward and be digested, or move backwards and go back up through your mouth. Either way is of course preferable to it just sitting there clogging up your system. So if you do vomit because you're sick, just instead of being upset that you vomited, just or it's obviously a very painful sensation or very uncomfortable sensation, I should say. Just realize that the body is saying it. We can't have it keep going, so instead we're just going to get rid of it the other direction. There's in the small intestine. Remember, you have fats and proteins get broken down by other things like bile and other types of digestive juices. But you have sugar enzymes which break down starches into simple sugars because when the cell gets the starch molecules, they want the simple sugar types. They want sugar molecules that can be broken down very simple. If you have in your mitochondria, in each individual cell, when it's going to do the respiration, in other words, take molecules and generate 36 ATPs per molecule, the most efficient way to do that is through simple sugars, glucose, which is the simplest, most basic type of sugar. So if you have a piece of bread, the body needs to sit there and break it down into glucose, or break it down into a sugar that can be subject to respiration, into a simple sugar molecule. And that is done by sugar enzymes that break apart complex carbohydrates, like starches, into simple sugars, which are sugars. And then you get into the large intestine. I've got the word bacteria over there because bacteria, even though this is not technically part of your body, helps with breaking down and absorbing your nutrients. Without bacteria, we wouldn't be able to absorb, we wouldn't be able to digest a lot of the food. We need bacteria to survive. Sometimes if you go to a faraway place that you're not used to, you might have different bacteria in the water. It might give you stomach aches, it might give you problems with digestion because you got different bacteria in the water than you're used to. So bacteria is something that is necessary for us to digest our food, even though we think of bacteria as being bad because it could make us sick. It can give us, strep throat, pneumonia, and all sorts of things like that. But it's also necessary for us to survive certain types of bacteria. Most absorption, occurs in the small intestine. This is when the nutrients that are going to be used by the body move into the bloodstream. And this is moved into the bloodstream through either active transport or facilitated diffusion. We'll look at that in the next slide. But long story short, active transport requires energy, whereas diffusion simply moves from one place to another, like osmosis. It just it moves from an area that where it doesn't need energy to get there. Fructose is a type of sugar. This requires active transport to get into the bloodstream. Fructose is called that because it's the type of simple sugar that you usually find in fruit, slightly different than the type of sugar that you usually find in just plain old regular sugar. There's also, of course, other types of sugar that are digested. Some examples are glucose, which is simple sugar, galactose, also another type of simple sugar. Anytime you see in a nutrient where it says OSE at the end, that means sugar. It's a certain type of sugar. So all of these, of course, need to be broken down and absorbed into the bloodstream. Here is an example where you have, sorry, I was typo there, but anyway, after absorption, it gets transported into the bloodstream. And of course, there is a diagram over here. Let me make this a little bigger so we can take a look at it. You have the liver and other materials producing uh, secretions that can help break down food, including sugar. And what it will eventually do is whatever starches you're talking about having eaten, pasta, whatever it is, you're going to be broken down into glucose. Glucose meaning sugar. And the sugar produces energy. Sugar, essentially, what it does is what your body does. I mean, this is not really a chemistry course. We're not going to go so deep into it. But glucose, which is C6H12O6, which means a regular glucose molecule has 6 carbon atoms, 12 hydrogen atoms, and 6 oxygen atoms. It gets broken down into carbon dioxide, water, and energy, which means and the energy is something that is able to be stored in these ATPs and then used by other parts of the cell as needed for metabolic processes that require energy. So that's the most basic way of looking at respiration. You take sugar and you turn it into other products, water, carbon dioxide your body doesn't need, it'll get rid of through the lungs. That's when you breathe out, when you breathe in, you're breathing in primarily oxygen. When you breathe out, you're breathing out primarily carbon dioxide. There's other things also in the air, that's fine, but this is in terms of what your body needs to get in to your body is oxygen, and what your body needs to get out of your body is carbon dioxide. And the reason why it needs to get rid of this carbon dioxide is because carbon dioxide is a waste product, a release product of respiration. Water is also a waste product of respiration. Your body can reuse that, recycle that, or get rid of that as need be. But that is the process of respiration. And the way it gets to the individual cells throughout the body is through the bloodstream. It gets broken down by insulin. Insulin is the way your body regulates its sugar level, breaks down sugar. If the insulin is not working properly, too much insulin is produced, breaking down the sugar too much, or too little insulin is produced, breaking down the sugar too little, then of course that could cause problems for the body. Having too much sugar, having too little sugar is of course not good for the body. And the inability of the body to regulate its sugar levels properly through the appropriate use of insulin is of course called diabetes. There is type 1 diabetes that people are born with. There's type 2 diabetes that is sometimes called adult onset diabetes, where the people get later in life, very often because they've eaten too much sugar or because they're obese or whatever reason. Again, there could be other reasons as well. But the point is that the insulin is very critical for the body to maintain its appropriate sugar level. If somebody has diabetes, they may need to take insulin in order to appropriately break down the sugar molecules. People with diabetes also sometimes have too little sugar in their body because they just aren't regulating it properly. Sometimes people with diabetes have to eat a quick candy or something just to give themselves energy because they're feeling very weak, because the body just isn't good at regulating the amount of insulin it's producing at any given time. What happens eventually to these things, to these sugar molecules? It can be stored as fat. The body has the extra sugar. We don't need this sugar now. Let's convert it into fat, put it away for a rainy day. And because I guess when people don't have enough to eat, they need to store it. Now, of course, today people do have enough to eat, but so the body stores it anyway, and that causes people to, of course, have too much fat and gain weight. But that's one possibility. It can be converted into energy, and it can be used by the body. uh, that's really the ideal. The ideal is you eat as much as you need, and then the body takes that and converts it into energy, stores a little bit away as fat, but for the most part uses it. If you eat more calories than the body needs, then the body takes that extra food. Again, calories a unit of energy, but it means the amount of food that can produce that number of calories, and stores it away as fat. If you have a calorie deficit, in other words, you only eat 2,000 calories and the body needs 2,500 calories, so the body has to dip into that fat, grab a little bit of that fat, and use it. That's how people lose weight. The people gain weight because they need 2,500 calories and they eat 3,000. So then the body's got 500 calories worth of food, stores it away as fat. Then the person gains more fat. Person loses weight, the body needs 2,500 calories. The person only eats 2,000, and so the body grabs 500 calories worth of stored fat and uses it for the metabolic processes that the body needs. You need about 3,500 calories, I believe, in terms of positive or negative to gain or lose a pound. So if it's 500 calories a day that you're burning in excess of what you need, then you're going to need to do that for 7 days in order to lose a pound. If you have 500 extra calories a day, you're going to gain a pound. Now, of course, that's not precise. Depends on the person. It depends on your metabolism level. It depends on a million different things. But that's a general ballpark. In terms of fats, fats are run on a similar way, a little bit more complex. Let's take a look at the fats over here. A triglyceride digestion is a mechanism by which fats are digested. If you look at your levels, and when you get a blood test, you'll look at the cholesterol level, you'll go with sugar level, which are all these. Sugar level is used to look at whether a person has diabetes. Sugar level that's too high may indicate diabetes. There's also triglycerides. Triglycerides are fat molecules that are stored, and that indicates too much or too little fat being digested. Here are some examples of some of the things that are used, or where fats are absorbed. In the mouth, fats start to be absorbed by salivary glands, by the saliva, not as much as when you're talking about carbohydrates, but there is still some level of digestion by saliva. In the stomach, you have gastric lipase. ASE, by the way, anytime you see ASE over here, ASE means an enzyme that's going to break down or do something else to a particular molecule that's needed by the body. So gastric, which means having to do with the stomach, like the gastric juice I mentioned before, gastric lipase is an enzyme that you produce in the stomach that breaks down the fat molecules. And then you've got the pancreas over here, which also continues to break down the fats and various other things the pancreas produces. Insulin, as I mentioned before, but the pancreas also produces pancreatic lipase, which is an enzyme that takes care of lipids. Lipids means fats. So this is something that the body does at that point. This is a little bit of a more complex diagram over here, where you've got a fat droplet that is being affected by all these other things that the body produces, or that you've got bile salts and enzymes. Remember, bile is produced by the liver, enzymes are throughout the body, and these help break down the fat droplets into smaller ones, into smaller fat molecules over here, and then they go eventually into the blood capillary. Here's, I guess, the small intestine, and eventually they go down here into the blood capillary, which is where they are moved around the body as needed. Of course, if they're not needed, they're stored. Fats happen to be very efficient holders of energy. To give you an idea, I think carbohydrates and proteins can only hold about 4 calories per gram, whereas fats, I think, can hold 9. So fats are very efficient at storing fat, storing energy, and so that's why the body uses that to store energy. Because fats are very efficient at that. And foods that are high in fat, yeah, you have to eat a much smaller amount to have a much higher number of calories. One spoon of cereal doesn't have a lot of calories, but one spoon of gravy or something like that, fatty gravy or oil can have a lot more calories. Proteins work in a similar way. They become part of the They get transported by the blood. They become part of the amino acid pool. The amino acid is the building blocks of proteins that are necessary to do all sorts of things that the body needs to do. When you eat proteins, that's why you can't just survive on nothing but carbohydrates and fats. I mean, you could for a little while, but eventually you're going to need proteins because proteins are necessary to resupply your body with the amino acids that it needs. It gets transported throughout the body as needed to the individual cells. They become part of the amino acid building blocks that the body uses to generate the proteins that it needs to carry out its life processes. Enzymes, for example, are protein based. And so you need to eat different types of amino acids, not just one type of protein. If you had nothing but fish and that was your only protein, that wouldn't be good either. And so the best thing is to eat many different types of proteins, beans and fish and meats. You know, if you're vegan or vegetarian, there are many different types of vegan proteins as well. There's tofu and there's soy, and all these things have protein in them. But the best healthy thing to do is to have a variety of different types of proteins because you need all these different types of amino acids in your body. In terms of being absorbed into the bloodstream, there is diffusion and there is active transport. Diffusion is passive transport. In other words, diffusion means without energy, and active transport means with energy, needing energy to absorb into the bloodstream. Just to give you a very simple idea, let's say water through a paper towel will be an example of diffusion. It doesn't need any, you don't need to force it through. It automatically goes through from one side of the paper towel to the other. It just naturally moves from one to the other. You don't actually need energy to move it. Something that goes from high concentration to low concentration. In other words, the things naturally flow from where there is a lot of it to a little bit of it. Just to give you an example, if you have a few ounces of salt water in a cup, and you pour in regular water, well, then eventually it's going to even out. All the salt from the bottom, where the salt water was, is going to naturally flow to the area of low concentration, and after a few seconds probably, you're going to have the whole cup is going to be lighter salt water. It's going to be salt water, but not as intense because you have diffusion. It moves from the area of high concentration, the lower part of the cup, to low concentration of salt, which is the upper part of the cup. So that is diffusion. Then you've got active transport, areas where in order to move from one point or another to another, it needs energy. It needs ATPs. So sometimes things move naturally from outside the cell to inside the cell where they're needed. Sometimes the body is required to expend energy to do that. Both of them could happen. Obviously, it's a lot easier for diffusion to happen. When diffusion is with water, when water moves from inside to outside, it's sometimes referred to as osmosis. But the point is, when you're talking about digestion and absorption into the bloodstream, both are important, both are necessary. Okay, so now we're going to transition into a different section of the review. We're going to look at various nutrients and what they do. We're going to look at first the macronutrients, protein, fats, and starches. We're also going to look at vitamins and minerals, and water. Okay, so first let's take a look at the energy cycle. And we discussed this briefly earlier, but we'll review it since it comes up here. Energy is stored and released through the ATP-ADP style. You can see over here they're all called adenosine phosphate. There's adenosine monophosphate, which is kind of the base material that phosphates can be piled onto. It's got an adenosine and it has a phosphate molecule. Then when it has two molecules, essentially, which is its energy-less form, when it doesn't have the energy built up, it doesn't have that kind of potential energy, it is called adenosine diphosphate, which is 2. And when a third phosphate molecule is attached to it using energy, using the energy that the respiration in the mitochondria is able to release from the foods, from the fats, from the glucose, from the proteins, from whatever it is able to use that energy to attach a third phosphate, and it is now called adenosine triphosphate. Then these ATPs move around to the various other parts of the cell where they are utilized, and the other parts of the cell can release one of the phosphates, also releasing some energy, and thereby giving it the energy to do its normal metabolic processes. So that is just what ATPs are as opposed to what ADPs are. And this is a very simple diagram. The idea is there is ADP where the mitochondria puts energy into it by attaching a third phosphate. Now it is an ATP, and then when the energy is used, it gets released and it turns back into an ADP. So that's kind of just the cycle of the way the ATPs work. Energy systems are simply mechanisms by which energy is stored. There's the phosphagen energy system, which is not really, I don't think it's usually in human beings, it's in animals. It's also a mechanism by which energy is stored. It's a very efficient but very limited mechanism of storing and using energy. The ones that are most relevant to people, as I think again also I mentioned earlier in the course, anaerobic, anaerobic. Anaerobic is without oxygen. It happens very quickly. It's a 12-step process, but it's so it's a little bit more complex than the phosphagen. It does produce 2 ATPs per sugar molecule, and therefore it has only a limited ability to do respiration. It has only a limited ability to make ATPs. Whereas aerobic respiration, this is the one we want to do. This is the one that we get most of our energy from. This produces 36 ATP molecules per cycle. It takes slower. It's much slower, but its capacity is much higher, and we need to do it. I mean, just to give you one example, if you're running, sometimes you get very tired. One reason is because you're doing anaerobic respiration. The aerobic respiration process is enough if you're not used to it, if you're not a conditioned athlete. The aerobic you're not your body isn't able to do aerobic respiration fast enough to get the energy to sustain your running, and therefore, as you're running, your body has to do some anaerobic respiration, which doesn't produce as much energy. It also builds up something called lactic acid, which is a byproduct of anaerobic respiration, which also causes certain symptoms of fatigue, muscle fatigue. It's also a reason why, by the way, when after you're running for a while, you get out of breath and you're kind of sucking in oxygen. It's kind of your system saying, "Hey, we need more oxygen. We need to do more aerobic respiration. This anaerobic respiration just isn't cutting it for us. We need to do more aerobic respiration. Hey, a respiratory system, get us some more oxygen." And that's why you go, you breathe very quickly because your body is kind of telling you, get in as much oxygen as possible. We need to do more aerobic respiration. Here, of course, are also ways in which just kind of processes by which these forms of respirations are done. Glycolysis is breaking down molecules in the aerobic and anaerobic respiration. The aerobic respiration is, notice, oxidation. That oxidation is the using of the oxygen in a mechanism by which to release the maximum possible amount of energy from each individual sugar or fat uh, or or protein molecule. By the way, there is even in aerobic respiration, there's an anaerobic phase. So you're actually, when you do aerobic respiration, you're doing anaerobic respiration to get the products that you need to do the aerobic respiration, and then you go ahead and do the aerobic respiration. This looks complicated, not so, but it's a lot less complicated than it looks. The metabolic factory, based on the idea of how you do your metabolism. Metabolism is just a word for all the life processes that the body does. So you've got your macronutrients. Remember your macronutrients being your energy-producing nutrients, the fats, carbohydrates, and proteins. They are stored in the individual cell. If your body has leftover, it converts it into fat and stores it as fat, as we all know, and then it is produced into the one of these processes: aerobic respiration, anaerobic respiration, phosphagen product, which I don't think human cells usually use. But either way, you get you get ATPs, and the output is ATPs. You're going to get, again, 36 molecules per, or 36 ATPs molecules per sugar molecule in aerobic respiration, only 2 in anaerobic respiration. I don't know exactly what the conversion ratio is in phosphagen, probably less than anaerobic respiration even. But either way, you get output that are ATPs, which are energy. Then you've got byproducts. You've got the waste products that the body doesn't need. You've got hydrogen, you've got carbon dioxide, and of course you've got water. Now, water can always be recycled. Water the body can always use. The water that your body doesn't use gets released when you gets released through your respiratory system or through sweating. Um, Again, sweating is also, of course, there's a purpose to it. Sweating is not just getting rid of wastewater. It's also cooling you down. But it also could be released when you breathe out, and of course, it also could be released through urine to the extent that your body doesn't need it. Then you have so all these things get released into the environment. Those are the byproducts of the sugar molecules or protein molecules or fat molecules undergoing aerobic respiration. But the main point, of course, of respiration is to generate the energy, which is to generate the ATPs. The differences between them, again, energy systems, we'll take one of the S's out over there. The phosphagen energy system uses a product called creatine, which is a nutrient that is also used by humans. In fact, some people take it as a supplement if you don't have any, because creatine does help with the respiratory process. You've got anaerobic respiration, which is used only on carbohydrates. It does not require oxygen. Again, it's not as efficient. It's also called anaerobic glycosis because it means breaking down sugar. Whenever you see the word gly, or it's similar to glucose, that also means sugar. Glycogen is, again, a compound involving sugar. Then you've got aerobic respiration, kind of repetitive over here. It involves all the macronutrients, proteins, carbohydrates, and fats, and it requires oxygen, and it also we've got the same diagrams. Again, these diagrams are pretty similar to the ones that we looked at before, where you are able to generate energy, generate ATPs through this system. And here's the example of what we discussed before, this idea of there being when a person is drawing heavily on energy through exercise, it's harder and harder to use the aerobic energy. First of all, you've only got a finite quantity of oxygen, and if you're in the middle of very heavy exercise, your body may not be able to use that oxygen to generate as much energy as you need to sustain that exercise. And second of all, it's a very slow process. The quickest process is phosphagen, and then anaerobic is a little bit slower, and aerobic's even slower. So if you're exercising now, if you're a conditioned athlete, you've actually the people who can run marathons, people who can run 5 miles without really huffing and puffing, and without stopping every few minutes to take a break, they've actually trained their system to do aerobic respiration while they're running. That's why they can do that. That's why they can run 26 miles without a break. Whereas somebody who's not as conditioned, if they're running a half a mile, they might have to stop and huff and puff because their body isn't able to generate the appropriate level of aerobic respiration in order to do what's necessary to keep up that level of exercise. But the point is that aerobic respiration is when you're sitting doing nothing, virtually all of the energy that you're getting comes from aerobic respiration. When you're doing a very high level of exercise, you're getting your energy from the less efficient mechanisms by which you can generate energy. Now we're going to move on to a discussion of carbohydrates and their role in nutrition and sports nutrition. Carbohydrates are an important source of energy for the body, maybe the single biggest source in most people's diets. I mean, definitely the single biggest source of calories in most people's diets. Low carbohydrate increase can result in muscle protein breakdown and loss of muscle mass. In other words, if you don't have enough carbohydrates, now thankfully most of us aren't in danger of not having enough carbohydrates, but then the body's got to get its energy from somewhere. Body takes carbohydrate molecules that you eat in bread or spaghetti or whatever, breaks them down into simple sugars, takes the polysaccharides, which means multiple sugars, and breaks them down into monosaccharides, which are single sugars like glucose, and uses that to produce energy. If you don't have that, well, then the body's got to figure something else out. Now, if there's fat stored up, the body can use the fat, of course. Otherwise, the body will have to use proteins, and unfortunately, proteins the body very often needs for other things. So if you don't have enough, if you don't eat enough carbohydrates, then the body can suffer and have to use other things that would be otherwise used for more important things, or I shouldn't say more important, but other things to use for energy breakdown. The process by which, again, I know I'm sorry, this is a very small diagram over here, but we've already kind of covered the process by which carbohydrates are turned into energy. We'll discuss a little bit more. Carbohydrates in general, one thing you'll notice about carbohydrates is they are in these forms of either pentagons or hexagons, and that's based on the number of carbons they have. Standard sugars that we think of, like glucose, have 6 carbons, and so therefore, when you're drawing them, they don't, look like hexagons in real life, but they're drawn in scientific literature as hexagons because they've got, I guess, six carbons scattered around the end. Although there's an oxygen here, but the point is there are also 5 carbon sugars. Just for example, ribose, which is a key ingredient in RNA, and deoxyribose, which is a key ingredient in DNA, are 5 carbon sugars instead of 6 carbon sugars. The point is, there's a certain number of carbons, then they have a lot of hydrogens, then they have some oxygens, as I mentioned before. Regular glucose is C6H12O6, 6 carbons, 12 hydrogen, and 6 oxygen per molecule. The thing that carbohydrates are produced, or sugars are produced, is by photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is the mechanism by which plants make their own food. Plants don't actually eat, except for some exceptions, like the Venus flytrap. But most plants don't eat. Most plants and trees, and leaves, they make their own food. They take sunlight. They take carbon dioxide that they get from the environment, they take water that they absorb through their roots, and they use those and establish a chemical reaction by which they create these sugar molecules. They also create oxygen as a waste product, and the oxygen is released to the environment. That's why, from an environmental perspective, having a lot of trees is a really good idea because they take in carbon dioxide, which we cannot breathe in, which doesn't really help us, or it's not useful to us, and they breathe out oxygen. It's the opposite of what we do. We breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. Plants, they don't really breathe, but they take in carbon dioxide and release oxygen. So that's why it's a good idea to have plants. But the way they do this is through a process called photosynthesis, whose input includes carbon dioxide and water, and outputs include sugar, which the plant then uses for energy, then uses for respiration, and oxygen, which it releases into the environment. In terms of classification of carbohydrates, there are simple carbohydrates. This is the diagram we had in the last slide. If you look over here, these are just some examples. There's sucrose, lactose. Sucrose is common table sugar. Lactose is sugar that's found in milk. Some people are lactose intolerant. There's maltose, which is a different type of sugar. Again, anything when you see OSE, it means sugar. And there's monosaccharides and disaccharides. Saccharide, SACCH, in science means having to do with sugar. In the old days, there used to be a sugar substitute called saccharin. Today, we don't really use that because it's been shown to cause, cancer and things like that. So we try to avoid that sort of thing. Instead, we use, Equal or Splenda, or Equals also had some negative results, but Splenda, stevia, and things like that. But anyway, those are also sugar substitutes. But the point is that saccharin or saccharide means sugar. So a monosaccharide is a molecule with 1 sugar. A disaccharide is a molecule with 2 sugars. Now the body will then take it. I think bread is very often made of disaccharides, or at least has disaccharides in it. The body will break it down into monosaccharides because the monosaccharides are what are going to be used to generate the ATPs in the process of respiration. Then there are more complicated carbohydrates. CHO in this case means carbohydrate. CHO because it stands for carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. Those are the 3 molecules that make up a carbohydrate. You have things that are oligosaccharides, which means relatively short chains. Oligo means a few, like an oligarch. An oligarchy is a government where you have only a few rulers. An oligopoly is where you have only a few companies in an industry. So oligosaccharides means you only have a few sugars in a chain, or you could have longer chains. Then there are various other types of carbohydrates. There's maltodextrin, which is sometimes used as a preservative, kind of a stabilizer in various starchy type dishes. There's corn syrup, which is, of course, sugar that is drawn from corn. There are polysaccharides, which are long chains. Again, you have the monosaccharides, that's one sugar molecule per at a time. Disaccharides, two. Oligosaccharides, which is 3 to 10. Over 10 is called a polysaccharide. Poly just means more than. Technically, it just means more than I think as long as it's more than one or two, it's considered a poly something like a polynomial or a polygon. But a polysaccharide means it has a whole bunch of sugars or in a complex starch chain. These are all called starches, and things that are considered regular sugars are not really considered starches, but bread, rice, spaghetti are full of polysaccharides. Those are considered starches. There's glycogen, again, which is the way starches are stored by the body. Fiber. Fiber is an important element of carbohydrates in which that the body needs to kind of help materials go through the system. Basically, if you have enough fiber, that kind of regulates your bowel movements. Sometimes people who are having constipation, they take fiber supplements. Like FiberCon, and I guess I'm sure there are many others that I'm not thinking of right now, but those can kind of help with the quote unquote roughage, which means the ability of the waste to go through the intestines and to appropriately regulate your digestion and excretion. Then you have the artificial sweeteners. Some of them are made from sugar extracts. Like I believe stevia is made from a sugar extract. It's actually made from sugar. Somehow they figure out a way to get rid of the calories. I don't know exactly how. Then of course there are other ones like equal and aspartame, which is NutraSweet, and of course saccharin, which doesn't exist anymore. When I was a kid, when you went to get a cup of coffee on the side, they had saccharin packets along with their sugar packets. Now they have then they changed it to the NutraSweet packets. Then they changed it to the equal packets, and now they have the Splenda packets or the stevia packets or whatever. But these are all just different ways of sweeteners without figuring out a way to not have calories in these things. To put it in a way that your body can't actually use it for energy. In the old days, of course, they wanted energy because the body needs energy. Today we have too much food, so we want to decrease the amount of food we consume. Why do we have carbohydrates? What do carbohydrates do? Well, they produce energy, unlike proteins, which do other things like help with amino acids and amino acid chains. Carbohydrates do one thing, and that's generate the energy. They have about 4 calories per gram, 4 kilocalories per gram. That's a food calorie. Again, and just to remind you, a calorie is a unit of energy. A calorie is not a physical thing that's swimming around in your bread that when you eat it, it makes you fat. A calorie is a unit of energy, it's specifically the unit of the amount of energy that it takes to heat up 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius. So it's not a lot of energy. A kilocalorie, which is a food calorie, is 1,000 calories, enough to to raise 100 grams by 10 degrees Celsius or whatever it is. That's a little more. Sugars or carbohydrates have 4 kilocalories per gram of carbohydrates. It's the primary source of energy from the body, and it is a metabolic primer for fat metabolism. The point is, this is the thing that gets your metabolism going. You need some starch. I'm not saying, of course, there's the Atkins diet, and you don't need that much starch. We all probably get more than, or many of us probably get more than we need, but it is something that does help. You eat a piece of bread in the morning, it does kind of get your metabolism going a little bit. That's one of the reasons why they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, because you want to actually eat something, and breakfast, and typically breakfast will usually contain at least some level of starches. Even something like a grapefruit, which is healthy and relatively low calorie, it still does contain sugars, and orange juice contains sugars, and toast contains sugars, and pancakes, waffles, and whatever else you're going to eat for breakfast, most of that stuff, maybe not eggs, but or meats, but most of the things you're going to eat for breakfast are probably going to have starches to one degree or another. Cereal. Catabolism is the breaking down of other types of molecules into energy. Like if you don't have energy stored fat or starch, then your body will have to go into the muscle and grab some of that and break that down. Obviously, you don't want that. Or go into the enzymes, go into, the amino acids that would otherwise be used for other things that you don't want. So if you have sufficient level of carbohydrates, then your body does not need to engage in catabolism. I'm sure it just if you want an interesting way to remember it, I'm not saying there's probably nothing to do with why it was named, but you can think of it as similar to cannibalism. You don't want to cannibalize the other resources in your body, so you want to be able to have enough sugar molecules or starch molecules to be able to have what you need to generate the energy that you need. Let's now take a look at the role of carbohydrates in maintaining health. So we all need carbohydrates, obviously. Carbohydrates is a major source of our diets, but there are good carbohydrates and there are less good carbohydrates. There's too much carbohydrates and there's too little carbohydrates, like kind of anything else. There are phytochemicals, which are antioxidants found in plants. These are things that enhance immune function. The point is, carbohydrates with these materials in them obviously can be healthy. Same is true with fiber, as I mentioned before. There's solube fire. Solube and insoluble simply means whether it's dissolvable or not, whether it dissolves in various in water or digestive juice or whatever you're referring to. So fiber can have benefits of lowering cholesterol. It adds bulk to intestinal contents, in other words, to allow feces to build up and pass through your intestines more easily. It decreases transit time of intestinal contents. That's why if a person is having constipation, they may take fiber, and it kind of helps the peristalsis. Peristalsis is the process by which uh, food is moved through the intestines and moved through the digestive system. And it also draws water into the intestinal contents, which also helps with constipation. One of the reasons why some people get constipated is because there's not enough water in their feces, and the body has a tough time moving it along. Well, if it draws water, if fiber draws water, it's going to help. It's going to help it move more easily. That's why if you have diarrhea or something like that, you don't necessarily want to take a lot of fiber because that's just going to make the diarrhea worse. It's going to draw more water to it. But if you're looking to avoid constipation or generally speaking, allow the free flow of food through your digestive system, fiber is a good idea. Fiber can also do a lot of other things: reduce the risk of heart attack by lowering the bad cholesterol, reduce the risk of cancer, improve weight management. Fiber can do a lot of wonderful things. So if you look at the side of the whatever the muffin or the bread that you're using, choosing high fiber, choosing high dietary fiber, especially soluble fiber, is very often a good idea. Just to give you an idea, a regular piece of bread may only have 1 or 2 grams of fiber, but if you have something that's high fiber, it may have like 8 or 10. Something like that is a high fiber food. If you have like I sometimes eat English muffins, regular English muffin is like 2 grams of fiber. The one that say high fiber are like 8 grams or 10 grams. So simple sugars, those are there are they cause dental problems, and they could of course cause weight gain by eating too much sugar. So that's one. It doesn't mean you shouldn't eat any sugar, but it does mean you want to kind of limit the amount of sugar that you're going to end up eating. The recommendation is 3 to 12 grams per kilogram of body weight. Person weighs 50 kilograms, a certain amount is recommended. The person weighs less, less is recommended. The more a person weighs, the more a person is going to need to eat in order to sustain that weight. And obviously, if you want to lose weight, then what you want to do is you want to eat less than this amount. Uh, says 45 to 65% of daily calories total, making it obviously the single biggest source in most people's diet. Some people can go as high as 75. Again, if for breakfast you have cereal and for lunch you have a sandwich and for supper you have spaghetti, that's a lot of carbohydrates. Most of your food is most of your calories are going to end up coming from carbohydrates in that way. Recommendations will change based on an athlete's training and a competition schedule. Sugars and carbohydrates, to a lesser extent, give you very quick energy. That's, as we saw before, they get absorbed into the bloodstream a lot sooner in the digestive process than fats and proteins do, which don't get absorbed until much lower in the low intestine. But for example, I think before the marathon they give everybody spaghetti, maybe the night before, maybe not right before. You don't want to get stomach cramps. You don't want to eat like the second before you start exercising. But eating a nice pasta meal 3-4 hours before before a big game or before a marathon or whatever it is might be a good idea because it gives you that energy. You don't want to eat too many carbohydrates on a normal basis, but if you need to generate enough energy for a specific activity, again, you don't want to do it right before because I mean, the main reason why you don't want to do it the right before exercising is because digestion takes a lot of energy, and if you eat a big meal, carb heavy meal, or especially a meat heavy meal, fat heavy meal, body's going to be spending a lot of energy to digest all this food. It's not going to have enough left over for you to really perform. You could also get stomach cramps if you, let's say, go swimming or go running too quickly after you eat. So that's something you want to watch out for. But if you eat something, let it digest for a few hours, and then go on your run, and then go on your swim, whatever it is. That's probably the ideal way of doing it because now you've got the energy that the body's able to produce, but your body isn't wasting a lot of energy on digestion. I mean, you may notice if you have a big meal, very often you get tired afterwards and you want to go to sleep. The reason is because the body is sitting there, the body needs a lot of energy to digest, and the body's using a lot of energy to digest your food. And you might want to people want to go to sleep. I'm not saying it's the best idea, but people want to go to lie down in order to give their body a chance to digest, and then 2-3 hours later, when you wake up, or or if you've worked through it, then later in the day, you feel better again. And the reason why you feel better is you're not really digesting. Your body's kind of used the energy that it needs to digest. It may take a while, but producing all these fluids, producing the glycogen, producing the insulin, producing the bile and the other things that the body needs, it has been done already. It's just now kind of winding its way through the small intestine, being absorbed into the bloodstream as needed. But in the meantime, and you have this energy, this newfound source of energy. So I guess maybe a bad time to exercise is right after you eat, but a great time to exercise would be 3-4 hours after you eat, something like that. Okay, so good carbohydrates include whole grains, vegetables and fruits, dairy and alternative products, beans, lentils, nuts, seeds, soy. These, again, sweets are the ones that cause the dental problems and give you the sugar rushes right away, but don't give you the lasting energy, whereas some of these others are recommended a little bit more. Glycemic index is a ranking of different types of foods, starches, based on how they affect blood sugar levels. This is especially important for diabetics who don't want to change their blood sugar levels drastically at any one given point. They want to, manage their blood sugar levels. So they want to use starch. First of all, they probably want to minimize their starch intakes in general, but especially they want to minimize their intakes of foods that change your blood sugar level quickly. Sugar, plain, sweet sugar, changes sugar level very quickly. It gives you a sugar high and then a sugar crash. You give it to if your kids get a big ice cream cone or a lollipop or whatever it is, they may be bouncing off the walls for half an hour, and then after a half an hour, they're like plop down on the couch and or want to take a nap. That's the sugar high and the sugar crash. You eat a lot of sugar, bang, the body gets all this energy. It's absorbed right away. It doesn't have to be broken down because it's already in monosaccharide form. The body can use it, and the body can grab it, and bang, 20 minutes later, you've got all this energy. But then once you finished it, it's gone, and then you get the sugar crash. The point is, so that's got a high glycemic index because that's gonna really affect the blood sugar level a lot. You eat an ice cream cone, or you eat a mound of sugar, a big candy, your sugar level is going to skyrocket. And that's really not good for a diabetic because you want to really manage the sugar level. So it's figured out based on the glycemic index of the food, whatever that happens to be, times the content that you have, divided by 100. That's just a mechanism by which to give it a number. How useful is it in sports nutrition? There's a lot of controversy about that. example of a paper here. Where's this from? This is from PubMed, I believe. Glycemic index in sports nutrition, a discussion of how important it is. I want to, kind of go through this a little bit. The use of the classification has been increasingly supported by science. Then they say, of course, maybe not, because of the impact on blood glucose and insulin responses. Of course, the body needs to generate the insulin in order to break down the sugar. The insulin, remember, is produced by the pancreas, and it breaks down the sugar that comes through the body. So it's been studied in sports nutrition. So glycemic index manipulation has been evaluated to improve the first and second phases of glycogen recovery, glycogen load, exercise metabolism, including rebound hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is when you don't have enough sugar. So when you eat a lot of sugar, then it's all digested, then your sugar level crashes, which is again not good for diabetics. Sometimes diabetics actually they get very tired because their blood sugar level becomes too low, and they have to eat a candy because they just need some sugar in order to counteract hypoglycemia. Again, diabetes is not just too much sugar in the bloodstream; it's also just failure to regulate the blood sugar level through the appropriate production of insulin when necessary. Somebody that's healthy is able to better store the sugar that it gets and not have too much of a sugar high and then not have too much of a sugar crash, whereas diabetics have trouble with that level maintenance. Then it says the results have been inconsistent with evidence of improved exercise performance in some studies, but not others. The point is that the overall idea of exactly what the glycemic index does when it comes to exercise, when it comes to sports nutrition, is not 100% clear, but there are certainly different types of foods that you would eat depending on GI is one way of measuring, what is this going to do to your sugar level. Very high glycemic index is going to make your sugar level skyrocket if maybe that's what you want. If you need energy right this second, you need to, I don't know, pick something up or move something or run a sprint or whatever it is. Maybe having a candy and then going 5 minutes later is a good idea. Whereas, if you want to be steady over the long time, then if you want to go to run a marathon, then having sugar right before that is not a good idea because you're gonna get your sugar crash after a little while. The process of metabolizing carbohydrates is simple cellular respiration. The carbohydrates are broken down into glucose through general digestion, and then they start the process of aerobic respiration. The first part, the anaerobic phase, produces pyruvate and lactic acid. If there's too much done, the lactic acid ends up building up in the muscles, which causes fatigue. You don't want that necessarily if you can avoid it. But then it is formed into the ATPs, the 36 ATPs. It's done using a chemical or a process called the chemical really, the acetyl CoA, which is again a molecule that participates in many chemical reactions in the body, and it really is designed to use the oxygen to generate more ATPs. You have a cycle over here. There's something called Krebs cycle, which we're not going to go into, a little bit beyond the scope of the course, and that eventually causes the ATPs to be produced. In terms of using carbohydrates as opposed to fats in exercise, notice that the energy contribution, as you're using more power and as you're using more energy, your body uses carbohydrates more than it uses fats. That's one reason why when you're doing a really intense exercise, it's a better idea to again, not right before, but as we discussed before, to have a meal heavy in carbohydrates rather than a meal that's heavy in fats. If you're just sitting around, the most efficient way to do it is fats, but of course you usually don't want that because if you're just sitting around and you're eating fats, usually you don't want the body to be doing it efficiently. You want the body to be using as much energy as possible. But eating when a person is stationary, when a person is not using a lot of power, when a person's all the way on this side of the chart, the body will be using fats to efficiently to produce the energy it needs for its normal metabolic processes. You can see over here also eating carbohydrates increases the amount of time that it will take to fatigue a person. Again, that doesn't mean a person that eats a lot of carbohydrates and becomes fat is going to have more staying power. We know that's not true. But from a general perspective, the carbohydrates have a longer staying power, longer ability to produce energy in people who are working out. It's something important to understand for sports nutrition, that carbohydrates can help somebody perform an activity that requires a lot of energy. So here are just some examples of what would help in terms of sports nutrition, in terms of competition. Before generally having a well-balanced diet with low fiber, carbohydrate-rich foods. Carbohydrate loading means, as again we discussed before, within a period of time between 4 and 24 hours before the competition, eating high carbohydrate, balanced, healthy meals. And then within the 4 hours before competition, either not eating at all, but if you're going to eat something, you want to eat something that's easily digested, something that has low fiber, because if again fiber is great for you, but it causes the body to spend a lot of energy in digestion, which is going to distract your body from the ability to produce enough energy to do a good job on the field, on the soccer field, or whatever it is. During competition, in other words, you could eat during. Very often, you don't eat during the game, but if you're running a marathon and you do, they give drinks to people on the side. The runners can reach out and get drinks and use them. Well, then the kinds of carbohydrates you want are simple sugars, glucose, fructose, starches, things like that. Very often, they have these sports drinks which have electrolytes, but they also have sugar, Gatorade, Powerade, that sort of thing, that gives you the energy burst. You're not worried about the sugar crash because the game will be over by the time you get the sugar crash. You'll be in the locker room afterwards and you're not worried about it. So if it's in the middle of a game and you're in the third quarter and you want a little energy, taking some Gatorade, helps you get some carbohydrates. It also helps you get electrolytes, which are salts, that you also need as well. And then again, we'll cover later. And then you can kind of eat them continuously, or you can take a sip of Gatorade every few minutes. When I'm playing tennis, sometimes, especially on a hot day, that's what I do. I have a Gatorade there, or Powerade, or whatever it is, and every game or two, I go and take a few sips just to kind of regulate the level of sugar and regulate the level of electrolytes that are in my body. After the competition, you do want to eat a little bit of carbohydrates in order to replenish the energy that was used, or the starches that were used during the game or during whatever activity you were doing. You don't want to put your body in a situation where it doesn't have the energy to do its normal metabolic functions. You can do it solid or liquids. Again, 1 to 2 grams per kilogram that you weigh. If you weigh 50 kilograms, so one fifth in 50 grams every hour for 4 hours post exercise. Again, this is not absolutely critical, but it does allow for optimal post exercise performance of your metabolism and your body's system. Next, I want to focus on fats. We just did carbohydrates, we'll do proteins later, and now let us look at fats, which of course are one of the three main macronutrients, or one of the three macronutrients they use for energy. Fats being the most efficient. Carbohydrates, we learned before, have about 4 calories per gram. Fat has about 9 calories per gram, so it has more than double the number of calories per gram as carbohydrates do. There are various types of fats. There's cholesterol, and you probably all heard these things because when you go and get blood tests, they tell you what your levels are of these things. Triglycerides, phospholipids. Lipids is another word for fat cells. Whenever you hear the word lipid or lipase or LIP in terms of nutrients, usually you're going to have something. It means it has something to do with fats. Phospholipids are lipids with phosphate groups on it, so it has phosphorus and oxygen along with some other things. But there are various types of lipids and various types of fats, and we're going to quickly discuss all of them. Fats, as you can see, generally speaking, are less dense than water. They're lighter than water, so that when you put fats, oils, gravy, whatever it is, into a cup with water, it's going to rise to the top and sit on top because they are less dense. First, we've got triglycerides. Triglycerides, like many other types of fats, is something that you need in your bloodstream to some extent. but you don't want to have too much of it. If your triglycerides are too high, obviously that could cause circulatory problems eventually. The energy reserve is 9 calories per gram, or 9 kilocalories, which means food calories. Remember, a food calorie is the same thing as a kilocalorie, which means 1,000 calories. And it provides protection, it provides insulation, it carries vitamins, it does good things, it provides energy, it does good things. Triglycerides, of course, just like most fats, you need them, you just don't want too much of them. I think the normal triglyceride level is about 160 or so, give or take. I don't remember the exact number, but it's something like that. Actually, 150. I just looked it up. Okay, 150 milligrams per deciliter. Again, milligrams is a thousandth of a gram. Deciliter is a thousandth of a liter. Same. So it's the same thing essentially as saying grams per liter. But either way, it's about 100. Lower than 150 is considered okay. If it's a little high, it's under 200. Over 200 is considered high for triglyceride level. Much higher than that, obviously, you want to do something like alter your diet or get some treatments or whatever it is. Fatty acids are acids that, of course, are made of fat molecules. Acid in general just means something that has a pH, or potential for hydrogen, below 7 is considered an acid. Again, we didn't get into that, but there's a scale of acid to base, which is the opposite of an acid, from 0 to 14. A 7 is neutral, like water is a 7, for example. Acid is less than 7, just to give you some examples. I think uh, orange juice is like a 4 or 5 or something like that. Hydrochloric acid is like a 1 or a 2, very, very strong acid. And then you have water, which is a 7. Then you've got bases, which are on the other side, like ammonia, which might be, an 11 or something like that. The point is, fatty acids have there are different groups in it. Over here, you got the methyl group and the carboxyl group. Carboxyl group you see in various types of acids is something with a carbon, 2 hydrogens, and an oxygen, and one of these little double bonds over here. It's not critical that you remember how all these things look, but just there are many different types of fatty acids, and these are some of the structures that are common in them. You got that signature carboxyl group that you're going to see a lot in various types of acids. That C with the double bond, that carbon with the double bond to the oxygen, and the single bond to the hydroxide. The hydroxide, the OH, I don't know if you can see it, it's kind of small over there, but that OH, which is a positive ion, is a classic, is a signature of a base, which means something that could get oxygen. An H, a hydrogen ion, is something that is signature of an acid. Like hydrochloric acid, for example, has a hydrogen and chlorine, and that's pretty much it. Just to go on a little bit of a tangent over here, the reason why it's called pH is pH stands for potential for hydrogen. Something that draws hydrogen to it it has a high pH. Something that doesn't draw hydrogen to it, something that wants to kind of give away its hydrogen, it has a very low pH. So acids that have hydrogen ions, has a very low potential for hydrogen because it wants to get rid of its hydrogen. Like hydrochloric acid has a hydrogen positive ion, just with the chlorine, so it doesn't want to draw any more hydrogen, so it's got a very low pH. Whereas things with the hydroxyl groups, the OH is something that wants to draw a second hydrogen in order to make water, so to speak. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's kind of just the very, very basic view. If you have an OH negative ion, an oxygen and a hydrogen, it wants to draw that second hydrogen to make water because water is a neutral substance, and so that's essentially the very, very, very short story of how pH works. But the point is that these are some of the chemistry underlying the fatty acid groups. Hydrogenation. You see a lot on packages of food, hydrogenated. Hydrogenated is something that is hydrogenated, something that has the addition of a hydrogen causes something called to be a trans fat. Trans fat is something that, again, from a health perspective, is worse than a non-trans fat. An unsaturated fat is, generally speaking, good for you, or relatively good for you. Too much in anything is not good. But a hydrogenated oil is something that's not good for you. Generally, again, in moderation, again, it's fine, but too much of it is not good. The way to tell in Real life is usually when you're talking about a hydrogenated oil stays at solid at room temperature, whereas an unsaturated fat is liquid at room temperature. Like an oil, like olive oil or canola oil, those are unsaturated fats. Whereas gravy, that when it's hot when you serve it, but then when you put it in the refrigerator overnight, it turns into solid. It turns into like a gooey solid. That is a hydrogenated. That's something that is a saturated fat. But anyway, these things that are hydrogenated, that are considered trans fats, increase the risk for heart disease, cholesterol levels, and generally speaking, are things you want to, really limit your intake of, if at all possible. Omega fatty acids, which again is something that you see on on product labels a lot, are things that are fats, but they're generally speaking good for you. They help the health. Omega 3, omega 6, omega 9. These are essential fatty acids, and these are things that you need. And the reason why is because they have these Eicosanoids are they're enzymes that they're types of enzymes that are built, obviously partially through amino acids, which are the building blocks of all proteins. Sorry, these eicosanoids, again, they come from unsaturated fats, from omega fats, and these are cells that help in signaling cells to do what they need to do to maintain consistency, to maintain what they call homeostasis. So these are things that, again, are going to be important to the overall health of the system. A phospholipid, as we discussed before, is a lipid, which means a fat, with a phosphorus group. Phosphorus is just something with phosphate and oxygen. Again, it may be too small for you to see over here. If I make it a little bigger, you can see this phosphate group over here is signalized by this P, this phosphorus, that is surrounded by a bunch of O's, surrounded by a bunch by oxygen. 1 second. And again, like many other types of specific fats and proteins, you do want some of these. Again, not too much, but you do need some of these. You can get them from egg yolks, soybeans, peanuts, other these types of sources of proteins, and they've got very important functions. They help they make up the cell membrane. Your body uses them. For each cell has to have a membrane to keep in unwanted things and to allow in things that are needed. And the body makes the cell membranes out of these types of fats. They're also emulsifiers, which means they help break down various types of food into mechanisms that can be, or into forms that can be used by the body, and they're transporters as well. Then you've got the sterols, the cholesterol being the most common sterol, which are, again, certain types of fats. But cholesterol, of course, is the main one. That's the one we're going to focus on. That's the one we're going to discuss over here. Cholesterol, when you hear the word, people think, oh, that's terrible. You don't want cholesterol. You do need some cholesterol, but there are different types of cholesterol. The main ones over here, this is the high density lipids, or excuse me, the high density lipoprotein is what it's called. Then there's LDL, low density lipoprotein, very low density lipoprotein. But either way, the HDL is actually good for you, and LDL is not good for you. You want to try to have as much HDL as possible and as low LDL as possible. And you want as low a ratio as possible between them. I think LDL, the norm is 150 or less, I believe, or maybe it's 100 or less. I don't remember the exact number. Then yeah, I think it's 100 or less is what you want. Up to 150, I think, is considered a little high. Over 150 is considered very high. For HDL, here you want as much as possible, and I think 50 is considered good, and under 50 is considered less good, and the higher it is, the better you are. Um, as far as a ratio goes, the ratio between HDL and LDL, I think if LDL and HDL, excuse me, 3 to 1, I think is considered good. Under three to one, you want as low a ratio as possible because the LDL is on top. So I think under 3 to 1 is considered good. 3 to 1 to 5 to 1 is considered not so great, and over 5 to 1 is considered problematic, and they might put you on Lipitor or Crestor or one of these cholesterol medications if your ratio is 5 to 1. Overall cholesterol, also they report, of course, under 200 is considered normal, I think, for the most part. Over 200 is where you start getting into problems. In terms of daily fat intake recommendations, there are all these types of macronutrients. You've got these recommendations. 20 to 35% of total calories. At least that what they try to do, they tell you what they recommend is to get set different types of unsaturated fat. Polyunsaturated again, them and monounsaturated. Those are both unsaturated. Just poly means two chains, mono means one chain, as we've seen before. Poly means multiple, mono means one. So 25 to 35% of total calories, 20 to 35% of total calories can be from fat according to these recommendations, but they recommend all for them to all be unsaturated, things like peanuts and oils and olive oil, things like that, which are considered healthy fats, as opposed to like really thick gravy and things like that, which are saturated or trans fats, which it doesn't mean you can't have any, but you want to try to avoid as much as possible. So that then they, of course, you can also look at also omega-3 fatty acids, omega-6 fatty acids. These are all things that you want. You want some people even take supplements sometimes for omega-6 or omega-3 fatty acids. Certain types of fish have omega fatty acids. People do that because they want to supplement it. Though taking those things and getting more omega fatty acids help increases people's good cholesterol, the HDL, and of course also then makes the ratio between LDL and HDL better. The breakdown of fats is very similar to the breakdown of carbohydrates. You have the acetyl, CoA, which we saw by the carbohydrates as well, and they are broken down through respiration and they form ATPs as well. And they are more efficient than carbohydrates. Carbohydrates can produce only 4 calories per gram, whereas fats can produce 9 calories per gram. What about for sporting activities? What are some of the recommendations that are relevant for fats when you're talking about sporting activities? Well, before the exercise, the recommendation is essentially to keep them to a minimum. Um, you know, the best way to prepare, as we discussed before, is something like a starch, which gives you energy relatively quickly. Fats take a long time to digest. You eat a big fatty meal, you may be still kind of sluggish hours later because your body's still digesting it. It may take days even for the digestion of fat to be complete. Um, Even eating during, the recommendation over here is to avoid fats during exercise as well. And after exercise, well, then, you do pretty much what you think, you do pretty much what your normal diet would be. In fact, they even put in carbohydrates should predominate, carbohydrates and proteins after exercise as well. In general, the theme of this chart is that when you're talking about sports nutrition, getting your calories from proteins and starches are usually a better idea than getting them from fats. It doesn't mean you can't get any fats, obviously, but getting them from fats is not usually recommended over here in most cases when you're talking about for sports or athletics of any kind. Now we are going to look at the third of our macronutrients, and that is protein. Notice protein has one atom that was missing in our other ones, and that is the nitrogen. Notice the C and the H were both in fats and carbohydrates. The O's, the oxygens, were in carbohydrates as well, not necessarily in fats. But then you've got the nitrogen, which is the signature atom of the signature additional atom of the nitrogen. And notice that I'm sorry, of the proteins. Proteins have the carboxyl group, the signature C double bonded with the O, and then the hydroxyl group over here, the OH, is this is the carboxyl group which you have in amino acids and you have in proteins. Amino acids, of course, being the building blocks of proteins. There are many different types. There are peptide chains, bipeptide chains. Whenever you hear the word peptide, that means something to do with a protein molecule. And there are various types of proteins, various types of amino acids that are throughout your body. Now, in addition to establishing a source of energy like fats and carbohydrates, proteins, of course, also do other things like helping to build amino acids, which help to build enzymes and do a lot of other things for the body. That's why people say, a high protein diet is a good idea. Now, there may be other reasons as well, but the idea is that if you only ate proteins, you probably could be fine. And I don't know if you necessarily suffer from malnutrition if you only ate proteins and didn't, for example, eat fats. But if you only ate fats and you didn't eat protein, you'd get enough energy, but you would not have these certain types of amino acids that your body needs in order to function. Protein structure, again, there are lots of different types of protein structures: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Tertiary means a third level, secondary means a second level, primary means a first level. And you can see the primary structure of this protein. I know it's a little small, so you might not be able to see the diagram. Is its sequence of amino acids. Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins, and certainly a whole bunch of proteins that are next to each other make up a peptide sequence, make up a protein. That's the primary structure. Then the secondary structure is the kind of the three-dimensional grouping of all these amino acids. The coiling or folding of the polypeptide chains. Again, peptide meaning protein, poly meaning multiple. We've seen the word poly a few times before. So a polypeptide chain simply means a lot of protein molecules that are in a chain. So how they coil and how they are kind of structured in three-dimension is the secondary structure. Then the tertiary structure is the three-dimensional shape caused by the interactions among the different types of groups. Again, you get more and more complex. You even have a quaternary structure, which means a fourth level structure. Again, this is just the discussion of how the proteins are positioned in the body. It's not critical to memorize this, obviously, but just there are different levels of protein structure that you can look at when you're talking about when you're trying to figure out how much of a protein how proteins are designed in the body. Proteins are classified, in other words, they're grouped based on how many amino acids, what they're made out of, the composition. In other words, some of them have carboxyl groups, some of them don't have carboxyl groups, different levels of different numbers of nitrogens, different numbers of oxygens, different numbers of carbons, etc. Complementing proteins, quality, all these things are what protein is based on. And there are 20 different types of amino acids. Some of them are essential, which means you need in order to carry out your normal bodily functions. Some of them are not essential. Some of them are conditionally essential, that you may need them sometimes. These different types of amino acids, these 9 amino acids, you have to get from your diet, which means, and that's, by the way, one good reason why it's good to have many different sources of protein. There's eggs, for example, give you protein. If you only got your protein from eggs, you might get a lot of protein, you might get enough protein. Aside from the fact that it might be bad from your cholesterol, you might not get the variety of amino acids. Getting all your carbohydrates, for example, from bread might not be the end of the world. As long as it's whole wheat bread or something like that, that's probably better than getting some protein, some carbohydrates from bread and some from spaghetti and some from sugar. That's fine. Nothing wrong with nothing. You don't need a variety of different types of starches. You don't need a variety of different types of fats. Although it's good to have, let's say, omega-3s and things like that. But amino acids, on the other hand, proteins, on the other hand, you do want from many different sources because different sources have different types of amino acids, and you need to get all the amino acids that you need for your bodily functions, essentially from your diet or from supplements, which we'll see a little bit later on what they do. Proteins do a lot of things. They build tissues. Tissues are the things that are groups of cells that help build organs. They help cell functioning with enzymes, with which we've discussed many times, which allow the body functions. Body functioning through hormones. Hormones are secretions that are sent throughout the body to do things like saliva is a hormone. Insulin is a hormone. Bile, I guess you can call a hormone. There's the pituitary gland, which secretes different types of hormones. There are lots of hormones that you use throughout the body. Testosterone and estrogen are gender-based hormones, of course. Immune function, eating enough protein is good for your immune system. Fluid balance, to make sure that your fluid levels are right. Acid-base balance, energy source, cellular signaling, transport. Proteins do a lot of things, which is why it's a good idea to eat a lot of protein, which is why your mother said that don't eat just the spaghetti, also eat the meatballs, or also eat the chicken, or also eat the fish, or whatever it is, because proteins are necessary. You don't just want to get your diet from fats or starches. How much do you need? Well, the USRDA, the recommended daily allowance is 0.8 gram, 4/5 of a gram of protein per kilogram of body weight. So if you weigh 75 kilograms, or let's say that would be then 4/5 of that. So they would recommend 60 grams of protein. 60 grams of protein is a lot. I don't know if you necessarily most people have that level of protein in a given day, but that's the recommended daily allowance. Certainly, people who eat a lot of meat or a lot of fish or a lot of eggs probably do meet that, but that is the recommended. The acceptable distribution range is 10 to 35% of your total calories. Proteins are about 4 calories per gram, so if you have 60 grams of protein, that's 240 calories. 240 calories is, I guess, not that much. 240 calories is probably about 10% of the average person's calories in a given day. Person has 120 grams of protein, that may be 20% of the average protein in a given day. But you want to have at least 10% of your caloric intake being from protein. That's probably where where the 60 grams come from, because 60 grams is about 240 calories. 240 calories is about 10% of the amount that an average person should get in a day. So that's basically where it comes from. Uh, so the current recommendations for protein for athletes, people who need, who need more metabolic processes more frequently, is more than that. 1.2 to 2 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. So if an athlete weighs 75 kilograms, which is about 170 pounds, so you're talking about roughly 1.2. It's 7 times 1, 75 to 1.2 is 90 to 150 grams of protein per day, which is obviously a lot. But many athletes get most of their calories from protein. They drink these protein shakes. These protein shakes could have 20 grams of protein easily. Even the over-the-counter ones, the real high protein shakes might have more. But you get these like protein bars in the store. Very often, if you look on the side, though, they might have 20 grams of protein in a protein bar. If you have, I don't know what eggs have or meat has. Okay, so according to Google, meat is about 7 grams per ounce. That's a fair amount. So if you have a nice 6-ounce steak, that's about 40, 42, 43, something like that, 45 grams of protein. So one steak is getting you most of the recommended amount of protein. Let's say an egg, for example, an egg is 6 grams of protein for an egg. So you'd have to eat a lot of eggs. You'd have to eat 10 eggs, which you don't want to do in a given day, to get the amount in a day. If you're talking about fish, for example, fish would be about 39 grams of protein for a half a fillet of salmon. Wow, that's a lot. Let's see, tuna is pretty high in. Anchovies have like 50. Yeah, so fish actually has very high amount of protein. So if you do want to have a lot of proteins, that could be a good source. What are the in the factors that influence the amount of protein you need? Different people have different things. How much energy do you intake? The more calories you have, the more protein you want, because you want that 10 to 35% of it to be from protein. Desire to lose or gain weight. Again, the Atkins diet has most of your energy from protein, but still, if you're not on the Atkins diet, you don't want to eat too many proteins, because proteins have calories. Like water doesn't have calories, but the more proteins you eat, if you keep up the rest of your diet constant, you're going to gain weight if you eat a lot of fish or a lot of meat, unless you cut out some other part of your diet. Carbohydrate availability. Obviously, if you don't have carbohydrates available, which is unusual, but then you need more protein to generate the energy you need. Exercise intensity and duration. The more exercise you do, the more protein you want, because the more metabolic processes you are carrying out. Training and fitness level. Again, athletes, people in high levels of fitness, people who work out a lot. You want to increase your protein. Dietary protein quality. Obviously, you want to have different types of proteins. You want to have healthy proteins more so. Let's say meat is maybe a fattier source of protein, whereas chicken and fish are healthier, more lean. Age also matters. As you get older, you want to make sure you have a good. You want to be even more careful to have a better protein balance. And injury status of rehabilitation. Again, if you are rehabilitating from something, if you're rehabilitating from an illness or something like that, you do want protein, because again, you just need that extra protein to make sure you have all the amino acids that are necessary to balance your body and do everything necessary. Here are some examples of protein sources. Certain types of nuts. Let's see. I see some walnuts over there. I see pecans. Some other types of nuts. There's meats. There's eggs, cheese. These are all good sources of protein. Not that thingamabob. I don't know what that is. It's I guess little leaves or parsley or whatever it is. That doesn't have protein. I guess that's just part of the serving. What about protein supplements? In other words, you go to the store and you buy these protein shakes or these protein bars. Do you need those things, and should you have them? Should you bother with them? Just because something is protein doesn't mean you need it, doesn't even necessarily mean it's healthy. You see on commercials, oh, this has a zillion grams of protein. That's great, but you might not need it. It might not be healthy. It might not be worth it. What's the quality of protein or amino acid in the product? How many different types of amino acids does it have? If you take a protein supplement that got 6 different kinds of essential amino acids, that's a lot better than if it only has one kind of essential amino acid. Is it necessary? Just because it has protein in it doesn't mean you have to start eating protein shakes. If you're just a regular person living a regular life, you're probably not going to need protein shakes. You probably get enough protein just by eating your normal fish and eggs and cheese or whatever. Um, On the other hand, if you're an athlete in training, you want to build muscles. People who, for example, are bodybuilders, they drink these protein shakes because they need a lot of protein to generate the kind of muscle that they need to really be bodybuilders. What's the cost? Obviously, if it's not necessary, there's no point in spending the money. Will it enhance performance? And does the supplement have any harmful effects? There could be some supplements with side effects. Some of them are basically just designer candy bars, like these protein bars, like they taste like chocolate bars, which they are chocolate bars essentially, and they have 15 grams of protein, but they also have 3, 4, 500 calories, and they really don't do that much for you. And they're just they instead of selling it as a candy bar, they sell it as a protein bar, and they charge 3 times as much, and people think it's a healthy thing to eat, like a big chocolate protein bar, like a brownie bar that says if it said brownie bar on the side, you'd think it's unhealthy. If it says protein bar on the side, so you think it has to be healthy. It says protein bar. And then you pay 3 times as much and eat it even though that you wouldn't want to because you think it's healthy. That's not the way it works. Just because something has a lot of protein in it doesn't mean it's a good idea to eat it. You got to think of, okay, what kind of proteins? Do I really need more proteins? Maybe I'm getting enough proteins anyway. Do I want the extra 3 or 400 calories? These are the sorts of things that you got to think about before you necessarily eat something just because it's got protein. In terms of training, again, in terms of sports nutrition, similar to carbohydrates, 4 to 24 hours prior to exercise, you want high carbohydrate meals again because those things are readily convertible and digestible into energy. Remember, protein, as we saw a little while ago, proteins and fats take longer to digest, and therefore, when you're talking about immediate or in the short term, amount of energy you'd rather have high carbohydrate diets 1 to 4 hours, in other words right before the competition, right before the marathon. If you're going to eat something, it should probably be the carbohydrates again, because those, if you're going to eat a lot of protein 1 hour before the marathon, your body's still going to be digesting the food while you're running the marathon. You don't want that. You don't want the body spending all of its energy on digestion when you need the energy to respirate the energy necessary. It could take several hours or even days to digest things like fats and proteins. Small amounts of proteins are fine. You don't want large amounts of proteins that your body's not going to be able to digest. And you want lean sources of protein because you don't want fatty foods. Fatty foods take a lot of energy for your body to digest. You eat a real fatty meal, you're going to be tired for the next few hours because your body's going to be busy digesting it. So you don't want it. So if you're going to eat something before you go out for a run, before you go out for a marathon, before you go out for a game or whatever it is, you want some protein, that's fine. A little bit of fish, a little bit of chicken, something like that. Eating a very heavy steak is probably, wait for after the marathon and then have the steak. During competition, it can serve as an energy source, which is fine. But again, you don't necessarily need it. During exercise is questionable. You're probably better off with quick fixes, quick carbohydrates. There is some support for certain types of amino acids during competition. Again, it's not 100% clear. After competition, now all of a sudden you do want to eat some amino acids because now the energy is already expended and your body has done a lot of metabolic processes. The body's done a lot of respiration. The body's done a lot of enzyme activity during the exercise. And now you need to replenish that material for the body so that it can continue to generate the normal life processes that you need. And so then going ahead and eating 15, 25 grams of protein, which is essentially one meal's worth. I think, again, that's like a 3 ounces of meat, which is not that much, or 4 eggs, which is a lot, but people don't get eggs, obviously aren't that big a source of protein. Essential amino acids are the key. You want to eat something with a variety of amino acids. I don't know if people necessarily want to do this, but having a little bit of meat and a little bit of chicken, a little bit of fish, and a little bit of egg, and a little bit of nuts, that would probably be ideal to get it from a lot of different sources. And it should be consumed as soon as possible after competition. Again, it really depends on how much of an. If you just went for a 20-minute jog, it doesn't mean that you need to load up on protein. But if you ran a marathon and your body just spent a lot of energy on metabolic processes, getting a little bit of protein in there to replenish your body and allow everything to rebuild your muscle mass could be a really good idea. Now let us move to some of the other molecules and the other nutrients. We did the macronutrients, which are carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, and now we're going to move to vitamins, minerals, water, other things like that. Let's first take a look at vitamins. Now we got two different types of vitamins, as you've probably heard of lots of different types of vitamins, but some of them are water soluble, which means they dissolve in water, and some of them are fat soluble, which means they do not dissolve in water. The difference is they can both be important. Both types of vitamins can be very important. Some examples of water-soluble molecules are vitamin B, vitamin C. There are different types of vitamin B. There's vitamin B6, vitamin B12. But the point is all of those are water-soluble. They dissolve in water. They're transported easily. They can be excreted in urine because they can be dissolved in water and go and moved into the urine, and therefore there's a low potential for toxicity, which means you're not going to overdose on vitamin C. It's possible theoretically, but but it's much less likely. So if your body has too much vitamin C, all right, it'll leave the body in your urine. On the other hand, there are some other types of vitamins, A, D, E, K, among others, that these are important, very important for the body, especially vitamin D, which is really good for the immune system. But it can be stored in fatty tissues in the body, and therefore it can build up in the body much more easily. It can't be released in urine so easily. So there is much higher potential for too much of it to get stored in the body, and therefore there is a higher potential for toxicity. People do well, like if you take a lot of vitamin D supplements, like people during the COVID epidemic, like me for example, are taking vitamin D supplements. Well, then when you do get your vitamin D levels checked, when you get your blood test, you want to get your vitamin D levels checked to make sure that you don't have too much vitamin D sitting in your bloodstream. So again, just the difference between two different types of vitamins. There are lots of different types of vitamins. Here's a chart. Here's some example in terms of what they do. Vitamins can produce energy, or help you produce energy. That's this column: thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, et cetera, B6. Nervous system function, helping to increase the movement of nerve messages throughout the body. B6, folate, B12. We got helping the blood, which is vitamin K, vitamin B6. We got the immune system function, in other words, helping to knock out the viruses. We got A, D, B, and C. All those things, vitamin A, vitamin B, vitamin C, and vitamin D all help with immune system functions, etc. Again, I don't necessarily have to go through these, but you can see that different vitamins do different things in terms of they help with growth and development. Vision, vitamin A, they say that's what carrots, for example, have vitamin A, so that's why they say that carrots can be good for your vision. Helping with bone density. Calcium, which is not on this list over here, that's a mineral, not a vitamin, but things like vitamin D and vitamin K, things that are fortified with calcium, very often also have vitamin D. Very often, if you go to the supermarket, you'll see on the milk where it says calcium fortified, it'll say good source of calcium and vitamin D. They both help with bone functioning. Antioxidant, which we'll discuss a little bit later on, which essentially avoids or is helpful in avoiding the deterioration of food in the body or stored food in the body. Cardiovascular health, you got B6, folate, B12, various different types of vitamins help with all these things. Getting a wide variety of vitamins is good for lots of different systems in your body, as you can see. We got carotenoids and we have antioxidants. Both of these are found in various vitamins. Carotenoids are compounds found in plants. There's also antioxidants, which are also found in plants and certain other things. They can also help as antioxidants. They can help with immune function. There's no specific rule in terms of how many of these you should have in a day, but you can make sure that you get enough of these and different types of vitamins by eating enough different types of fruits and vegetables in a given day. If you eat five to nine servings of fruit and vegetables in a day and eat different types of fruits and vegetables, colorful ones, or drinking fruit and vegetable juice, these are all things that can help you make sure that you have enough of these, which includes antioxidants. One thing that antioxidants do is that they counteract the deterioration of food. And the problem with deterioration of food is that they cause these things called free radicals, which are essentially unbound electrons to break free of whatever food molecules they were part of, and they could actually harm cells. These free radicals are bad things, or things that you don't want. These are things that are in just on a molecular level. It's not a chemistry course, but on a molecular level, molecules have, or atoms have, protons and electrons. Protons are positively charged and electrons are negatively charged. And having a positively something that has a different number of electrons than protons, is an unstable atom. It may combine with another atom, but the thing is, these things that are, if food molecules deteriorate and you have all these unbalanced particles that are floating around, that's not good. And antioxidants help neutralize these free radicals. Phytochemicals, both carotenoids and antioxidants are both examples. Phytochemicals are chemical substances from plants. There are about 50 phytochemicals consumed in a typical diet. These are some examples. Having enough um, plant materials. That's why eating vegetables is a good idea. It's one of the reasons why eating vegetables is a good idea. It also fills you up, doesn't have a lot of calories, contains water, contains a lot of things, contains vitamins, contains minerals. But plant materials are really good for you. That's why having a salad is a really good idea. Increasing your phytochemical intake, you can also do it through supplements. By the way, there's a supplement that I have on my desk right now, because again, I'm recording during the COVID epidemic, and so I'm taking various supplements to try to make sure, well, to do what I can to try to defend myself against COVID. And one of the things I'm taking is called quercetin, and quercetin, I think, let me grab the bottle over here. This is all based on plant materials. Vegetable cellulose, magnesium citrate, and whatever. Anyway, the point is that what this is, it's really kind of uh, various materials that are found in plants that are supposed to be good for antioxidant purposes and good for a variety of other purposes that we've been discussing, in order to help immune function and things like that. So in order to uh, increase your plant intake, well, you can keep berries or grapes washed and ready for snacks. And again, this means that you don't have to necessarily keep them washed, but you got that at least that will help you be more likely to eat them if they're sitting around, rather than when every time you want some grapes you have to go wash them. But the point is, grapes are good. Grapes, if you think about a grape is mostly the peel, and a lot of these fruits and vegetables, the healthful part is the peel. Even a potato, which is very starchy and it can make potato chips. The healthiest part of the potato is the peel. So of course, what do? We take off the peel and slice them up and fry them and call them potato chips or French fries. So that's really not a very smart thing to do with a potato, because the healthiest part is the peel. But that, unfortunately, is what we do as a society. The point, but grapes are, half the grape is the peel. So and berries, most of the berry is the peel. Tomato sauces are healthy. Again, they are obviously based on tomatoes. Nuts and seeds, soy milk instead of dairy milk, again because soy is based on plants. These are just tips for increasing the amount of plant materials that you eat. Complement all meals with fruits and vegetables, or use whole grain foods more often than processed grains. The difference between whole grain and not whole grain, or is basically between whole wheat and white bread. Whole wheat bread and white bread is the white bread doesn't use the outer components of the of the wheat particle of the wheat grain, and so that it doesn't contain. It's kind of like the analogous to the peel of the fruits that contains a lot of these nutrients. And using things like using whole grains, whole wheat bread, and whole grains in general, whole grain pasta, whatever it is healthier. It may not taste quite as good, but it's healthier than eating just white bread or white pasta. Minerals are similar to zinc in, I'm sorry, excuse me, minerals, zinc is a mineral. The minerals are similar to vitamins in that they are not macronutrients. They're not things that directly give you energy. They're not something that the body can break down into energy. They are typically metals, not all, but they're typically metals, different, and of course you get them in very, very small amounts. You can't just swallow a penny and your body's not going to be able to break it down. That would be too much copper anyway, but the body wouldn't be able to break it down, although I don't know, pennies I think are only partially made of copper these days, only the outer part. Whatever. The point is that eating a piece of iron is not going to be a substitute for getting iron in your diet. Major minerals are things that you need more than 100 milligrams. Remember, these are tiny amounts. One penny again is several grams, whereas you're talking about 100 milligrams. There's 1,000 milligrams to a gram. So even major minerals, you need 1/10 of a gram or less. And of course, you need it in a way that your body can break it down. Swallowing a penny is your body doesn't have a mechanism by which to break it down and use it. Some examples: sodium, potassium, calcium. These are all things that are metals. If you look on the periodic table, sodium is Na, that's number 11. Potassium is K, that's number, I think, 17. Calcium is, what is it, Ca, I think. What is that? What's calcium? Calcium's number 4, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that no, I don't know. What the point? It's a metal. These are all metals. Iron, zinc, chromium. These are all metals. These are all things that your body needs trace amounts of in your diets. And just like vitamins, there are a lot of things that they do. Some of them are good for immune function, like chlorine, iron, and zinc. Some of them are good for your blood function, like calcium, magnesium. Bone function, calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and fluoride. Fluoride is also good for your teeth. I guess there's no teeth over here. I guess that comes under the category of bones. In the old days, when people used to drink tap water. Today, people don't drink tap water. When I was a kid, if you wanted a cup of water, you went to the sink and you took a cup and you took a cup of water and you drank it. Today, of course, you have to have Poland Spring, or it has to be quadruple filtered, or it has to be this, has to be fancy water in order to drink it. But anyway, New York City, I don't know if they still do, but for a while they were putting fluoride in their water, and because they say because of that, people had better teeth. People required less dentistry because of the fact that the water that they ate had fluoride in it. Today, maybe that's true also, because even though you don't eat necessarily tap water on a regular basis, but you still use things that are made from tap water. Your hot water from in your coffee may come from tap water, or soup may come from tap water. But anyway, so those are things that still. So if there's fluoride in the water, that can actually help with your teeth. There are lots of other things you can see over here, just like the vitamins chart. You don't have to memorize this necessarily, but just realize that there are a lot of different minerals, and they can help with a lot of different functions. Iron is an example of a mineral, and it's an example of something that you want to make sure you have enough of. Uh, Athletes can be at increased risk for iron deficiencies. Number one, based on low dietary intake. Maybe they're athletes and they don't want to get overweight, and therefore they don't eat enough. Uh, Foods that contain iron. Foods that contain iron, I believe, generally speaking, are fairly fatty foods. Red meat, liver, things like that. Although there are other things that also contain iron. Believe it or not, I think spinach contains iron. Beans contain iron, so you could actually get iron without meat. But things like liver and meat are very high in iron. That's just one way of getting it. And people who don't want to get overweight very often don't eat that much of those things. Increased demand for hemoglobin and myoglobin due to training and sport. Hemoglobin is the substance that makes your blood red, that transports oxygen throughout the body. Now, when an athlete is running or playing or exercising, working out, lifting weights, or whatever it is, they need a lot of energy. They need a lot of energy, and then that means they need a lot of individual respiration events. Now, respiration requires oxygen. So the body, the hemoglobin in the body, have to carry oxygen all throughout the body. That taxes the ability of your bloodstream to get materials to get glucose molecules where they need to go, and so therefore you need more iron because that helps regenerate the hemoglobin that is necessary to get the oxygen around to the various cells that you need it. Lost through sweat, lost through what's called hemolysis, which means the breaking down or the falling apart of red blood cells. Hemo again from that word hemoglobin. Hemo meaning red blood cells. Hemolysis, lysis means to break down. Like hydrolysis means breaking down something with water. There are lots of different. You see this word a lot. Lysis in life processes means breaking apart. So hemolysis means the breaking apart of individual blood cells. That could be because energy that's being used and the necessity of this move. The athletes are at higher risk for more hemolysis, more breaking down of blood cells, which means they need more iron to keep the blood cells healthy. Next is another nutrient that is not a macronutrient, but maybe the most important nutrient of all, and that's the one we get by far the most of and need by far the most of, and that is water. Arguably the most essential nutrient, probably not even arguably, because it is by far the thing that contains most, that we have most in our bodies, that we take in the most of, that we use the most of, etc. Restriction can lead to death in days. In other words, you can go without food for perhaps weeks and still survive, although maybe get lasting effects. But when it comes to water, basically you need, if 3 or 4 days without drinking is going to be too much for most people. Constitutes most of a person's body weight. In terms of where the water is in your body, there's intracellular, in other words, in the individual cells, and there's extracellular, which means in the bloodstream and in the organs and in the other parts of the body. Intracellular, inside a cell. Again, we're not going to go too much into it because this is not really a biology course, but within the cell, you have the nucleus in the middle, you've got the cytoplasm, which swims around, and all the little organelles, which are the parts of the cells, are kind of swimming around in there. And that cytoplasm is made primarily or mostly of water. Within the cell itself, there's a lot of water. There's also water within the plasma in your blood, for example. The reason why your blood is liquid is not because of the white blood cells, not because of the red blood cells, not because of the platelets. The other things that actually do the things that the blood is good for, things like fighting off infection and moving oxygen around. Those are all things that are blood's function, but the reason why blood can flow through your veins is because of the plasma, and the blood plasma, of course, is mainly consisting of water. Water is pretty much everything, takes care or assists in everything that we do, all of our life processes, our nutrition, our digestion, our respiration, excretion, etc., etc., etc. It's all based to one degree or another on water. How do we get our water? Most of our water we get from drinking, and some of our water we get from metabolism. Now, respiration, if you'll recall, is the breaking down of glucose or amino acids or fat molecules, lipids, and generating energy from them. The process by which that is done, the metabolic processes cause or aerobic respiration causes water as a waste product. So our normal byproduct of our normal lives, of our normal respiration, which we do constantly in order to generate the energy that we need to survive, water is a waste product. So we do get some water from that, but of course we also need energy. We also need a lot of the water that we drink. Just the metabolic processes of breaking down the sugar wouldn't be enough to allow us to survive. Water does a lot of things. It provides the cell structure, like I said, the cytoplasm, which is the basis of the cell, where all the organelles are swimming around, is made mostly of water. It is a reactive medium. Water is one of the great solvents of any substance. Take, for example, the simplest example I can think of is salt water. You take water, you take salt, you pour the salt in the water. What happens? The thing breaks down right away. You stir it around a little bit and bang, you've got salt water. There's nothing Much more complicated that you have to do. Now, not everything absorb, not some things dissolve better than others. Sugar, for example, also dissolves in water, but not as efficiently. You dump a lot of salt into water, it becomes salt water pretty much instantly. Whereas sugar, some of it's going to dissolve, and some of it's going to like kind of stick at the bottom. Like when I was a kid, we used to make like this iced tea with sugar, and so you'd put it in water and you'd mix it around. And of course, the problem is that not all the sugar gets dissolved in the water, and so you have kind of iced tea, but you also have kind of like a thin layer of sugar in the bottom of the cup. Today, I don't know if they do that as much, but the point is that that was because it's not that sugar doesn't dissolve in water. Sugar does dissolve in water, especially hot water, because chemical reactions tend to happen more efficiently at higher temperatures. But almost all things eventually will dissolve in water. The famous idea where a stone can get worn away, rocks can get worn away by flowing water over the course of days or weeks or years or centuries or millennia or whatever it is. The Colorado River can over the course of many millennia can cause the Grand Canyon to be established. So water is a universal solvent, and the body uses it to facilitate reactions. Remember, enzymes and metabolic processes in the body are partially about breaking down substances to the ability to use them, and having a solvent like water all over the body helps facilitate that sort of process where things get broken down and then rebuilt by the enzymes and the mechanism by which they can do that. It provides for cooling. When a person sweats, of course, that is a mechanism by which the person is cooling off his or her skin. And within the body as well, water in general is a cooling agent. Again, a little bit complex as to why that is. The simplest way to explain it is that if you come in on a hot day and you're sweating, if you splash even warm water in your face, I don't mean boiling water, but if you splash warm water in your face, let's say it's 90 degrees outside and you're all sweated, and of course your body temperature is 98.6 approximately, or 97, or whatever it is, and you splash 80-degree water in your face, 90-degree water in your face, it's still going to cool you down. The reason is because the hottest molecules of the water evaporate right away. They evaporate fastest. They turn into steam essentially and evaporate from your face, leaving the cooler molecules. And so that even if you splash 80-degree water in your face, that doesn't mean that's well, every molecule is 80 degrees. It means that some might be 100, and some might be 60, and some might be 220, and some might be 40. So the hot molecules get heated by your skin and get evaporated right away, and what you have left over are the cool molecules. That's why water is a cooling agent with regard to your skin, with regard to many other things as well. Regard to nuclear reactors. One of the things that nuclear reactor has is water to constantly be cooling down the reactor so the reactor doesn't overheat. If the water isn't delivered to the appropriate place at the appropriate time, you're going to end up having an overheated reactor, and then you're going to have what happened on 3 Mile Island or Chernobyl or any one of the other nuclear disasters that have happened in the world. Assists in pH balance. You want a neutral level of acidity, generally speaking, in your body. There are some exceptions, of course. The hydrochloric acid or the gastric juice in your stomach is high level of acidity, but generally speaking, you want balance. You don't want a highly basic or a highly acidic level in your bloodstream. So water is neutral. Water has a 7 pH, which means it's smack dab in the middle. Remember, a 0 pH is the highest level of acid, a 14 is the highest level of base, 7 is neutral, which means it is not basic or acidic. And so water as a neutral pH balance helps to maintain that level of neutrality throughout the body. And of course, it's a major constituent of blood volume. Again, although blood consists of things that have specific tasks like hemoglobin, which carry oxygen, and platelets, which cause blood clotting if you bleed, and white blood cells, which kill bacteria and viruses and other foreign antigens in the bloodstream. But they're carried around, and most of the volume of blood is water, is the plasma, which is mostly consisting of water, and that's why blood is liquid and not solid. The thing that makes drinking and makes water intake important is because we lose a lot of water on a very consistent basis. The body needs it for all sorts of metabolic processes, and we release water from our body regularly during urination, for example. If you're not sweated up, if you're just sitting around, by far the highest source of water loss is going to be through urine. Also defecation, which means excretion of solid waste, feces, That also releases a little bit of water. Again, as we discussed earlier, the body tries to reabsorb as much as the water much of the water from feces as possible, so you don't have liquidy feces like diarrhea. But even regular feces does have some water in it, enough water to make it leave the body smoothly, hopefully, unless you have constipation. Then there is sweating, of course. Major loss during exercise. Sweating is an agent of excretion, getting rid of water from the body, or getting rid of water and other wastes from the body, other salts from the body. But it also, of course, is done and primarily done to cool you off. So if it's a hot day, or if you're exercising, you're running around, the body generates sweat in order to cool you off, because as we discussed before, water can be a cooling agent. And of course, perspiration that is not obvious, um, doesn't sit on your body as sweat, but little tiny amounts of sweat. Let's say, for example, it's a cold day. Let's say you go outside and you go for a jog on a 30-degree day or a 40-degree day. You walk outside and you feel cold. You start running. You run 3 miles and you get back home and you feel nice and warm, but you don't feel much sweat. The reason is because it's cold, and whatever little sweat came off your body probably evaporated already. So you do perspirate, but it may not be noticeable. So you may not be noticeable as sweat, but it still actually does. You still actually do sweat a little bit, even on a cold day, just not as much. But that is also a mechanism by which you lose water. This diagram I'll make a little bigger over here. We discussed already. Foods, water sources mostly come from food and drink, and a little bit from metabolic processes. And in terms of where we get rid of our water, most of it comes from urine over here, from the kidneys, a little from the skin in terms of sweat, some from the lungs when you breathe out your carbon dioxide. When you breathe out the whatever when you exhale, some of the stuff that you're exhaling is water vapor. That's why when you go outside in a cold day and you breathe out, you see your breath. What are you seeing? You're seeing tiny droplets of water recondensing. When you breathe out, it's warm water, and so you're breathing it out kind of not quite in steam level, but in warm water vapor. Then, as it leaves your body and goes back into the cold air, it condenses because it's now going into the cold air and comes and now you can see it. Still, it's water. The point is, it's water droplets. So every time you breathe out, you're losing a little bit of water, and of course in your feces as well. The thing that you don't want, the thing you need to try to avoid, of course, when you're talking about water intake and water out, exhaling or water removal, is you have to avoid dehydration. Dehydration is the mechanism by which you lose, or the result of which, when you lose too much water. Uh, when you start, in terms of the how much water weight can you lose, you go all the way down to 11% of your body weight loss in water, you're going to be at the point of death almost, or pretty close to it, of kidney failure. What's the first sign of dehydration? Very often thirst, although thirst is not even, you don't necessarily always feel thirst when you're dehydrated. They say that if you're in the desert, you live in Phoenix in the summer, you walk outside, it's so dry that you get dehydrated very quickly. You might not necessarily notice that you're dehydrated. So that's why they tell people, if you're doing something in a very hot, very dry environment, whether it be something athletic like riding a bike or playing ball, playing tennis, whatever it is, or even just walking and going about your daily business, you should always try to keep hydrated so that you don't get dehydrated without noticing it. But eventually, then you have more severe symptoms, things like nausea, difficulty concentrating, apathy, increasing temperature, and well, you can read this as it gets further down in the chart. Things get worse and worse to the point where you have kidney failure, poor circulation, and eventually, of course, death, which is obviously the thing that you want to try to avoid. There's some examples of heat-related disorders include heat cramps. Muscle cramping means the muscles tightening together and kind of like curling up in a ball, and causing a lot of discomforts. There are the ways you can do that, again, aside from making sure that you don't get dehydrated in the first place, but stretching, providing fluids. If you're playing ball and you feel your muscles tightening up, sometimes you can get a real tight cramp, something I think they call it a Charlie horse, where the muscles like cramp so hard that really it causes intense pain. But that you can kind of like undo by stretching, by kneading it out sometimes. Sometimes you can like massage the muscles in order to straighten out the cramp a little bit. But you want to, of course, things like dehydration cause these problems. Heat exhaustion, which is sweating, cold skin, faintness, rapid pulse. Hypotension, which means low blood pressure. Hypertension is high blood pressure. Hypotension is low blood pressure. In this sort of thing, you want to try to stop what you're doing, lie down, consume fluids. And then of course you have heat stroke, which is the worst thing over here, disorientation, mental confusion, and then of course you want to seek medical attention. Another mechanism by which people can measure how dehydrated somebody is by his or her urine color. The urine color. If you ever take one, you ever take a blood test, and every time I go for a physical, I take a blood test, and you see they list everything, and based on where it should be, like vitamin D should be between 30 and 100, and yours is 45. Vitamin A should be between this and that. It is that, and then one of the things they have is the urine, because it's when I get blood work, I also give a urine sample, like many of you probably do, and they say what color is it against what color it should be. The range, in other words, what it should be, is clear to light yellow. That's what ideal it is. The yellower it is, the more dehydrated you are, because if you have enough hydration, then your body puts so much water into the urine that it doesn't get diluted so much with the salts and the other metabolic waste that's going to cause it to become yellow. So the clearer your urine is, the more water to spare your body has to be able to produce a nice, easy flowing urine to be able to get rid of what your body needs to get rid of. The darker it is, then your body essentially has had to conserve water. It didn't have enough water. So if you one very yellow urine thing is not anything to worry about. I don't think. Again, I'm not a doctor, but one time is not a big deal. But if you do, it's if you've been running around for a few hours and you go inside and your urine is very yellow, it's a good idea to go have a drink and to relax and get some water. Drink a cup or two of water just to kind of like rehydrate your body, or sports drinks or whatever it is. So when you go to the doctor and they look at your urine color, if your urine color is very dark, especially if you haven't been active, especially if it's not because you've just been sweating and releasing a lot of water through sweat, then they might say, okay, why are you dehydrated? Is there something wrong with you? Is it just were you just dehydrated then? It's the sort of thing they may want to follow up on, and maybe take a urine sample again the next week. And if it's also a very dark color, they might want to see, is there some sort of dehydration problem going on? They also measure specific gravity, which means density. How dense is your urine? Now, water has a density of 1. 1 means 1 gram per milliliter, which means the mass of 1 milliliter of water is 1 gram. Also, by another, if you want to use another way, a kilogram would weigh. I'm sorry, a liter of water would weigh 1 kilogram. Although it's not weigh, it's mass, but close enough. Anyway, the point is that is water. Other things like salts, metals, and most of the other things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis have a higher density. So if your urine is packed with salts because your body doesn't have enough water to go around to make to make decent urine, then your specific gravity is going to be much higher. So you want a specific gravity of your urine that's closer to 1. If you have a density of urine that's much higher than 1, then it could be that the urine your body doesn't have enough water to go around and to get rid of what it needs to in terms of waste. So when you have urine that's this color, thankfully I've never had urine that's that color, so I'm not going to worry about it that much. But if you have urine that's this color, go to the doctor. If you have urine, again, I don't want to get too much information here or whatever it is, but I can tell you that I would generally say that my urine's kind of in these colors. If I'm running around and playing ball for a couple of hours and then come in, then my urine might kind of get to this color or so. I don't think I've ever seen urine down here, thankfully. How much water is recommended? Probably more water than you drink, because most people don't drink as much as actually is recommended. But you can see, based on daily expenditure, 1 milliliter of water per 1 kilocalorie expended. Now, a kilocalorie is a food calorie. Now, the average person would eat and expend maybe about 2,500 calories, 2,500 food calories. Let's round it off to 2,400 because it goes better with the milliliters over there. A water has 1 cup as approximately 240 milliliters. So if you're expending 2,400 calories, again, I'm just using 2,400 because it divides nicely into 240. So if you spend 2,400 calories and which is approximately what people do, adults do, that would be about 10 cups of water. So what they're essentially saying over here is that we recommend that you have about 10 cups of water a day. It's a lot of water, and don't drink it all at once. But if you sip on water throughout the day, you'll keep yourself nice and hydrated, and give your body plenty of water to do all of its metabolic processes. Then you can add the amount of water lost during sweating. 2 to 3 cups for every pound lost during the workout or competition session. Doesn't mean real pound. You're not really going to lose 3 pounds during a workout session, but you can lose that much water. You get on the scale. It's not really real weight loss. If you get on the scale and you're 150 pounds, then you work out and you get on the scale again, you're 148 pounds. You didn't really lose 2 pounds. You didn't burn enough energy to lose 2 pounds from fat, but you might have actually sweated out 2 pounds worth of water. So then go ahead and take another cup or 2 or 3 cups for every pound you lost during your workout session. Now, as a practical matter, you're probably, unless you're really working out hard, like maybe running miles in the warm weather or something like that, you're probably not going to lose that much during a workout. But you might want to keep an eye on that if you're a heavy workout person. So just to give you an idea, if you do lose a couple of pounds for a workout, so now all of a sudden they're talking about recommending you drink like 15 cups of water in a day. That's a lot of water. Again, I'm not saying people actually do this. I've seen other recommendations of 6 to 8 cups of water per day, which is, fairly close to this amount, obviously. If you're on a 2,000 calorie a day diet and you spend about 2,000 calories a day, so now you're only talking about 8 cups or so of water, but this is kind of like the recommended amount. I guess if you drink other things, they probably also count, although it's not as good. Certainly if you, well, that's like what if you drink coffee instead or soda instead? Well, coffee is a different story because it's got caffeine, so it may dehydrate you even more. Certainly alcohol is famous for dehydrating you even more. But other drinks, fruit juice, whatever it is, that probably counts as water. So if you want to try to drink your 10 cups a day, you have fruit juice. Not quite as good as water for this purpose because it does give you some other materials that you need to use metabolic processes to break down. As you drink a cup of orange juice, there's a lot of fructose in there. Your body's going to need to generate a lot of energy to digest that fructose, but still, you can still probably count that to a large extent in the liquid in the water you're drinking in a day. Okay, here are some practical suggestions, and we've already discussed some of these, but we can go through them. Calculate individual needs, obviously. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. Somebody who's an athlete in training is going to need a lot more water than somebody who's sitting around all day doing nothing. Maintain pale urine. Do what you have to do. Excuse me. Sorry, I lost the slide for a second. Maintain pale urine to the extent possible. Of course, if you see that the urine is getting too yellow, drink more. Get daily fluids from a variety of sources, not just water, but you can do it from other things too. You drink other things that you drink. Again, just to reiterate, coffee helps a little bit, but it also, caffeine tends to dehydrate a little bit. The same thing is true with alcohol. Other drinks are fine. Also foods very often have water. Fruits, of course, watermelon or apples, oranges, clementines. These are things that have very high water contents in as well. Don't overdo protein consumption. Again, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't eat a lot of protein, but if you do, then just make sure to drink more to compensate for the fact that your body's got to establish all these additional metabolic processes to break down the proteins as necessary. Be conscious as to the effects of medication on hydration levels. Some medications ask you to drink more water in order to counteract the metabolic processes that are increasing based on the effects of the medication. Consume caffeinated drinks in moderation, again, because caffeine tends to dehydrate. And consider the temperature. The warmer it is, the more you have to drink. The amount of that you as an athlete, if you are an athlete, have acclimated to the surrounding society also matters. Not the society, but in terms of your environment. If you're in, for example, in a mountain where it's low oxygen, that of course is something that your body may have to produce more energy in order to cope with. Your altitude, the fitness level, these are all things that matter. The more taxing your activities on your body, the more you're going to want to stay hydrated. How much? Just some general guidelines, of course. 24 hours prior, before you go on run your marathon or play your game or whatever it is, just do whatever you normally need to do, your predetermined fluid needs. 4 hours prior, slowly drink approximately 2 cups. 2 hours prior, slowly drink more fluid. Again, the idea here is just make sure that you have sufficient hydration before you start your very intense workouts. And during exercise, maintain hydration and maintain electrolytes. Electrolytes are salts and various things that your body needs for many different reasons, but especially to maintain the functioning of the nervous system. The nervous system, the impulses, which are the messages that are sent from your brain and your spine through your spinal cord through to the rest of the body, depend on the impulses moving from neuron to neuron, moving from nerve cell to nerve cell, and one of the things that helps facilitate that process are electrolytes. I think back in, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago, whatever it was, there was a coach that noticed, a training coach that noticed that his team that they that people when people would drink water during football games, during college football games, he would notice that that drinking water wouldn't necessarily help, and he had the idea that maybe people are not only losing too much water during the game, they're also losing these salts, and so he took water and mixed all sorts of salts that are necessary, things like sodium, potassium, other types of salts that the body needs, and he mixed it around with the water. Didn't taste very good, but he gave it to his athletes, and he saw it was helping. He saw by the third and fourth quarter they were doing better than than the other teams because they were replenishing their electrolytes. And then he decided to market it. So he couldn't sell it the way it is because it tasted terrible. So he took sugar and other flavoring and put it in with the salts, these various types of salts that were in the water, mixed it all around until it was decently tasting and a good sports drink. And because he was the strength coach at the University of Florida, whose nickname is the Gators, he called his concoction Gatorade, which of course we still have to this day. Anyway, post-exercise, begin rehydration as soon as possible. Drinks and foods containing carbohydrates and sodium. Again, these are things to regenerate the energy that the body may have lost during the workout or during the sporting activity. And drink 2 or 3 cups, as we discussed before, of fluid for every pound that you might have lost during the activity, during the marathon, during the workout, during the whatever. Some other things, a lot of these are fairly obvious. In terms of keeping athletes hydrated, keeping fluids readily available. If you watch a ball game, they have the whole tanks of Gatorade on the side where every time the athlete comes off the floor, the basketball player, the football player, whatever it is, they go straight to the Gatorade machine, and that's why they got plenty of Gatorade there. When the team wins the game, at least in football, sometimes they spill the whole thing over the coach's head. I guess the athletes haven't drank all of it, but the point is having fluids readily available is something that's critical when you're talking about it in athletic events, especially when you're talking about something in hot weather. Fluids being consumed should be based on personal preference for taste. The idea is that if it tastes terrible, people aren't going to drink it, so you might as well have something that does taste decent. Even if that means having a little extra sugar, which may not be the best thing in the world, it's still better off drinking some Gatorade than not drinking anything. Regular and frequent breaks should be allowed during the game or activity in order to make sure that you're able to hydrate. Like during a marathon where you don't have any breaks, sometimes if you watch the marathons, you'll see the people are standing on the side giving the runners drinks. I don't know what's in those cups. I've never run a marathon. It might be water, it might be Gatorade, it might be who knows what it is. But the people they if there's no breaks, so you keep hydrated during the event itself. Drink cool fluids rather than warm ones, and have athletes practice staying hydrated during training, not just during competition. All good tips to stay hydrated during an athletic event. Now we are going to shift gears a little bit and move from basic nutrients to supplements, things that you eat aside from your food that has additional help for athletes, but additional helps for other things in general. First is the idea of the ergogenic aid. Ergogenic means to help generate the ability to generate energy, work, or ergo means work, genic, of course, to generate work. Work scientifically, when we think of work, we think of sitting at a computer and typing things in, or recording video courses or whatever it is. But that's not really what work means in a physical sense. In a physics sense, work means the ability to create motion. If I pick up my mouse and I put it back down, I have done work. That's the in a physical sense, that's all work means. All work means is the ability to create motion or the generation of motion. So a substance that enhances performance, which means the ability of the that enhances the ability to generate energy for our metabolic processes, of course, are an ergogenic aid. They can be physiological, which means having to do with the body itself, the functioning of the body. Biomechanical, mechanical means again the motion, the ability to cause motion. Biomechanical is motion caused by a living thing, human being or animal that causes motion, causes work to happen. Psychological could help from a mental perspective. Pharmacological, meaning having to do with drugs, and nutritional, meaning having to do with the diet itself. So there are many different types. There are some examples over here. Nutritional could be a supplement or a food product, and there are lots of examples over here. Creatine, amino acid supplements, vitamin supplements, glucose polymer drinks, sports drinks, so whatever, all the supplements that I'm taking now due to the COVID pandemic, like quercetin and EGCG and selenium and zinc and vitamin C and vitamin D. And by the way, I'm not kidding. But psychological could be things, again, things that help the ability to, or so, excuse me, this is physiological. Psychological is next. Physiological is anything that helps with physical training. We'll look at some examples like blood doping, which is illegal, at least in the Olympics. Psychological, any practice or treatment that changes mental state and thereby enhances sports performance. Relaxation techniques, meditation, yoga, hypnosis, pep talks. These are all things that are psychological aids. Biomechanical means things that can be used to improve athletic performance, like things that weight belts, knee wraps, like those donuts they put on baseball bats when you swing it, so that when you actually take it off, the bat feels lighter. And then there's pharmacological, again, anything that's classified as a drug or hormone that would improve sports performance. Steroids, again, not all these things are illegal, but amphetamines, beta blockers, ephedrine, which used to be used as a weight loss supplement, and they found out about 20 years ago or so that it was causing heart problems with people, and so you don't see ephedrine on the counter anymore like you used to when I was a kid. But that at least caused additional energy they made additional energy available and caused people to metabolize fat faster and also be able to generate energy because of that. So let's take a look at some supplements. A supplement is not a food per se, but something that contains one of these additional things: vitamins, minerals, herbs, amino acids. Any of these things are considered supplements. If they're in a food, they're just food. If you eat, tomatoes because tomatoes contain vitamins, or you eat carrots because the carrot contains vitamin A, or you eat oranges because oranges contain vitamin C, or you drink milk that contain calcium and vitamin D, those are things that are part of the diet. They're not considered supplements. But if you take a pill that contains the vitamin D or something like that, that would be considered a supplement. Supplements have labels that are required. They must be labeled by a dietary supplement. They tell you how many calories they each have. Excuse me. Other things like this probably looks like a calcium supplement. It has a little bit of calcium, although not that much. So this, whatever this is, some sort of a sports drink mix, maybe some sort of a dairy drink mix. It has some calcium, but it has 138 calories. Doesn't have much of other things. But any supplement is required to have one of these labels that tells you what's in it. Again, I don't have the webcam on, so you can't see me, but I'm now picking up my zinc supplement, and I'm looking on the side to the supplement facts, and it's got one thing in there: zinc. And then it also, of course, has the other ingredients, but you have this label. Any supplement you take is going to have a label like that. Looks something like this. These bottles. This is a folic acid supplement, a calcium supplement, protein supplement. These are all things that would come with these sorts of labels. What are these based on? In other words, how do we know what sort of supplements people should take or what can be recommended? There are various organizations that recommend supplements or are able to kind of put their stamp of approval. Some of these are regulated by the government, some of these are not so regulated, and so therefore having private organizations that are expert in this sort of thing can help. These are just some examples of of approvals or uh, confirmations of various hopefully neutral groups saying, yeah, this supplement is a good idea or this supplement is safe. Now, not every supplement is good for every person, obviously. Supplements may come with warnings, like my vitamin D supplement says that if you take more than 2,000 IUs a day, international units a day of vitamin D, then the next time you get a blood test, make sure you get your vitamin D level test to make sure it's not too high. So there are many warnings that may come with these things, but they also to make sure the manufacturing process is okay. Your supplements may have one or more of these symbols saying, yeah, this was manufactured in a safe way. Some of these may be government regulated, some of them may have nothing to do with the government, so you'll also want to be careful. Just because something has a seal of approval doesn't mean that seal of approval means anything. That seal of approval should be an organization, if you're worried about it, should be an organization that you can independently vet, that you can go on the internet and say, is this a good organization? Is this an organization whose approval actually means something, or is this an organization who's just in the tank of the company that is that's manufacturing the supplement? So buying from well-known companies, buying supplements that have these seals of approval, is a way to help make sure that what you're taking is actually safe and effective. It's not a guarantee, but it can certainly help. If you'd like to go research more information, you can go to many of these websites over here. The FDA's website, Food Nutrition Information Center, MedWatch, even the NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletic Association, they put out information on supplements because they want college athletes to be safe, obviously. The NIH, that's National Institute of Health, Office of Dietary Supplements. NSF International, which is it's an American organization that looks at supplement information. There's the anti-doping agencies, Supplements Watch, the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, the World Anti-Doping Agency, the U.S. Pharmacopoeia. Again, a lot of these are government, quasi-government, or private organizations that try to establish the safety of various types of various types of supplements. Again, you can research any of these online to see whether you think that you should trust them, and if you do trust them, then maybe look for their symbols on some of these supplements that you're using. That brings us to doping, especially because the previous slide had reference to these anti-doping agencies, or these doping agencies in general. Doping is a process of using performance-enhancing substances to improve athletic performance. Again, some of these may be okay, some of these may be illegal, some of these may be legal but against the rules of the organization that you're playing in or competing for. Oversight agencies include the World's Anti-Doping Agency and the United States Anti-Doping Agency. You can see from the fact that they're called anti, it kind of indicates what the general feeling of these things are. Anabolic steroids, hormones, fat reducers. Again, not all of these are illegal. Just because something is just if something helps you burn fat doesn't mean it's illegal. Ephedrine, just to give you an example. Now, like I said before, when I was a kid, ephedrine was very common in these in these supplements to help weight loss, and these that wasn't considered doping if you took that. It was just considered something to increase your metabolism, to speed up your metabolism, to help lose weight. But a lot of these things are either illegal or against the rules of the sport that you're playing, or both. People in the Olympics, Lance Armstrong got all his Tour de France titles stripped from him because he was found to have taken steroids. In baseball, you had a lot of people that were guilty of taking performance-enhancing drugs, from Barry Bonds, who was never actually officially proven, but people think, to Roger Clemens, to Alex Rodriguez, to Robinson Cano, to tons of other people who were considered to have doped. I mean, the original blood doping idea was the idea of giving somebody extra blood, literally. Take out a pint of a person's blood, and then wait a few weeks, wait 2 months until the person regenerates that amount. Let's say a person has 10 pints of blood. You take out 1 pint, now the person's got 9 pints. You wait a couple of months, the person's now back to the 10 pints because the person can regenerate the blood, and then put that extra pint back in. stuff that blood back into the person's bloodstream. Now the person's got an extra pint of blood. Extra pint of blood helps because an extra pint of blood means the body's more efficient at getting energy around to the various cells, and that helps. That was called blood doping. I don't know. I don't think blood doping is very common anymore, but that was kind of the original performance enhancing drug, and it worked. And it was considered it was outlawed because it was considered an unfair advantage. Not 100% sure on exactly what the history of blood doping and when it was made illegal or when it was made. I don't think illegal, but against the rules of certain sports. But today you don't see blood doping as much anymore, but you do see using steroids. You do see using speed drugs that help people generate more energy. And the reason why a lot of these are banned and a lot of these are made illegal is not necessarily because of their effects, but it's because of their side effects. And a lot of them could have negative side effects and could cause cancers, it could cause heart problems, it could cause a lot of things. And the problem is that if we allow it, then a lot of people are going to do it, and a lot of people are going to get these effects. And even though they have these negative effects, people are going to take them because they feel that they need the competitive advantage. And so, therefore, the best thing to do is to simply ban it altogether, and that way nobody will take it, and therefore nobody will be susceptible to these problems. Here are some examples of ergogenics, things that are used by endurance athletes as opposed to strength and power athletes. Endurance athletes tend to want to use supplements that make the body more efficient at producing energy, that speed up the metabolism, whereas strength and power athletes use things that build muscle and also that speed up metabolism to some extent. And by the way, most of these things are perfectly legal and perfectly allowed. Things like caffeine and ginseng, there's nothing wrong with taking any of these things. Some of these sports beverages obviously are fine. These things are things that are very often taken by people that are endurance athletes. Strength athletes take things, and some of these are not allowed, like anabolic steroids, of course, are not allowed by most sports. Things like growth hormone, it's kind of iffy whether it's allowed. HGH, human growth hormone, is taken by some athletes. I think a lot of sports have banned it recently. I remember in 1998 during the home run chase, the home run record chase between Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa. I don't know if you're old enough to remember that. Probably not if you're listening to this video. But a reporter found this was before they even realized that steroids was a problem in baseball. A reporter was talking to Mark McGwire and noticed that there was HGH, human growth hormone, that was sitting in his locker, like in full view of everybody, and say, hey, you're taking HGH, and HGH wasn't even against the baseball rules at the time, and that kind of maybe started the ball rolling. Eventually, they realized that the athletes weren't just taking HGH; they were taking real steroids for many years, and that became like a huge scandal for baseball over the course of the next many years. But anyway, the point is that things like growth hormone are things that are naturally produced by the body. It's not like it's a totally foreign substance, but you get more of it in order to produce more of it because growth hormone is something that allows the body to enhance performance. People and even athletes maybe don't always know so much about nutrition, which is why something like knowing the things that we're covering in this course is important. 61% believe that protein is a main source of energy, which of course is not true. The only 10 to 35% is the recommendation of protein. 10% is probably what a lot of people get. 10%, 10% is kind of that minimum level. A lot of people get less than 10%. 35% is extremely high, unless you're on an Atkins diet or don't eat carbohydrates for whatever reason. You're probably going to be getting less than 35% of your daily intake from protein, but that's considered like the upper bounds of what's even considered realistic. Uh, by far, most of our energy comes from carbohydrates. So 61% of athletes believed incorrectly on that. 71% disagreed that sports drinks are better than water for replacing fluids. And again, they didn't understand the idea of electrolytes. Electrolytes being these salts like potassium, sodium, and all these other things that your body needs. And that's why sports drinks are better at replenishing fluids, not because it gives you more fluid. It gives you the same amount of fluid, but it also gives you electrolytes, maybe some sugar, which allows you to produce some energy, which is why during a marathon, if you're going to drink something when the cup's on the side of the road, when the marathoners reach out, hopefully they're grabbing for some Gatorade rather than water. Not that the water's bad, the water's fine, but it's certainly not going to give them as much energy and the ability to finish up the marathon as would a cup of Gatorade. Less than 30% could give the recommended dietary intakes for carbohydrates and fats. Again, the idea is that athletes, like people in general, have trouble knowing exactly what they should be doing from a nutrition perspective. I guess for athletes, it's even more important because they're going to get maximum athletic performance if they really understand what they're doing. How do they get their information? Well, they can get it from their friends, their coaches, strength and conditioning coaches, trainers, university classes, classes like this one, fitness magazines, dietitians. These are all sources, are all legitimate sources, certainly. Obviously, peers are the ones that you have to take with the biggest grain of salt, because other people may be just as ignorant as you are when you ask them questions. But the point is, these are all people who can be drawn upon for information. If you are a trainer or if you are helping somebody with their nutritional needs, or if it's yourself that you're dealing with, the first thing is gathering information and trying to figure out, okay, what does this person need? What is this person's nutritional state at this point? First, you want to look at the person's basic demographics. What's the person's gender? What's the person's age? What's the person's background? Health history questionnaire. Does the person have specific types of disorders that are going to interfere with the nutrition or the supplement prescription for this person, medications and supplements, diet history, and diet history is hard to get. You ask somebody what they eat every day, people are they're not going to remember, or they're going to misrepresent, or they're going to. Some people don't realize it. Like you ask somebody, what did you have for breakfast? Well, I had one serving of cereal. When in fact, what they really had is three servings of cereal, because the cereal serving was 3/4 of a cup, and what they did is they took out a big old bowl and just poured a truckload of cereal in there, and it was actually 2.5 cups or 2 cups of cereal. So people may honestly think, well, I had one serving of cereal, but what they actually had was more than that. Again, it's not because people are intentionally lying; it's just because people don't really focus on exactly what their serving size is. You can have a cup of soda, or you can have a big cup, like you go in a big gulp, and you say you had a cup of soda, but what you really had is 4 cups of soda, because a big gulp has 4 cups in it, like 32 ounces. So exactly figuring out exactly what a person's diet consists of is not always an easy process. Here's an example of a food record. Sometimes you have this where dietitians, you go into a dietitian, and the first thing the dietitian says is, before I give you any recommendations, or before I discuss exactly what you should do, what your um, regimen should be, I need to know what you normally eat. So here's an example where this person got up at 5:30 a.m. Probably somebody who's an athlete, obviously, needed to eat something. So took a granola bar and a 24-ounce bottle of Gatorade. It's a lot of Gatorade, but if you're going to work out, early in the morning, you need to keep yourself hydrated with electrolytes and with fluids. And then came home and had breakfast. This is cereal, milk, cranberry juice cocktail, toast, peanut butter jam. How much? Again, this is obviously an athlete that had a nice, must have, since that Gatorade and granola bar, built up a nice appetite in those 3 hours early in the morning by probably having a fairly intense practice, and then was able to go and have like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a bowl of cereal. Notice he got 2 cups over here. Cornflakes, 2 cups of cornflakes is probably 2 servings, and 2 cups of 1% milk is 2 servings of that too. So now that's a pretty big bowl. If you look on the side of the cereal box, it says cornflakes has 110 calories a serving, but that's probably for 1 cup. Whereas if you had 2 cups, obviously it would be double that. Sometimes if you look on the side of the cereal, it says per serving, and then with a half a cup of milk. Now, I don't know about you, but nobody eats. People who like milk with their cereal don't eat a half a cup. Half a cup is very, very little. When I was a kid, I remember I used to we used to sometimes in school get these for our cereal. We would get these 1 cup little containers of milk to put in our cereal, and the question is whether you needed one or two, and that was a whole cup. And I remember thinking that some people would have one would be enough. Some people would put two into their cereal. I remember thinking that on the side of the cereal box where it said a half a cup of milk as part of the serving, is that was totally unrealistic, because like the kids would have at least a full cup, maybe even a cup and a half or 2 cups. So then, lunchtime. At lunchtime, the person had wrap with vegetables, etc., 4 ounces of chicken, etc., etc., and some lemonade, 24 ounces of lemonade over here, some salad, nice lunch, and then of course supper over here. This is just an example of a person, and then a late night snack of milk and peanut butter cookies. feelings, then this is the feeling stressed about doing homework, and so therefore the person had two large peanut butter cookies and a cup of 1% milk as a nice midnight snack while studying. Again, not the end of the world. How many calories did this person have in a day? It's hard to really tell. I'm going to pause it and do a quick back of the envelope calculation. Okay, I don't know precisely what these things are made out of, but this diet, which it doesn't seem unreasonable overall, is upwards of 3,000 calories, something like that. It's probably going to be between 2,500 and 3,000 calories. Again, assuming normal, assuming the normal number of calories you see for a lot of these things, probably at least 3,000, I would think. Especially because a lot of these, there are a lot of empty calories. Like this 24 ounces of lemonade probably has about 300 calories, whereas for water it would have zero. A 24-ounce bottle of Gatorade, also, you're talking about 3 cups of about 100 calories each. So you're talking about maybe even another 300 calories right there. A cup of 1% milk is about 100 calories, I believe, also. Whole milk, just to give you an idea, would be about 160. Skim milk would be about 80. 1% milk is about 100 calories a cup. 2% milk is about 120 calories a cup. Anyway, this is an example of a food record. Now, a doctor or a dietitian, a nutritionist can take a look at this and say, okay, what do we need to do for you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get more protein? Well, then, cut out the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or actually, peanut butter does have some protein, but cut out the peanut butter cookies and have I don't know, a can of sardines instead or something. Or if you want to lose weight, then maybe consider replacing the lemonade with water or something like that. Then that's 300 calories right there. That's kind of empty calories that you can replace. Here's an example of a questionnaire where you can kind of get some information from a person by having them fill out something like this. An exercise log. These are all things that a nutritionist or a dietitian might collect in order to try to make sure that they're able to prescribe what they think is normal. Like, let's say if you are a dietitian, you say, well, now this person weighs X amount of, weighs 200 pounds, and this person wants to lose weight, and let's say the person wants to lose 1 pound a week, you say, okay, well, I need to cut 500 calories per day from this person's diet. 500 calories per day is about 3,500 a week. That's about what you need to lose a pound. So how do I go about cutting 500 calories from this person's diet? Make just that could be as simple as, cutting the peanut butter cookies late at night and replacing the lemonade with water, and bang, that's two peanut butter cookies is probably 200 calories. 24 ounces of lemonade is probably 300 calories. So if you replace the lemonade with water and cut the peanut butter cookies from that person that we saw before, bang, that's 500 calories. That person just keeps the rest of the diet constant and does the same amount of exercise and cuts those 500 calories. That's probably good for a pound loss a week. Person wants to lose 2 pounds a week. Now you got to cut 1,000 calories. That's a lot harder, etc. The next challenge, of course, is to get an accurate food record. If you're a dietitian or you're a nutritionist and need to figure out what people are eating in order to be able to give them best advice, or for yourself, you need to be able to actually figure out what people are actually eating, and that's easier said than done because people may not have a full and fair awareness of exactly what they're eating. There are many different confounding factors in which you ask a person what they're eating, and they might tell you, even if they're being honest, certain things might slip their mind. For example, portion sizes. If you take out a bag of chips, there may be, you say, well, I had some chips, but the serving size of the chips may only be a half a cup or three-quarters of a cup, and you may have eaten 2 cups. So you may have eaten 3 serving sizes. So if the number of calories in a serving size is 150, and I had some chips, it's 150 calories. But if you actually ate 3 servings, then that's 450 calories. So portion sizes, like I said with cereal, a serving of cornflakes, maybe three-quarters of a cup, you might eat a cup and a half. That's that's 2 servings. So you got to keep in mind. Condiments. You put ketchup on your hot dog. Well, ketchup's got calories, and in not insignificant amounts. Mustard has fewer. Mustard doesn't have that many calories, but there are many condiments. Barbecue sauce, these things, they're full of sugar. They're full of other things that could be high calories, so they may not necessarily have a lot of calories. But if you smother your fries in ketchup, or smother your ketchup in fries, or whatever it is, you are going to eat a lot more calories than just the fries themselves. Restaurant or brand of an item. Just because a bowl of cereal might have 200 calories. A different brand might have 250 or 300. Certain things may be sweeter. If you go to different coffee houses, whether it be Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, may serve similar types of drinks, but one of them may have 300 calories and one of them may have 500. Method of food preparation: are they fried? You go eat Chinese food, for example. There could be something that's like that's based on that's not smothered in oil, like General Chow's chicken or sesame chicken are very often fried in oil, whereas other things like broccoli, chicken with broccoli, or cashew chicken very often are not fried. That's a very, very big difference, even though they're both may look somewhat similar or taste somewhat similar. Beverages consumed: people say, well, I had a burger and fries. Well, what about that Coke? That Coke may have had, if you had 2 cups of Coke, which is, fairly common at restaurants to have a big cup, so which may have a cup and a half, 2 cups of Coke. That's 150 to 200 calories that you may not be thinking about when you think about the food that you ate in a given day. And of course, snacks. Snack on something you might not think about. All of these things are very important when you're trying to diagnose somebody's diet or your own diet. You got to figure out, okay, what are you actually eating, not just what you say you're eating or what you think you're eating. This is an example of a diet analysis report that goes through everything that the person ate based on what these various foods have. Calories, recommendation for this person was 2,200. Again, it does vary from person to person. It depends on age. It actually depends on gender. It depends on uh, activity level, height, weight. All these things are go into the recommendation of number of calories. So this person had a little bit more than recommended, but then you got protein grams, fat grams, carbohydrate grams, fiber, calcium, iron. These are all, of course, the minerals. Then you've got some other types of fat: monounsaturated fat, saturated fat, monounsaturated, polyunsaturated, cholesterol. All of these things based on a percentage of what the recommendation is. 100% is the full amount that's recommended. Under 100% is less than what's recommended. That could be a good thing in the case of saturated fat, or that could be a bad thing, as in the case of calcium or something like that. And so over that, of course, is more than 100%. So, for example, vitamin C, the person had 288% of what's recommended, which is great, almost 3 times the amount of vitamin C is recommended. And again, vitamin C is a water-soluble vitamin, which means you're not going to overdose on it, so you don't have to worry about that. Cholesterol, the person had much lower than what is recommended, as usually as a maximum, so that's very good. And of course, the person had less saturated fat than is recommended, only 55%, which means a little bit more than half the amount, etc. So that's just an example of what you would see in terms of analysis based on what the person reports to have eaten. Again, assuming the person is being completely punctilious and completely honest about what he or she is eating. If the person is going to skip the ketchup and skip the soft drink and skip the little snack that would happen in between meals, then the dietary report is going to be, unfortunately, kind of useless. When you do go to the sports dietitian or you do go to the nutritionist, then the initial consultation is just going to be to kind of get a bird's eye view of the person's situation, gather information, assess intake. In other words, what does the person normally eat? Develop goals. Those goals could be to lose weight. Those goals could be to lower blood pressure. Could be to lower fat. It could be to increase protein. It could be to increase weight. Some people want to increase weight, but they want to do it in a way that makes sense. Bodybuilders may need to gain 50 pounds. Wrestlers, boxers, they may need to gain weight to get into the weight classes that they want, but they want to do it in a way that makes sense, in a way that builds up the muscle, and the way that builds up and builds themselves up in a healthy way. And of course, to develop a nutrition plan, develop a plan to establish those goals. Once you get to that point, once you've established, or really aside from just making these initial diagnoses, the things that you want to do in terms of an initial consultation: establish a rapport, in other words, build up a trusting relationship. Clarify the reason for the consultation. What is it you're trying to do? Are you trying to become stronger? You're trying to become healthier? You're trying to become faster? Trying to increase your endurance? These are all things that may have different goals. If a person wants to become stronger, well, then maybe more high calorie proteins might be a good idea. If the person wants to become faster or have better endurance, then maybe losing weight is the best strategy in that case. Complete a nutrition assessment, in other words, the assessment of what the person actually eats and what the person is intaking. Assess the readiness for change. Does the person actually want to work hard to make a change? Otherwise, it might be useless. Might not want to spend the time and effort and money if the person isn't really going to be interested in making the necessary dietary changes. Educate the athlete with regard to the nutritional goals. You need to lower your cholesterol. You need to lower your percentage of body fat. You need to higher your percentage of increase your percentage of muscle. You need to lower your weight. You need to increase your weight. Whatever it is, you have to discuss what the goals are, and of course schedule another visit. And that next visit or following visits are of course also critical. Uh, Sometimes there will have to be changes. If you do speak to a dietitian or speak to a nutritionist, well, the nutritionist might start you off and say, well, for the first few weeks, I'd like you to have a very low, I want to kind of like kickstart your weight loss. We only want you to have five, servings of carbohydrates and only seven servings of protein and only X number of servings of fat, one or two, and, fruits and vegetables you should have. Well, that might not be sustainable in the long term. Sometimes a nutritionist will want to get the person's confidence level up by having the person lose 2, 3, 4 pounds in the first week, but realizing that that's not going to be a strategy for the long run. Sooner or later, the person's going to have to settle back into a 1 pound per week, because if you try to starve yourself and you try to eat nothing, you try to eat very, very little, it's just going to be impossible. You're going to slow your metabolism down. You're going to it's not going to be sustainable for many people to go to crash diet, and it's not a good idea to crash diet. But so that's why you, as a nutritionist, as a dietitian, you want to kind of judge things as they go. How well is the person doing? How hard is the person working? Is this diet working? Then the more changes that there are going to be, the more frequent you want follow-up visits. They can be shorter. The initial visit might be an hour, and the follow-up visits might be 15 minutes or half an hour, just to kind of how you doing, any problems, how do you feel, etc. Determine how the athlete is feeling and performing, and of course, answer questions about implementation or barriers. Confidentiality, just like with all doctor-patient relationships, is important. It is considered to be medical information. HIPAA, which is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, which was passed way back in 1996, I believe, which is a federal regulation requiring doctors to keep information confidential, with the exception of certain circumstances. But for the most part, it requires healthcare providers to keep information confidential and to protect it. And information on exactly who has to comply with HIPAA can be found on the Health and Human Services website. But the long story short is that unless you have permission from the patient, or unless you have some compelling reason, like somebody's in danger, you have to keep health information secret, and you're not allowed to say that to any third parties. Now let's zero in on an issue, of course, that's very common for athletes and non-athletes, and that is weight management. I guess historically there was a problem where people weighed too little. Now it's not as much of an issue. Usually the issue is that people weigh too much. But managing one's weight, in other words, struggling to keep one's weight down, is a problem. It could be a problem for some people, whether athletes or not, because A, it could impact performance in athletics, certainly. A person that's too heavy is not going to run as fast, is not going to have the same kind of stamina, same kind of staying power, same kind of ability to pivot and to quickness, all sorts of things, as it's fairly common. Aesthetics and body image, of course, is important. People think that if they're too heavy, their self-esteem goes down. Weight classification for competition, that can be very important. You want to, a heavyweight boxer is 200 pounds, and then there's weight classes all the way down. I don't know the exact all of them. There's welterweight, and there's flyweight, and there's middleweight, and there's cruiserweight. I don't know, but the point is, I don't know what they all are, but they're all based on very small increments. So weight class might be 10 or 15 pounds, and if you want to fight in, let's say, the middleweight division, which I'm not sure, I believe it's up to 160 pounds. Sorry, 165 pounds. So I think middleweight is 152 to 165. But in any case, so you need to be down to 165. If you weigh 168 and you want to fight as a middleweight boxer, you've got to lose 2 pounds. You've got to lose a couple of pounds. I've heard of cases where boxers have literally had to lose a pound or two in a day. And now it's possible. It may not be real weight, maybe some water loss, so I guess I guess in that case, you would not drink water right before the weigh-in because you don't want to have water, which is not real weight, be sitting in your body. That would be increase your weight. So that can actually happen where boxers before the weigh in, they don't eat water for a day or so. Then they're going to weigh low, and then after the weigh in, they can go ahead and drink and go back up to their normal weights. But the point is that that is something that is a concern of wrestlers and boxers and anybody that deals in weight classes. And of course, changing body composition, increasing muscle and decreasing fat are things that also are associated with better health and also better performance in terms of athletics. In athletics, when it comes to obesity, is a problem in athletics, just like it's a problem in regular life. Approximately two-thirds of the general population is overweight. We'll see overweight in this context just means having a 25 BMI or more, which we're going to see in a few minutes. Classic, when people think of the word overweight, usually they think of people that are heavier than just having a 25.5 BMI. But scientifically speaking, the majority of people are considered overweight. Obesity is relatively rare, but there are, of course, some athletes, even professional athletes, who are considered obese. Doesn't mean they're not necessarily not healthy. It just means that from a BMI perspective, from a scientific perspective, they are considered obese. Football certainly could could breed obesity because you have linemen that have to be big enough to block big people. A lineman has to be 300 and something pounds. If you have an offensive lineman in the National Football League that's 250 pounds, he's going to get himself run over because the defensive linemen are 280, 290 pounds, and they can run 40 yards in 4.5 or 4.6 seconds or whatever it is. You have to be big. If you're a little person, then or even a not huge person, you're going to get run over by people like that. So offensive linemen have to be big, and scientifically they're considered obese. When they're playing, they're probably in very good shape because they work out a lot. But then, of course, when they slow down a little bit, when they retire, now they've got this body that is used to being really, really big, and they've got to figure out a way to live at a healthy weight after they retire. That certainly is a major problem for people like that. Wrestling and boxing from heavyweights, of course, tend to be heavier. Field events, throwers very often build up a lot of muscle mass, and building up that kind of muscle mass, they put on a lot of weight. And it's also the sort of thing where as long as it's muscle, that's fine. But if you let it go and let it turn to fat, well, then, obviously that can be a problem. The problems of obesity, they're, first of all, in terms of what causes obesity, obviously things like poor diet and lack of exercise are the main causes, but also genetic predispositions. Some people just based on family history are more likely to be obese than other people. That it is very common for families to all be of similar weights. Now, of course, that could be because of habits that were bred in the home. If the parents brought in a lot of fried food all the time, then that's naturally going to be make it more likely that the children have obesity problems. But aside from that, there's also a genetic issue. There's social and cultural influences. Does the society that this person lives in does the culinary society, does the culinary habits of the society include things that are unhealthy and fried and sugary and cakey type things, or does the culinary society encourage eating things like raw, fish or rice or things that are just a little bit less fattening? Psychological factors. Some people eat as a method of coping with psychological deficiencies. Environmental factors. Where's the person living? Is the person living in a city where they have to walk all over the place, or is the person living in a place where everywhere they go to is accessible by car? Physiological factors like hormonal imbalance, chronic diseases, other things can also cause obesity. The problem with obesity, and there are many major problems with obesity, of course, increased mortality. People do tend to die younger when they're obese. It causes heart disease, hypertension, which means high blood pressure, could cause strokes because obesity is associated with clotted arteries, and a stroke is when blood gets cut off from delivering oxygen to the brain. Type 2 diabetes, which is sometimes called adult onset diabetes, which is common in obese people: osteoarthritis, which are bone diseases, which again are also caused by the excess stress, or at least partially by the excess stress that's put on people's bones who are obese. It obviously that kind of weight wears people's muscles down, it wears people's bones down, and could cause all sorts of health problems. So there are lots of health problems with obesity. Scientifically speaking, these are classified based on BMI. BMI is this is scientifically it's the sort of thing that you can't, it's not a one size fits all thing. Just because somebody has a 28 or 29 BMI doesn't mean they're fat necessarily. Somebody could be, could have a big bone structure or very muscular, and they might have a high BMI but not be fat. So it's not a one size fits all, but this is a general thing that you can look at, where under 8.5 is 18.5 is considered underweight, up to 24.9 is normal weight, 25 to 29.9 is overweight. Then you have obesity up to 35, and then obesity class 2, very obese, is up to 40, and then extreme obesity, sometimes, or morbid obesity, morbidly obese, is over 40 BMI. And there is a chart. I don't think I have it over here in the slides, but there's a chart to determine what I'll show you in a second in terms of calculating your own BMI. Uh, and this, of course, increases. They give for men and women are a little different, but it increases various types of risks of heart disease, risks of high blood pressure, risks of diabetes, all increase the more a person weighs, generally speaking again. Okay, here is a BMI chart. This is actually from a site that doesn't believe in it, but either way, we can look at it one way or the other. So you can see what you can use your height and weight to figure out what your BMI is. So for example, if you're 5'10 and you weigh 170 pounds, so you'd look at 5'10 and then go across to 170, which is, it looks like that would be a 23 BMI, which would be in the normal range. If you're 5'10 and weigh 190 pounds, so then it would be 190, and 5'10, which is 26, which is again in that slightly overweight range, in that overweight range. If a person is 5'7 and weighs 200 pounds, well, now you're talking about a 31, which is considered obese. And then you have, then of course the chart is bigger than this. The chart goes all the way here. Like this would be extremely obese. Morbidly obese would be 5'1 and 215 pounds. You can't take this as a sole indicator and say, well, if you're considered overweight on the chart, it must be you're not healthy. It's not necessarily the way it works, but it is at least a reasonable starting point, and the way a scientist would define overweight and obese. Because that also, aside from just weight, you also have to look at body composition. How much of the person's body mass is taken up by fat. Obviously, the more the person's body is taken up by fat, the less healthier that person is. If a person's overweight, but that's mostly muscle, that's perfectly healthy. That's if a person is at a good weight but has very little muscle and mostly fat, that's also not good. So that's how a body composition is expressed as a percentage of body fat, which also depends on gender. It also depends on age. There are a lot of things that it depends on. I think healthy is considered somewhere like in the 20s, I believe. Mid to high 20s is considered kind of normal. Less than that is considered, healthy or fit or muscular or athletic or whatever it is. Certainly under 20, over 30, I think is considered heavier, or obese, or fat, or whatever it is. So body composition is another way to look at how healthy a person is from a body fat perspective. Aside from BMI, there are other ways doctors can assess people's body weight. This thing in the middle, there's some sort of machine that assesses it. There are other ways in which how much a person weighs in water compared to their regular weight is a way to measure body fat. Again, because muscle is more dense than fat. So the more a person weighs in water relative to his or her normal weight, the more muscular the person is. So that's another mechanism. Things can the doctor or the practitioner can literally look at the person's skin and body parts and measure which body parts are bigger, the ones that tend to store fat or the ones that tend to store muscle. So there are various ways in which a person's percentage of fat can be estimated or assessed. What are some of the things that you can look into when you're talking about athletics? And again, all these things apply to regular people as well, not just athletes. You want to find a weight that's the best for the athlete, not necessarily the lowest possible weight. If a person, like I said, is an offensive lineman, the person's going to have to weigh in the 300s, or the person's not going to be able to compete. Even a quarterback is in the NFL is going to have to weigh probably well over 200 pounds. Although I think there have been quarterbacks that have been smaller, but the problem with quarterbacks that weigh 160, 170 pounds, is that when you have 290-pound defensive linemen who can run 4.6 40-yard dashes uh, coming for you, you got to be big, because if you're not big, they're gonna the big people on the other side of the ball are gonna kill you. But anyway, assessing genetics, resting metabolic weight rate, how in fast does the person's metabolism move when the person is not exercising, body composition, activity level, BMI, waist circumference. Waist circumference may be even a better measure of how fat somebody is, for lack of a better term, than BMI, because if a person has a very thin waist and very broad shoulders and big muscles, person might be scientifically obese or scientifically overweight, but the person might actually be thin because the weight is coming from muscle. I believe muscle actually weighs more than fat. So if you exercise to the point where your fat is turning into muscle, you're actually going to gain weight, at least temporarily. Then eventually your metabolism is going to speed up and you're going to lose weight that way. But it's not like as soon as you start with lifting weights, you're going to lose weight. You're actually probably going to gain a little bit of weight if you keep your eating habits the same and you start lifting. It's not a bad thing, but just, if you do, be prepared for that. Don't be discouraged if you start lifting and then all of a sudden your weight starts to go up a little bit. Okay, determine changes in dietary intake and exercise patterns that may produce these kinds of changes. Are you going to increase fat, decrease fat, increase protein, decrease protein? Assess training regimens. What kind of training is the person doing? Is it strength training? Is it cardiovascular training, like running, stairmaster or stepper, or biking? Those are cardiovascular. Stretching, core exercises, all these things produce different changes in people's bodies. Review data on typical body composition and assess whether this is reasonable for this particular person. Determine whether modifying the composition is a good thing, or is it a risk. Is a person at risk for injury? Does a person use a certain type of muscle that is likely to be atrophied, or is likely to be hurt by a certain diet? And assess the attitude towards nutrition or behavioral change. If you don't have buy-in from the athlete, you don't have buy-in from the person, then there's pretty much nothing that the practitioner can actually do. As we discussed before, people's influences in terms of their weight and in terms of their health in general could come from physiological issues of the person, him or herself, environmental issues. Is the person involved is there peer pressure to exercise? Is there peer pressure to become stronger? Social and cultural, emotional. These are all things that are important factors. Here's kind of a cycle where there's the people get hungry, they eat, they become full, then they get hungry again. Keeping that at a reasonable clip, in other words, keeping regular meals, time intervals between meals, is a very important thing from a health perspective, because you don't want to get yourself in a situation where your body is not used to a certain meal, to irregular habits. Getting yourself in a position where your body reacts and knows when it's time to eat, is something that could be important for maintaining overall health. Waste management, weight management. You have to look at that. Physical activity is only a small percentage of the energy that we actually use. Physical activity only 15 to 30%, of course, depending on how much people exercise and how much people walk around rather than sitting at a desk all day. Resting energy is actually most of our energy expenditures. And the process, digestion actually takes energy too. So you are actually losing a little bit of weight when you eat, although the calories you get from what you're eating is usually more than sufficient to cancel that. I believe peppers, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I've heard it, that peppers actually have a negative number of calories because it takes more energy to digest the peppers than the pepper actually gives you. Something like water, well, it's got no calories, but on the other hand, your body doesn't need doesn't take any energy to digest it. It just goes through your system, so it doesn't have a negative number of calories. But certain foods actually cost more calories to exercise to digest than they give you. Well, anyway, I looked it up. At least according to Wikipedia, there's no scientific evidence to show that any foods have negative caloric impact. Again, I don't know if if that's true necessarily, but let's put it this way: peppers, you're not going to gain a lot of weight from eating peppers. If you sat there eating peppers all day, you're still not going to gain much weight. That you can, if I'm wrong, well, you can complain to me. Anyway, weight loss recommendations are based on A, determining your energy needs. People that are taller need more energy to sustain themselves. People that are younger need more energy to sustain themselves. People that are male need more energy to sustain themselves. People that have a high level of muscle mass need more energy to sustain themselves. People that have a high level of of exercise, people that walk around a lot and they run a lot, need a higher level. So again, these are things that you have to look at. You can't say, well, sometimes you see on the side of the cereal box, based on a 2,000 calorie a day diet or based on a 2,500 calorie a day diet. Well, not everybody. It's not a one size fits all thing. Some people may not lose weight at 1,800 calories, and some people may lose weight at 2,800 calories. It really depends on your size, it depends on your muscles, it depends on your height, it depends on your age, it depends on your gender, it depends on a lot of things. A 16-year-old boy is going to spend a lot is going to be able to eat a lot more calories than in a 75-year-old woman and still lose weight or not gain weight. Again, it's not a question of whether it's fair, it's just a physiological fact. So, in order to lose weight, of course, you need a calorie deficit. What they say over here is you want a calorie deficit of 250 to 1,000 calories per day via diet and exercise. Again, you need about a 3,500 calorie deficit to lose a pound. So at 1,000 calories a day deficit, which means you're burning 1,000 more than you eat, you're going to lose about 2 pounds a week. Whereas at a 250 calories per day, you're going to lose 1 pound every 2 weeks. At 500 per day, you're going to lose 1,000. You're going to lose about 1 pound a week. Uh, you may have heard somebody say, "Well, I lost 5 pounds in 2 days." The person didn't lose 5 pounds in 2 days. I mean, I guess theoretically, you'd have to generate a 5 pounds. You'd have to generate a 17,500 calorie deficit. Now, maybe if you're like an Olympic swimmer like Michael Phelps, maybe you can your workout regimen, you can generate that much of a calorie deficit in 2 days. And most people can't, even if they're running around all day. What likely happened if the person said, "I lost 5 pounds in 2 days," what likely happened is it was just a difference in water level. Maybe the night before the person had drunk a lot and therefore had a very high water level or had a lot of salt, which tends to retain water. And then a different day, the person hadn't eaten or had exercised right before they had gone to bed and hadn't eaten in the last 6 hours before bed. That happens sometimes. I notice with myself that if I eat late, then when I weigh myself in the morning, I'm going to weigh more. Whereas, one time I played soccer late in the afternoon on a warm day, and I came home and I was all sweated, and I took a shower and went to sleep, and I woke up in the morning and I was like, 4 pounds lower than normal. I didn't really lose 4 pounds during the soccer game, but I had sweated a lot and and my water level was very low. So, a weight loss could be real or it could be fleeting. That's why you can't just take one data point. If just because you weigh yourself and then a week later you weigh yourself again, and you're 3 pounds lower, it doesn't mean you really lost 3 pounds. The real way to make a determination is to weigh yourself every day at the same time, and then you'll kind of see a pattern and see, on a day-to-day basis, if there's an aberration because one day you have a low water level and one day you have a high water level, that will be canceled out, or that aberration will fade away as you move, it won't be there every day. That's the point. Dietary modifications are healthful eating patterns, not necessarily what people say in terms of going on a diet. Um, Eat more often to fuel activities and avoid extreme hunger. You don't want to be super hungry. First of all, one thing is that generating a calorie deficit becomes harder when you're fasting or when you're not eating. I'm not saying fasting isn't good for you. There are people that say that fasting once in a while is a good idea. But the point is that when you are fasting, when you're not eating anything, your body actually slows down its metabolism as an evolutionary mechanism to try to stave off energy deficits. So if somebody fasts, they're actually going to lose weight slower. Relative to their calorie deficit, they're gonna, if a person would normally burn 2,500 calories a day, if they're fasting, they might only burn 2,000 calories a day or 1,800 calories a day, which means that it's going to take them longer to achieve the same calorie deficit. It's going to be harder to achieve the same calorie deficit. That's the point. Set and monitor goals. Choose nutrient-dense foods so that you can get all the energy you need or all the nutrition you need without being unhealthy. And setting goals. You attempt weight loss during the non-competitive part of the sports season if you're an athlete, because when you're in competition, you need to keep your levels of protein and carbohydrates at a level that is going to optimize performance. Aim for a loss of no more than 5 to 10% of the current body weight. You weigh 200 pounds, then losing 10 to 20 pounds is fine. You don't, unless you're like super duper heavy, you don't necessarily need to go in and lose 50 pounds. That's, people do it, but it's not necessarily always a good idea, especially at once. Um, Lose at an average rate of no more than 1 to 2 pounds per week. Again, the first week, by the way, when you go on a diet, first week you're probably going to lose, like you're going to lose 3, 4, or 5 pounds. You very often it's just water level. You're eating less and therefore you're retaining less water. So it's very often not real weight, that the amount that you lose in that first week of the diet. But once you do get down to a real weight, so to speak, you're 170 pounds and then you lose a few pounds the first week, you're at 166. Now you're at kind of that base level, and see what happens after that. Real weight loss of more than 1 to 2 pounds per week means you're really taxing your body. 2 pounds per week is a lot of weight to lose over the long term. Maybe not for 1 or 2 weeks, but for to lose 2 pounds a week over the course of 10 weeks or 20 weeks, that's that you're really taxing your body when you do that. You're changing your body's structural behavior when you do that. Again, may be necessary, may be a good idea. Speak to your doctor, but it's not something that everybody's cut out for and is always the optimal way of doing it. Next, we're going to turn to eating disorders, which are, of course, issues for athletes and non-athletes as well. It's becoming a more prevalent problem in athletics, especially in appearance sports. Things like, well, I mean, modeling, I guess, is not really a sport, but certainly there are some sports in which appearance matters. Maybe figure skating, competitive dancing, ice dancing, I guess that they have in the Olympics also. I don't know, synchronized swimming. I'm just kind of spitballing over here. But anyway, sports requiring weigh-ins. Like I said before, sometimes you have to lose a little weight on a crash diet in order to get into a particular weight class. Pressure to attain the ideal in their sport, the idea of the social physique anxiety, where people who are involved in bodybuilding or in other things where they're expected to have a certain body type and they don't, that could cause eating disorders, and of course pressures from other people. Here are some examples. There's anorexia nervosa. Again, nervosa just means caused by nerves or nervousness. Different types of disorders are caused by that. There's bulimia, and then there's binge eating. Anorexia means this idea where people just feel the need to be extremely thin and lose a lot of weight, even when it becomes healthy, when it becomes unhealthy sometimes. Just like being overweight is unhealthy, being underweight is also unhealthy. You don't want to be under 18.5 um, in your BMI either. Bulimia is when people purge themselves. In other words, they intentionally vomit in order to, they eat just in order to have the sensation of eating, then they intentionally vomit. That causes all sorts of other problems. There's binge eating disorder when people just eat a lot without, even though they're not hungry, they just kind of stuff themselves. All of these could be problems for athletes or for anybody else. Anorexia athletica is the type of anorexia that is common in athletes. It decreases energy because athletes need to have a certain amount of calories and need to have the energy. That it decrease weight. It decreases weight. It people want to do it because they want to try to maintain high physical performance, and they think they need to. Another, again, these are all telltales of anorexia. Desire to lose weight not based on appearance. They just want to lose weight for whatever reason. Desire for weight loss based on performance. Fear of weight gain. Cycling. Dietary restraint. All these binging and then purging, which means throwing up. That's bulimia. All sorts of these things are all kind of earmarks or symptoms of anorexia. Some of the effects of eating disorders: decreased muscle. If people have anorexia, they're not eating enough protein to give their body the muscles that they need, or binge eating, they're eating too much fats and therefore not getting the protein necessary to build up muscles. Glycogen depletion, dehydration, all these things, of course, are negative effects of eating disorders. Anxiety, not being able to sleep, concentration. Again, you need all these types of proteins, vitamins, minerals, a healthy diet from many different sources to be able to maintain adequate performance in all of these things, and an increase risk for overuse injuries because, again, you're not building up the nutrition level to maintain the kind of energy that you need. For female athletes especially, order eating disorder, they call it the triad, which is kind of like the three things that female athletes very often have to watch out for. Disordered eating, which causes amenorrhea, which is insufficient energy available, and osteoporosis, which is a disease. It's a bone disorder where the bone lacks the requisite structure and more easily breaks or doesn't support the body as well as it should. Muscle dysphoria is, again, it's another type of disorder where a person is overly worried or overly concerned that he or she is not muscular enough or too small or whatever it is. It's this idea of just being totally preoccupied. Obviously, it's a good idea to have more muscle, and there's nothing wrong with just wanting to have more muscle, but being totally preoccupied with body shape and body size is not a healthy thing. Excessive exercise, obsessing about food, abusing steroids are all things that could cause by what this is a psychological disorder where it's being just overly concerned about the idea of having a particular body shape or a particular muscle sizes, etc. How can you prevent this sort of thing? How can you try to avoid this? Reduce emphasis on body weight, not because there aren't people who could afford to lose a few pounds, but not overly worrying about it. Emphasize skills and performance. Skills will improve and performance will improve, but the point is the end of gaining performance, not the end of having a bigger muscle. The more you worry about, the more you think that the goal is to be thin, or the goal is to have a size 32 waist, or the goal is to have big muscles, well, then you're more likely to get into an eating disorder. Than if you realize, well, the goal is to be healthy, the goal is to be able to run a certain speed, the goal is to be able to do things that are appropriate for this sport. Discourage diets and quick weight loss. Again, you want long-term appropriate eating behaviors, modeling healthy eating, developing a healthy gym environment, achievable goals. Here are some examples of websites and resources that are good. Again, you don't have to memorize this necessarily, but these are just some examples you may want to use or take a look at your leisure. The NIH website is over here, nationaleatingdisorders.org. Then and a lot of others over here, American College of Sports Medicine's websites. They have a lot of information over here regarding trying to prevent disorders, trying to treat these sorts of disorders, etc. What about gaining weight? Now, gaining weight is something that a lot of people don't need to. Most people don't need to, but some people do want to because if you want to be a bodybuilder or you want to be a boxer or a lifter or you want to be a competitive lifter or wrestler or offensive lineman, you might have to gain some weight, and you want to gain it in a way that is most optimized for health and performance. First thing you have to be careful about is addressing the overload principle. The overload principle is the idea that you have to do things slowly. You can't go from not lifting weights to benching 250 pounds in your first try. It's just you're going to get overly sore. You're going to hurt your muscles. You might hurt your back. You might get there are all sorts of problems. You gotta do it gradually. You have to train various major muscles, and there are different kinds of exercises, different kinds of machines. If you go to the gym, there may be, you know, 24 different types of exercise machines because they're all training slightly different muscles. Very often they'll have like little diagrams of which muscles this one trains. So one thing might be a good idea of not always using the same ones because then you don't always want to train the same muscles. You want to do it in a way that is varied. And then also, of course, training the specific muscles that you need and training for hypertrophy. Hypertrophy is the opposite of atrophy. Atrophy means when a muscle withers away because it's not being used. Hypertrophy is when an organ or a muscle or whatever it is enlarged, basically from exercise. So doing it slowly to the point like 8 to 12 repetitions per set or 3 to 5 muscle groups. The point is doing it 2 or 3 times a week, not trying to do it all at once. Training, growing it slowly. You're not going to grow your muscles overnight, but doing it slowly is really the way to go, or at least doing it with multiple repetitions, doing it on a consistent schedule, doing it multiple times per week are all ways in which to build muscle in a way that's sustainable. Achieving a positive energy balance. Of course, if you do want to gain weight, then you need the opposite of what we discussed before, losing weight. You've got to take in more calories than you expend. And again, gaining half a pound to pound per week rather than trying to gain 5 pounds in a week. I guess gaining 5 pounds in a week would be a little bit easier than losing 5 pounds in a week, but it's still not, the optimal way from a health perspective. Carbohydrates could additional 3 to 500 per calories per day. Again, that would gain you about 1 pound per week, between a half and 1 pound per week. 500 calories a day would be 3,500 a week. That would gain you a pound per week. 300 would be closer to a half a pound. Carbohydrates predominating. Of course, you also want to increase protein, but carbohydrates give your body energy, and achieving a positive nitrogen balance by increasing protein. Remember, nitrogen is fats and carbohydrates don't have nitrogen, whereas proteins do. Supplements, you don't have to take supplements. Supplements can help. Weight gain supplements, very often they come in the form of shakes that are that taste good. And I don't know. I've never had a weight gain shake. I don't have that problem where I'm trying to gain weight, fortunately or unfortunately, as the case may be. But the point is that you can get these weight gain protein shakes if you like. For endurance, you want to build up cardiovascular and muscular activities as well. Cardiovascular, you get exercise by running, by biking. Improving cardiovascular capacity means improving the ability of the heart and blood vessels to deliver blood and deliver oxygen, deliver what's necessary throughout the body. Muscular, endurance also helps muscular endurance because the stronger your muscles are, the more you'll be able to bike or the more you'll be able to run without it getting tired. So this would also be measured by how many times you can repeat a particular activity in a given period of time. Now, when it comes to aerobic or anaerobic respiration, we discussed last time how, first of all, the more the more trained you are, the more your body will have an ability to do aerobic respiration, even when you're exercising, even when you're running. And aerobic respiration is where you're able to use oxygen and continue to do aerobic respiration while you're exercising, whereas anaerobic is when you're using energy so fast and working so hard that your body is just not going to be able to keep up and do aerobic respiration. The more aerobic respiration you do, the more sustainable it will be. For example, running a marathon, if you are trained well. And if you've trained for a long time, you might be able to run the marathon 100% on aerobic respiration, which means that you'll be able to, it doesn't mean you won't be tired, but you'll be able to sustain it for a long time. Whereas you look on the other end, like a hockey shift, hockey in the NHL, their hockey shifts are like 40 seconds long. If they're out on the ice for a minute and a half, you see, again, you can probably tell that I'm a sports fan by now, but if it sometimes the team has a puck deep in the zone and they don't let the players change, they don't give the players time to change, and they might be out there for a minute and a half, 2 minutes. By the end of that 2 minutes, they are dog tired. I mean, they're like falling all over themselves, just trying to stay up, because hockey uses so much energy. The skating very hard and going back and forth and stopping and starting. It's very difficult. So it uses a lot of anaerobic respiration. After 40 seconds to a minute of it, they need to go take a break. And if they don't get a break, they have problems. The same thing is true with tennis or soccer. Again, in tennis, you take a little break in between while you're in the middle of a volley. You're going to be tiring yourself out. Then you take a little break, catch your breath. Soccer also, you're making a big run, but then you're going to end up having to kind of stop and walk around. That's why in a soccer field, yes, they're running around a lot, but most of the time they're walking around, because if they were literally running after the ball the entire time, they wouldn't be able to sustain it for very long. On the other side, you have the more consistent exercises, cross-country running, rowing, swimming, are things that are kind of a little bit more able to use aerobic respiration a little bit, or able to be sustained a little more. You can't play tennis straight. You can't play tennis straight. You can't volley for 2 hours, or 3 hours, or 4 hours like you can run a marathon for that length of time. Okay, in terms of endurance athletes, people that need the ability to continue and keep up a pace, they need a lot of calories, because you don't want to overeat, obviously, but you need to have a lot of energy in order to be, for example, be able to run a marathon. You need to ensure that your caloric intake, in other words, the number of calories you eat, is sufficient to make the total energy expenditure. If you're going to run a marathon, well, running a marathon lasts for, let's say, 3 hours or 4 hours, you're going to burn a lot of calories. If you're going to burn 1,000 calories or more, you're going to have to eat an extra 1,000 calories in order for your body to have that energy to be able to use. It doesn't mean that you might lose weight, but if you're going to train this every day, you got to be in a position where your body has the energy to be able to do it. So then there are different formulas in which you can look at calories based on, again, age, based on gender. Females tend to use less energy than males. Younger people, regardless, tend to use more energy than older people. So, for example, the number of calories that are there, or the energy expenditure, does depend on age and does depend on gender. So okay, now we're again going to shift gears a little bit, and this time we're going to move to look at the macronutrients effect on sports nutrition and athletics, and the ability to do what is necessary to enhance performance. So let's take a look at the effect of carbohydrates, and we've discussed this in various points earlier in the course. But the idea, when it comes to the amount of exercise, if the exercise causes certain physiological changes. As a person continues to exercise, the muscle begins to use blood glucose, in other words, the sugars that are floating around in the blood. Remember, when it comes to respiration, the cells, the individual cells, and the respiratory process can most easily break down these simple sugar molecules, these glucose molecules. So the blood first start the individual cells first start to use those, the sugar molecules that are floating around in the bloodstream. Once that gets depleted, once you don't have enough glucose molecules left floating around, well, now the blood has to turn to other things, glycogen, which again are also kind of fatty substances that the body can also use to break down for energy. So as a person exercises and the glucose goes down, the body then starts to use other things, and that could cause fatigue. Again, it says perceived fatigue because that's really how your muscles feel. These processes by which the body's burning other types of molecules aside from glucose are a little bit less efficient. The respiration causes certain other waste products which cause fatigue, but that's also a reason why exercise helps people lose weight, because and ironically, the less efficient the body is at doing the respiration, the more weight you're going to lose, because if the body's very efficient, it doesn't need to burn a lot of fat. Whereas if the body's not being very efficient in terms of the energy that it's producing, the body does need to burn more fat. It does need to grab more other types of molecules, and will, of course, after it runs out of energy in the short term, it will grab some of the stored fat of the body. So that's one reason why long workouts can actually help people lose weight, aside from the fact that you're just burning more energy overall. In terms of carbohydrate requirement, it should amount to between 50 and 65% of total calories. Again, all things that we discussed before. Macronutrient balance should be maintained in the idea that you want make sure to get enough proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. Of those three, the proteins is the most important to get. If you under eat proteins, that's going to be a problem because you're not going to be able to develop the amino acids and the protein and the enzymes that the body needs. Whereas if you don't eat carbohydrates or don't eat fats, it's not the end of the world. You can get your nutrients from other things. That's why, for example, people on the Atkins diet, which is designed to dramatically decrease intake of carbohydrates, are fine. They don't, I don't know if it's an ideal thing for people to do, but it's certainly the sort of thing that people can do for months without suffering major adverse impacts. Carbohydrate loading is the idea of not right before the athletic event, but days or hours before an athletic event to increase carbohydrates because that's a quick store of energy. When you are running a marathon, even though you may believe in the Atkins diet, but when you are about to run a marathon, you want to have a nice amount of carbohydrates floating around through your body so your body can have quick access to energy. That's why in the night before the marathon, they get all the marathon runners in a big room, and they give them as much pasta as they want. They carbo loading in order to not right before, because if you do it right before, then the body's busy digesting, and you're not able to generate the energy you need to run the marathon. But the night before, having a nice pasta meal may be a good idea to carbo load even a few days before if you're running a marathon or if you're participating in a big athletic event. Increasing carbohydrate consumption during that area may give you better access to quick energy as needed. Before competition, again, the idea of ingestion is to provide a source of energy for the body during the competition, during the marathon, during the game. Of course, you want some quick energy. This is where sugar can actually help, even though normally we don't consider sugar a very healthy thing. Having a drink with sugar or something with sugar in it can help because even though it's going to lead to that sugar crash later on, temporarily it does give you a lot of energy. Everybody listening to this had probably at once in their lives has experienced the sugar rush. You eat a candy bar and bang, you feel on top of the world for a few minutes because your body now has all this extra glucose that it can use to generate energy. And sports drinks, of course, have sugar in them. They also have electrolytes in them, as we discussed. And then carbohydrate after competition is for recovery of the glycogen stores. Sometimes you don't want the body to recover the glycogen because you want to lose weight, but to maintain a consistent level of energy throughout your life, you'd like to afterwards, after you burn a lot of starch, to get a little bit of more starch into your system, maybe later on in the day, in order to make sure that you have a consistent level of energy. You don't want to you don't want to be kind of like a yo-yo where you have a lot of energy and then no energy and then a lot of energy and then no energy. That's not the healthiest thing. The healthiest thing is, generally speaking, to be pretty consistent. That doesn't mean that working out is not good. Working out generally is good, of course, but maintaining a relatively steady stream of how much energy your body has is generally a good thing. Protein, if we move to that second of our macronutrients, not a major provider of energy. Like we said before, only recommended between 10 and 35% of a person's calories come from protein, and realistically, most people probably get more like closer to that 10%. Remember, 10% would be about 60 grams of protein a day, which is, it's something that a lot of people maybe even get less than. But they are, of course, high energy expenditures can increase utilization. In other words, if you're running, if you're working out, if you're lifting, whatever it is, the body may run out of carbohydrates to use, and then it has to use the protein to generate the energy. And it's needed primarily for tissue repair, for muscle adaptation. It can delay fatigue during prolonged exercise if you're able to use the you're able to use the protein to generate energy. And again, the recommendation is 1.2 to 2 grams per kilogram of body weight. So if a person weighs 50 kilograms, which is about 170 pounds, so that would be as much as 1.2 would be 60 grams and 2 would be 100 grams. So they recommend between 60 and 100 grams of protein in terms of your nutrition per day. Again, in terms of timing, I think we've already discussed a lot of this before. Intake at some point before, one thing that protein does more so than carbohydrates is that it allows long-term appetite suppression. You eat carbohydrates, first of all, carbohydrates are quick to digest. So an hour or two later, you might be hungry again because your body's now it's already digested. So the body's all right. Now we can handle some more. It sends the messages to your system that you can handle some more. The other thing is that carbohydrates breed a need for carbohydrates. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but sometimes if you're hungry, you're not, or if you haven't eaten for a while, you don't feel desperately hungry. But then when you start a meal, all of a sudden you get hungrier. That's why they sometimes use the appetizer. Sometimes if you're fasting for 24 hours, 25 hours, you feel hungry, obviously, you feel weak, you feel a headache, but maybe you don't have that gnawing hunger. Whereas you start eating, you have, a cookie or a cracker or some bread or whatever it is, and bang, then you just feel like you want more. And that's a reason why a lot of people overeat, because while they're eating, their like carbohydrates breeds craving for more carbohydrates. You're sitting there eating your sandwich, and now you want a cookie, and now you want a piece of cake. And if you and of course, if people don't control themselves, it can kind of get out of hand, where you're just eating a lot of carbohydrates. Whereas protein is not really like that. You eat a steak, you don't necessarily desperately crave another steak. I mean, I guess it really depends on the person, but at least with me, if I eat a sandwich, I want another sandwich. If I eat a steak, it's settling. It also takes a long time to digest. It's very satisfying, and so the protein is an appetite suppressant. So if it's a choice between having 3 bags of chips or a steak, I mean, the steak obviously has a lot of other health benefits, but even from a weight loss perspective, eating the steak is better because eating the steak is going to give you a longer term appetite satisfaction than a couple of bags of chips. A couple of bags of chips might satisfy you for a little while, but a couple hours later you might be hungry again, whereas maybe not necessarily with a steak. It also provides branched chain amino acids, different types of amino acids that you need. During competition, again, you may need some amino acids to regenerate whatever you're using or losing during the competition. And then afterwards, also the idea of combining it with carbohydrates and combining carbohydrates and protein may enhance insulin activity. Insulin is a hormone, as you'll recall, that regulates blood sugar, and making sure that you have whatever you need to establish the regular hormones throughout your body is something that's also going to be very important. When we talk about fats, which is the last of our macronutrients, remember here we're talking about things that are very efficient when it comes to energy storage, 9 calories per gram as opposed to 4 for carbohydrates and proteins. It's also the mechanism by which the body stores leftover energy or energy that's extra in fat, as we all know. Um, but it's also the thing that doesn't really contribute that much to a person's cellular, what a person needs on a cellular level. So fats are a source of energy. Intensity of activity affects utilization. The more intense you exercise, the more the body's going to have to draw from fat resources, which is why aerobic respiration, things like running, or high metabolism that comes from well-built muscles, help people lose weight. The recommended intake is between 20 and 35%. Again, mostly carbohydrates, some proteins, and the remaining is recommended to be fats. High fat diets or fat loading effects don't really work, or they're not ideal for athletes. First of all, they slow digestion as opposed to carbohydrates, um, which are very quick to digest. Proteins are also slow to digest, but those at least need the nutrients. Flavor fatigue is something that actually encourages the eating of fats, which is gets people to eat more and varied food because the idea they get bored with a particular flavor. Increased risk for cardiovascular disease, obesity, diabetes. I mean, virtually every kind of cardiovascular problem is increased risk when people have too many fats. When it comes to exercise, of course, when a person is exercising, the person is reducing fats. When if a person eats too close, though, the digestion is too slow, so the whatever fat, if you eat right, but you eat a very fatty thing right before you exercise, well, the body hasn't metabolized it yet, and therefore the body isn't able to use it. So, if you think you're gonna have a big fatty meal and then go for a run and you're gonna burn it off, first of all, you can get stomach cramps that way. But even aside from that, you can't work off the meal because the meal hasn't been metabolized yet. The meal hasn't been digested yet. The meal's still sitting in there, probably near in your stomach or in the upper regions of your small intestine. There's also potential for gastrointestinal upset if your body doesn't have the energy to devote to digestion. If you go for a nice, that's why they say if you go for a swim or go for a run right after a meal, that could cause stomach cramps, but it also could cause indigestion. Research on medium chain triglycerides has not been convincing. The idea that these could be, a healthy source of food. Medium chain triglycerides are really just certain types of fat molecules. Triglycerides are they're the storage of fat in your body. That's one of the things they measure when you take a blood test. There are some some speculation or some idea that certain of these, like I think coconut oil is one example of a medium chain triglyceride, that they're healthy. It's not really 100% clear one way or the other. Fat consumption right before exercise is not recommended for all the reasons that we discussed. After exercise, again, the main thing should be carbohydrates and protein. A little bit, is okay. In terms of vitamins and minerals, that's the macronutrients. What about for endurance athletes? Again, people running, people biking, things like that. You do need to generate other nutrients as well. And these athletes should focus on adequate intake rather than just supplements. Adequate intake means with things that they eat. It's generally speaking a better idea to get your calcium from foods, and your vitamin A from, carrots or whatever, your vitamin D from milk, or calcium from milk. But supplements, of course, could be useful. Vitamins of concern, you want B vitamins. There are different types of B vitamins: vitamin C, vitamin E, minerals like iron, calcium, sodium, potassium, all things that are important for athletics, for reasons that you need them in terms of electrolytes, for building blocks of various compounds that your cells need. You need to make sure that you have, in order to maximize performance, you want to make sure that you have all of these things as well. Fluids is another thing that, of course, is relevant to endurance athletes, because fluid loss is a concern, because when you're running around a lot, you're sweating, and especially on a hot day, especially on a dry day, because your sweat is evaporating so fast you don't even notice that you're sweating. And that's why maintenance of hydration, giving proper fluid levels, is critical to performance. And so one way you can determine what your fluid needs are is to perform sweat trials under different conditions. See how you react on hot days, on dry days, on cooler days, on holding weights, not holding weights, and if there are going to be changes, monitor and make them slowly. Make sure that you don't overdo it the first time you're out in the sun. The first time you're out in the desert and you're biking, you don't overdo it. And they're practicing and planning hydration strategies, making sure that a person always has the appropriate amount of water and the appropriate amount of fluids is important to do from the get-go. How about planning meals? Well, there are a lot of things that when you're giving your entire soccer team a meal a few hours before the game, what do you want to take into account? The length of the event. How long is before the sporting event is the meal? How long is the event going to last? Is there going to be time to eat in the middle? Is there going to be halftime? Whatever it is. Feasibility of eating. Are they going to be able to eat during or immediately before the event? Refrigeration, heating. If you're going out and onto a field and you have something that's spoilable, you may not be able to keep it there for a whole day. Obviously, it's the sort of thing you want to make sure. Space for storage and transport of supplies. If you're going with a team and you're taking along your food, you have to obviously have storage for that. Athletes should practice the nutrition plan before the competition, and whatever other considerations, obviously, that we can't anticipate in advance, but there are other considerations that you might have to figure out as we move along. Now, when it comes to power athletes or strength athletes, again, it's a little different. And here you're talking about people that are lifting weights, people that are, um, you know, tug of wars and weightlifting, even things like, wrestling, which is kind of like a hybrid between strength activity and in endurance activity. But here you're using anaerobic respiration. Phosphagen, as we discussed earlier in the course, and anaerobic respiration, different types of respiration that doesn't necessarily use oxygen. Phosphagen is a type of really anaerobic respiration or a type of anaerobic metabolism that uses phosphate. That's the word phosphagen comes from as a mechanism to generate energy. And where the aerobic energy comes in is for recovery, to give your muscles a chance to rest and recover. So even somebody who is a strength athlete also wants to make sure that he or she has the ability um, is physically fit to the point where the muscles are able to recover. Calorie needs vary greatly for strength and power athletes, vary greatly in things like age, gender, body mass, sport specific. Weight, if a person weighs 150 pounds, they're going to need a very different amount of calories than a person that weighs 250 pounds. And also the person's workout matters. Again, I once read that Michael Phelps, the swimmer, used to eat like 11,000 calories a day, whereas a normal person should eat more like 2 or 3,000 because he had like just tremendous workouts and tremendous amount of physical activity that burnt down all his calories. He was also so muscular that his body burnt calories very, very quickly. So you want to consume adequate calories to meet the total daily calories or to achieve whatever your weight goals are. If your goal is to weight loss, is to lose weight, then you might want to consume 500 calories less than you are consuming. Then you consume less than you're using than you're burning, and that will cause you to lose about a pound a week. Majority of the calories should be consumed before or after training sessions, and again, the total calorie need should be adjusted based on whatever your particular goals are. Here are some examples again, but these really, I think we saw this earlier also. It's based a lot on the person, it's based a lot on the gender, based a lot on the age, the height, the activity level, etc. Carbohydrates for strength and power athletes are slightly different than those for endurance athletes, not, that much of a difference, but these are the fuel. These are the things that give the energy for these athletes. Heavy training can tax glycogen stores, so you might have to have an extra carbohydrates in order to give you the energy that you need to generate the performance that you need. Daily intake, you're talking about 55 to 65%. Again, very similar to what ordinary people are recommended, maybe a little bit higher actually. Carbohydrate consumption immediately prior is not necessary, but it might help again because it gives you that quick energy burst, that quick sugar rush. And even if it's bread, doesn't give you the same, maybe bread or spaghetti doesn't give you the same kind of quick rush as sugar, but it still gives you much faster energy than something like fat or protein because it's digested much more quickly. Consumption recovery is about 1 to 1 1/5 grams per kilograms every hour for 4 hours post exercise. Again, this is approximately how fast the body will be able to recover in terms of the carbohydrate. When you're eating carbohydrates, in terms of how much you need to replace what's being lost during the energy. Okay, so now let's turn to the other types of nutrients that are needed by strength and power athletes. We already discussed carbohydrates. Let's take a look at protein. Proteins, of course, are probably the most critical macronutrients as they are necessary for tissue repair, adaptation to training when you tear muscles, and they may not be big tears, but small tears are extremely common in workouts, even if you don't feel it. Even tiny, look, microscopic tears are constant. You run a little bit, you're going to tear some tiny little amounts of muscle. It's natural. In fact, that's really what exercise does. It tears a little bit of the muscle mass and then it rebuilds and rebuilds stronger, and that's kind of like one of the benefits of exercise. But protein is necessary to do that, to build muscles and to build various other things that you need for your normal metabolic activities. And so therefore, protein is critical. Protein intake for strength and power athletes more than we saw before, 1.4 to 2 grams per body weight per day. I think before we saw 1.2 when we were talking about endurance athletes. Over 2 grams per kilogram of body weight not recommended. If you weigh 50 kilograms, actually, well, it's not very much. 75 kilograms, so more than 150 grams of protein per day would not be recommended. Meals and snacks should include protein sources, and of course, consume protein supplements, extra protein shakes, in moderation. You don't want to have too much. Just because protein shakes are good for you, it doesn't mean you should have 4 of them. Obviously, they have a lot of calories. They also have sugar. They have, just because protein is good, it doesn't mean that an infinite amount of protein is good. Foods or supplements containing combinations of carbohydrates, about 35 grams, and proteins, 15 to 25 grams approximately, immediately after training is recommended because that gives you the right combination of energy and protein right after you've expended that in a workout regimen. As far as fats go, well, you don't really need fat. Fat intake in general can vary based on the athlete's goals. The intake is 20 but no more than 35% of total calories, which means about 2 grams per kilogram. Quickly, you do the back of the envelope in terms of the math. 2 grams per, let's say a person again weighs 75 kilograms. That's about 170 pounds, 165, 170 pounds, something like that. So again, you're talking about, an average man. Let's say you're talking about, so 75 kilograms would be 2 grams per kilogram, so that would be 150 grams. So 150 grams of fat and at about 9 calories per gram. That gives you a lot. That gives you, let's say, at 9 calories per gram, that would give you uh, 1,350 calories. Yes, 1,350 calories is pushing it. That's a little high. So 20 to 35% of total calories for an athlete in training may need to have, between 2,500 and 3,000 calories a day, more than most other people because they need more calories. They're expending more energy. So let's say at 3,000 calories a day, 35% of 3,000 is 1,050 calories, so about 1,050 calories of fat, maximum recommended per day. So these numbers don't exactly match with each other, but the point is that that's more than you need. Generally speaking, you don't need a lot of fats. It's good to have some polyunsaturated fats like omega 3s, fish oil, certain types of vegetable oil are good for you, but you don't really need a lot of fat, and certainly you don't need saturated fats. Certainly things like peanut butter and various vegetable oils are give you good fats. You don't want to have too much because you don't want to have more energy and gain weight, but to the extent that you have fats, you'd like to be able to get those kinds of unsaturated fats, and you want to minimize fat intake before, during, and immediately after exercise, because those are times that you want carbohydrates to generate the energy that you need, and proteins to generate the ability to rebuild muscle mass that you don't really necessarily need for your nutrients. Vitamins, of course, and minerals are also part of the necessity for athletes in general, just like they are for everybody. Antioxidants, minerals. The idea is that supplementation is not usually necessary. A regular multivitamin may be a good idea, just like it is for other people. But I mean, usually the way athletes are treated is similar to the way regular people are treated, where they may take supplements in the form of a multivitamin. A lot of people take a multivitamin which has 14 different types of vitamins and maybe even minerals in one pill, but usually you treat it based on a deficiency. You get a blood test, and the blood test says you're low on vitamin D. Well, then maybe go consider taking vitamin D supplements if the doctor tells you it's a good idea. But other than that, just the idea of getting a tremendous amount of a certain type of vitamin for a certain type of athlete is not necessarily recommended. Like there's not necessarily a rule that says, if you're a strength athlete, make sure to go take 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day. That's not necessarily part of an athlete's regimen. What about fluid? Fluid is important for all types of athletes and for people. You do not want to get dehydrated. If you get dehydrated, then the body cannot carry out respiration. The body cannot carry out synthesis of various hormones, synthesis of various minerals, regular excretion, sweat, all the things that you need as when conducting athletics and general life. Hydration is critical because muscle, just like the rest of the body, is about 70% water. Intentional restriction of water trying to decrease the amount of water you take in is discouraged. And the longer the duration of the activity, the greater the impact of dehydration. Some people want to, not drink a lot because they don't want to have to, use the bathroom in the middle of the game or whatever it is. Try to think of of a different solution. That's not usually the idea. The best idea is to keep yourself well hydrated in all types of activities. That happens very often on a plane where people, and again, obviously, a plane is not athletics unless you're, flying the plane. Well, even then, may not be athletics, but the point is that some people they don't want to have to go to the bathroom on the plane, so they don't drink water. That's not usually a good idea. Usually, you do want to keep yourself hydrated and figure out another strategy with regard to using the bathroom because generally speaking, whether you're engaging in athletics or not, you do not want to get dehydrated. It's not usually a good thing. For activities under 60 minutes long, you could drink regular water. If it's more than an hour, sports drinks are recommended, again, because the question is whether you need to replace your electrolytes. In a very short athletic event, your electrolytes don't really get depleted that quickly. So water is fine. If you're playing a 3-hour football game or a tennis match or whatever it is, then using sports drinks to make sure that you don't get depleted of electrolytes is a good idea. Again, not that the other one is bad. If it's under an hour, it doesn't mean sports drink is bad. If it's more than an hour, it doesn't mean water is bad. But in terms of optimal and what's ideal, that would be recommended. Here is a table in terms of what are some of the problems that come from dehydration in terms of blood capacity, in terms of heart rate, in terms of the metabolic activities, sweat rate. There's lots of different factors. And again, you don't necessarily have to memorize this, but these are some of the factors that are relevant to dehydration and the sorts of things you want to avoid. What about snacking? Eating small amounts to generate the energy that you need. Well, there is before the event, and there's during the event, and there's after the event. Let's look at between events. In other words, let's say halftime or during a timeout, during a little break, during a little TV timeout, during a tennis match. Well, plan ahead and make sure that you bring the best ideas to bring rather than relying on, well, if I'm hungry, I'll go to the vending machine and get something because they might not have healthy, high protein snacks. They may have snacks that are high in sugar and, chocolate bars and things like that. They may not necessarily be the best thing for you during an athletic event. Practice with different snacks to ensure no gastrointestinal upset. In other words, the idea is sometimes something doesn't agree with you, so something gives you stomach aches, so then try something else. Different people react differently to different things. Non-perishable items are best so that they don't spoil during the events. Whole fruit, juices and drink boxes, water or sports drink, granola bars. Granola bar gives you a quick energy burst. It has a little bit of sugar. It has a lot of complex carbohydrates. And so using that could be a good quick pick-me-up snack, so to speak. Fig bars, bagels with jelly. Again, these are things that the jelly is really just gives you a little extra sugar. But bread, these are all complex carbohydrates that give you quick pick-me-ups in terms of energy. Remember, carbohydrates are quickly digested, especially simple sugars are very quickly digested. And so you eat a little bit of sugar, and you can get a sugar rush literally within minutes. Afterwards, then you want the carbohydrate and rich protein source to help you recover. Again, experiment ahead of time to determine what you like and what your body reacts to. And again, don't. It's not usually the best idea to rely on figuring a restaurant or a vending machine close by right after the event. Packing your own or planning in advance where you're going to get your food is really the best idea. Now we move to our third type of athletic dietary needs. The first one was endurance athletes. The second one was strength and power athletes. Now we're going to move to team athletics. Now, team athletics, of course, is not really a third separate category. It really is kind of a subcategory of those two things. For example, if you play football, both endurance and strength are necessary. But there are some unique things that need to be planned when you're talking about team athletics. Obviously, there is a wide variability between different types of athletics. Football is a lot different than soccer, a little bit more strength and a little bit less endurance. Soccer is more endurance. Tennis is more endurance, but also a little bit of strength. Marathon running, well, our team relay races are obviously primarily endurance. Games lasting 1 to 2 hours usually do not need calories during the event. You don't have to eat during the event. You can play your tennis match, play your football game, and eat afterwards. Now, staying hydrated, different story. That's always a good idea to drink during the game, but you don't necessarily have to worry about snacking. But energy expenditure calculations, in other words, the 1 gram per kilogram, the 2 grams per kilogram, the 20% of your diet, the 30% of your diet that we discussed before, all apply, in pretty much same measure to athletics. So let's take a look at carbohydrate needs. Many team sports involve intense bouts interspersed with low levels of activity. And virtually all team sports are like that. In baseball, you hit the ball, you run very hard around the bases, and then you go sit in the dugout for an hour if you're the DH. If not, you go stand out in left field, and every once in a while you go chase a fly ball. But even if you take a little bit more athletic sports like soccer, for example, you're going to run, but then you're going to walk for a while. And if you're in hockey, you're going to skate around very hard for 45 seconds, then you're going to sit on the bench for a few minutes. So team sports involve very hard, quick athletics followed by intervals. And so, therefore, anaerobic metabolism is important. Remember, aerobic respiration is what we do for most of our energy. But in a quick burst of athletics, a quick sprint or a quick ice skate or, a quick run around the bases, you may not have all the uh, respiratory energy necessary at a given time. So for that, they'll say the last 2 seconds of the sprint, you may have to be using anaerobic respiration. And so therefore making sure to have enough nutrients in your body to generate the energy quickly as necessary is important. That's why carbohydrates are important, and carbohydrates, just like with other athletes and just like with other people, tend to represent the majority of the diet of the athlete. So before the event, the idea of top off glycogen stores, provide adequate blood glucose level. Don't go into a game with a low blood sugar. People who are not diabetics tend to not really worry about their blood sugar. They tend to not really take their blood sugar except when they get blood tests at the doctor's office every once in a blue moon. But still, keeping the idea that before a game you don't want to play a game while you're fasting. You could have a noontime game. You don't want to skip breakfast, and maybe in fact it would be a good idea to eat a little bit of a late breakfast. You don't want to eat right before the game. You don't want to eat a big meal. You're gonna, your body's going to be busy digesting food. But having a nice carbohydrate-rich breakfast a few hours before the game, just like we discussed with the marathon, is a good idea for a lot of the same reasons. Um, so the idea of snacking, again, if it's under an hour, not a big deal. You don't really need snacking. If it's over an hour, then having a few grams of carbohydrates per hour or 1 cup of sports drinks. Remember, sports drinks have sugar in them, which have carbohydrates in them as well. Every once in a while is a good idea to kind of top off your energy levels that you have. Between games or between athletic events, liquid meals like shakes. Again, not milkshakes per se that just have nothing but ice cream in them. Those don't really give you that much in the way of nutrients, but things like nutrition shakes can help a lot because they can be consumed very quickly. They don't require a lot of digestion energy. You have a big meal, your body's going to be digesting in the second game. It's not going to be that easy, but if you drink it, body has a much easier time digesting. It doesn't have to break down the foods as much. So you can drinking liquid, drinking a protein shake or drinking an energy shake can be a way, or a sports drink can be a way to get energy without really taxing your body from a purpose of digestion. And then, of course, it helps in hydration also because it gives you the water that you need. And during recovery, which means afterwards, after the game, have a nice little meal of carbohydrates. And again, the numbers are similar to what we saw before, 1 to 1.2 grams per kilogram for the first 4 hours after post-exercise. I wouldn't worry about counting grams when you're eating afterwards. When you eat after the game, you come in, relax, get dressed, chill out, and then have a little carbohydrate and protein snack or meal to like kind of a consistent building up slowly rather than having it all in 5 minutes. Eating it slowly is once every couple of hours is a good strategy to help your body as it recovers from whatever strenuous athletic activity you were engaging in. Then you've got proteins. Again, proteins, as we've discussed, a lot of this stuff, as you can see, is review. Proteins you don't necessarily need as an energy source because that's really what you have the carbohydrates and fats for, although they can be energy providers if necessary. Their main role is tissue repair and muscle adaptation because muscles are built from proteins, amino acids, and so therefore the recommended intake 1.2 to 2 grams per kilogram of body weight, same thing we saw before. Protein needs after exercise, consuming as little as 10 grams of essential amino acids, which is 10 grams is what? A steak or two, something like that. Stimulates protein synthesis, and 15 to 25 grams of complete protein, which again is probably like a meal's worth of protein, give or take, will provide about 10 grams of essential amino acids, which are things that your body needs to maintain the building of things like enzymes and whatever you need to regulate your body appropriately. As far as fats go, again, the third of our macronutrients. Fat use varies depending on the team sport. Dietary consumption doesn't really differ from other athletes. Before we saw about 20 to 35% of the total calories, but you want to kind of limit it. You don't want to get too much from fats. And here are some examples of healthy fats as opposed to unhealthy fats. Unhealthy fats come in red meat, animal fat, things like that tend to be unhealthy, whereas healthy fats include the fat in fish. These are things like fish contains omega-3s, which are good for your heart. Avocado is fat, very fattening avocado. I think 1/8 of an avocado has about 50 calories. So an entire avocado. I don't know if people eat an entire avocado at once, like an apple. That would be kind of disgusting to take an entire avocado and chomp down on it like it were an apple. But an avocado has about 400 calories. Compared to an apple, which has about 60 calories. Avocado is very creamy, so to speak, and but it is healthy. You don't want to eat too much of it, but it will it will make you gain weight. But it's a lot healthier for you than many other types of fats. Olive oil we have over here, I believe. I don't know, I can't tell if it's olive oil, but it looks kind of like olive oil. That's certainly a healthy fat. Other types of vegetable oils may also be healthy. Nuts. These are also contain fats. These are, of course, almonds, but there are other types of fats that also contain, other types of nuts that also contain healthy fats. Again, moderation is the key. You don't want to have too much of it, but these are things that are good for you in the long run. So if you're going to have fats, which you should have some of, these are some good choices. Fish, avocado, nuts, olive oil, etc. As far as vitamins and minerals, same basic idea as non-athletes, same basic idea as we discussed before. Multivitamins, general supplements are not usually necessary unless you are diagnosed with some sort of a deficiency. There are some that are important specifically for athletes. Vitamin A, vitamin E, folate, iron have been noted to be low in some team sport athletes, so making sure that you have appropriate levels of those things, like by getting a blood test every once in a while, is certainly a good idea. Dietary adjustments rather than supplementation is recommended if you can get all your vitamin A from eating things that have vitamin A, certain types of vegetables, certain types of other things. That would be, not that supplements or multivitamins are bad, but eating it through your diet is the best way to do it if you can do it that way. And then we have fluids. Fluids are, you want to make sure that you're hydrated. 2 cups every 2 to 3 hours before the game, 1 cup 10 to 20 minutes before the game, 1 cup every 20 minutes during the game, if possible. This sounds like a little much for that. When I play tennis, I don't quite drink this much, but still, I mean, you do want to keep yourself hydrated to the point where you don't get dehydrated. Provide a variety of fluid options rather than just water or just Gatorade. Keep fluids cool so they taste better, easier to drink. They also help cooling if you need. Schedule short fluid breaks every 10 to 20, after every 15 to 20 minutes, like during a tennis match you have between games. Go take a few sips of your Gatorade. Give each athlete a sports bottle and monitor fluid consumption, and hand athletes fluids whenever they leave the playing field. That would be an example of a coach or a strength and conditioning coach can do. On a soccer field, there's a break, give the athletes their own water bottles to encourage them to drink a little bit, even if it's just a sip. It's better than nothing. Again, as far as planning meals, same advice as we discussed before. Packing beforehand is the best idea. You have to make sure that refrigeration is not an issue, but making sure to pack plenty of water and sports drinks, packing granola bars, things that travel, things that are small, things that are light, things that are non-spoilable are always a good idea rather than relying on on restaurants or concession stands or things like that. Food intake is not critical if they don't last a particularly long period of time, but between games, if you're playing multiple games in a day, snacking is important. Here are some examples of things that are good ideas for teams during team sports. Some things are perishable. Well, sports drinks and bottled water aren't necessarily perishable, but they're still a good idea to keep cold. Milk, yogurt, cheese, meats, eggs. These are then, of course, there are things that are non-perishable: granola bars, sports bars, cereal bars or cereal, canned fruit, dried fruit, cereals, peanut butter. These are all things that are good for quick energy bursts of carbohydrates and or protein and can be eaten or snacked on a very quick and as needed basis. And the final thing that I would cover in this course is certain nutritional needs that are applicable to certain types of special populations, athletes with diabetes, and we'll discuss each of these in turn, pregnant athletes, child and teen athletes, collegiate, master's level, which means basically it's a nice way of saying people who are a little older, depending on the sport, that could mean people who are 30 or people who are 40 or people who are 50 or people who are 60. But the idea is that they're master's level because they're kind of like they've already graduated from from youth. I don't know exactly why they use that, but that's the term they use. And athletes who are vegetarians, who are kind of restricted in certain of the things that they eat. First of all, diabetes. Now, this is an issue that, of course, affects athletes, but also affects the general public. About 10% of people in the United States, about 30 million people in the United States are diabetic, a little less than 10%, but something like that. It's a lot of people. Diabetes is very often are undiagnosed even. About 29 million people are diagnosed, and a lot and more may be undiagnosed. Diabetes stems from, or really is, an inability to properly control metabolism with regard to sugar levels, and an inability uh, to to properly regulate blood sugar levels. It has a lot of impacts. There are also other metabolic diseases. It can affect metabolism of carbohydrates like sugars, causes hyperglycemia, which means blood sugar levels that are too high. Glycemia means sugar level. Hyper means high. So hyperglycemia means high blood sugar level. It also could cause ketosis or ketoacidosis, which are different variants of elevated levels of certain protein-like structures called ketones that are usually broken down in the bloodstream. The way they measure very often is they'll measure a person's ketones level in their urine or protein level in their urine and see is that if it's too high, that means that the blood is not filtering enough out, and so that could indicate some problems, especially kidney problems. It also increases diabetes increases risk for heart and kidney disease. It could also cause damage to peripheral nerves. Peripheral nerves means nerves that spread out to the rest of the body, as opposed to the nerves in the brain and the spinal cord, which is your central nervous system. You also have nerves that are going throughout the body. Diabetes in general, again, it involves insulin. Insulin is the thing that breaks down sugars, and so having an inability to properly regulate insulin levels is the thing that will lead to the inability to properly regulate blood sugar levels. So there's type 1 diabetes, which people get when they're born or as children. Then there's type 2 diabetes, which is sometimes referred to as adult onset diabetes, which is common, not always, but commonly occurs in people who are overweight. Their body is in the body develops an inability to properly regulate blood sugar and carbohydrates. Very often that's because the person has had too much of it and the body simply can't cope with that. Again, I'm not going to get into precisely what causes it. I'm not 100% sure precisely what causes it, but the point is that type 2 diabetes is a fairly common thing for adults who are overweight or obese to suffer from. There are general nutritional recommendations for athletes with diabetes, and people who are diabetic have to watch both for hyperglycemia, which means high blood sugar level, and hypoglycemia, which is blood sugar that's too low. Inability to properly regulate blood sugar levels could cause blood sugar levels production of insulin, because the body has too much blood sugar, and so it produces too much insulin, and the insulin breaks down too much sugar, and now you're in a point where you don't have enough sugar and you don't have enough energy, and diabetics may feel extremely tired or extremely worn out very quickly because their blood sugar level went too low, and they might actually have to eat some sugar. It's kind of counterintuitive, because the general rule for diabetics is you want to stay away from sugar. You want to stay away from starches as much as possible, because starches break down into sugar. But they also might need some sugar kind of as a temporary pick-me-up if the body starts going into hypoglycemia. They could go into what's called hypoglycemic shock, which is shock from not having enough energy to do normal metabolic processes, in which case they might literally need a candy now. Sounds kind of strange, but a diabetic might say, I need a teaspoonful of sugar right this second. But that's what happens sometimes with diabetics. Um, Regarding pregnant athletes, there's of course, variety of things that are beyond the scope of this course to discuss exactly what the requirements of pregnant women are. But when it comes to athletes, there are certain additional things that people who are pregnant have to worry about. First of all, the intensity of volume of the exercise. Don't want to overdo it. Listen to the doctor, and consider their making sure that they maintain proper levels of vitamins and minerals. There are prenatal vitamins, which make sure that pregnant women get vitamins that are necessary, and minerals that are necessary, the adequate amount of protein, B vitamins, C vitamins, excuse me, A, magnesium, iron. These are just some of the vitamins and minerals that pregnant women have to make sure to get enough of. And of course, protein is also important. If I remember when my wife was pregnant, the doctor told her that she really needed to get 60 grams of protein a day, which, as we saw before, is not a lot. It's kind of like what's recommended for most people, but it's especially important, in a person who's not pregnant. All right, listen, they get 60, they get 40, they get 30. It's not the end of the world from day to day, but for pregnant women, should make sure to get an adequate amount of protein, again, based on whatever the doctor thinks is appropriate in that particular situation. Children and teen athletes, not that much different from adult requirements, but the caloric intake must provide for growth. Children burn calories, especially teens burn calories at a higher rate than adults. If they're going to be athletes, then they need to compensate for the natural body calorie burning that the body does, and make sure that they have enough to generate the energy that they need. The nutrient must also be adequate to maintain the growth channel of the child. The child may need more. In other words, a regular person burns 2,500 calories and eats 2,500 calories. Everything is great. Well, a child may actually need extra energy in order to grow, that consumes calories other than the normal metabolic processes that is done in a given day. There are also fluid requirements, vitamin and mineral requirements. All of these things have to be concentrated on, especially when you're talking about child and teen athletes. College athletes are basically young adults. And this may be the first time where people are really that worried about planning their own meals. Maybe when they were in high school and when they were children, their mother pretty much planned all their meals and told them what they needed to eat and when, and gave them their food. And well, now they're away and they're in college, and now they've got to plan their own meals and plan their own eating structures for the first time. So they have to be careful about what they're doing, just kind of learn how to do it as a life skill. Their caloric needs may increase, especially if they're getting stronger and bigger and building their bodies. Make a meal plan. Not necessarily skipping meals is not usually a good idea. And avoiding alcohol. Again, this may come as a shock to everybody listening, but there are times that people in college don't necessarily always avoid alcohol. And alcohol is something that can be hard to metabolize, and something that can cause various issues for the body. Again, a little bit of drinking is usually going to be fine for most people, but especially before athletics, or especially at a point where nutrition is important, taking an exam, whatever it is. I don't mean, obviously you don't want to sit there and drink before an exam, because that's just going to dull your concentration. But I mean, even on the day, if you have an exam at 4 o'clock and you're sitting there drinking at noon, well, you might not be drunk anymore by 4 o'clock by the time the exam starts, but you're also kind of messing with your digestive system. There's a whole chart over here establishing how complex it is for the body to digest and put away alcohol. Well, if you're going to mess with your digestive system, you're begging for trouble if you have an exam later on that day. If you have nothing else to do for the rest of the day but sit around and chill, well, maybe it's a little bit less of a problem. Masters athletes, again, older athletes, I've seen people as young as 30 be called masters athletes for sports where typically people that are younger than that play. Uh, but again, this is a nice way of saying people who are a little older. And there are some alterations that happen in people's bodies as they get older. Altered caloric needs. Older people actually need fewer calories than younger people. As people get older, they need to eat fewer and fewer calories. In fact, if you eat the same number of calories every day for your whole life, from the time you're 20 until the time you're 90, you're actually going to gain weight steadily. People that get older actually need to decrease the amount of calories they're eating just in order to maintain their body weight. They're burning fewer calories, their metabolic processes are not as quick, etc. They also, older people, as they get older, there are also certain vitamins and minerals that may naturally decrease, and they have to compensate for that. Chromium, iron, vitamin C, calcium, magnesium. There are chronic diseases that affect older people more, and then there are food and drug interactions that apply to older people more because older people have to take drugs more often, different types of medicines, heart medicines, various other types of medicines that may, as people get older, various chronic diseases, even if they're minor or even if they're managed, they may require certain drugs, and making sure that you don't take drugs that are not indicated with certain foods is also, of course, very important. And finally, we have vegetarian athletes, people who do not eat. There's, of course, vegetarian, which are people who don't eat meat. Then there are vegans who don't eat any animal products at all, including cheese or fish or eggs or really anything that's from an animal. So again, that's fine. You can be perfectly healthy doing doing all of these things, but you do have to make sure that you have all the energy, all the sources of protein and the sources of vitamins and minerals from other sources. They're plant-based diets. There are different types of vegetarians. Again, people who are more strict, less strict. There are some vegetarians who the only thing they won't eat is meat, but they will eat fish and milk and eggs. Then there are vegans who won't eat any animal products at all. Making sure to have a variety of proteins is very important because one of the things you need is these different types of amino acids. People who are not vegetarians may get some proteins from fish and some proteins from meat and some proteins from beans and some proteins from nuts. Well, if you're not going to eat any animal products at all, it's you want to eat a wide variety of different other types of proteins. Maybe some soy and tofu and nuts and olive oil and avocados and well, actually, avocados fats, not well, yeah, those are a lot of those are different types of fats. So forget olive oil. Olive oil is not protein, but soy and tofu and nuts and just trying to think of other vegan proteins. Beans, that's important. Beans are an important source of proteins. Legumes, and then there are others. And making sure to get a variety of these things is important. Vitamin D, vitamin B12, zinc, calcium, iron, all of these things being things that are a little bit tougher to get if you're not eating meat sources. Again, you can be perfectly healthy as a vegan. Many vegans are very healthy, in fact, because they don't eat all the fat and the junk that's associated with animal products. But they also have to make sure that they get their necessary vitamins, minerals, proteins, etc. Eating out on the road is, of course, a little bit more difficult because most restaurants sell things that are animal products one way or another. And so here are some examples of some of the things that they can use to replace. Um, grains, legumes, nuts and seeds, soy products are all things that can be used to kind of replace the animal products that vegans may not eat. Okay, so that is all we have for this topic, and that is all we have for this course. I want to thank everybody for taking the time and energy to listen to this, and I want to wish you luck on the final exam. Please let us know if you have any questions, and thank you very much. Have a great day.